staff has been, you know, for lack of a better word, enthusiastically embracing new ideas about how to deliver materials, using new technology platforms, utilizing the high-speed internet at school, utilizing the many free resources that have emerged in the last week that companies are giving away to teachers and families to help make that transition more seamless. I think we found we have pretty good resources between our two schools to supply families with what they need in terms of technology, printouts. We're making plans now for dealing with food and getting the meals out there and figuring out who needs food and how they're going to get it. And then the last step that actually is kind of coming together, I don't know your experience, but we had a meeting via video conference today with a family for an IEP, and we had people coming from all over the place in that meeting, so we're trying to observe the recommendations of the Department of Health in terms of, you know, not bringing people together in groups. Did I miss anything?
No, I think Matt really covered everything. I would echo what you said about, you know, teachers really sort of embracing the moment and really, you know, doing their best in a last-minute effort to get materials ready for students so that their learning continues during the dismissal. Teachers, again, are, like Matt said, they're going to be trying some new things, maybe some online learning, maybe some Google Hangouts and chats. Google Classroom will be utilized, so they're really being creative and open to new ideas.
So, I have questions. Questions. And I know this is emerging, so I'll just tell you.
Evolving.
Yep.
Yes.
One of the things that I am most concerned about is I think there's a great opportunity with online learning. I'm most concerned about our kids being able to access that. I think I heard you talk about maybe equipment, making sure that's available, but it's the infrastructure piece that I'm most concerned about, and particularly in Pittsburgh. And so, is there anything more about that you're able to share right now, or is that something that you're trying to get your arms around?
At this time, we're gathering information. Matt and I developed a survey that asked questions regarding families' internet as well as their access to devices. And we are, again, still collecting that information, but we would be able to report out on that once all of that information is collected by us.
Please keep me posted on that.
You'll use that, you follow up on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Follow up on that. We have roughly half of the responses have been received to that from our Dover group. And the connectivity was a little surprising to me, and I know you'll be interested in this number. At this point, I'm reporting about around 55% of our families reporting adequate internet connectivity, which is lower than I thought. And by adequate, we're saying 50 megabits or more.
50?
50.
50?
Yeah.
What was the
That's
choice
more
below
than is
that?
available in Dover.
What was your question?
What was the choice below that?
Just inadequate, less than 50.
50 is not available in
So
Dover.
I know you all are dealing with a lot of things. It seems like one of the things that might be helpful is if we can figure out some, so it's DSL, that probably a lot of, anybody that's got it in Wardsboro, in Eastover, that's what we have. I know when the 50, I was like, what are you talking
50
about?
sound high to you?
Yes.
50 is really high.
50
I
is
can't do
really
it.
high.
If you have
That
fiber,
does not
you
sound
can
weird to me.
Get up to a gigabit.
So if you were to ask 10
100.
or
10,
5,
yes.
5,
Five.
then I would be surprised. Okay, so a lot of people have DSL. And that's fiber, what you just said. 50 is
50
fiber,
sounds right. It's also could be
Oh,
cable.
the telephone line.
Could be
Cover.
cable. But it's not DSL.
So maybe it's important for us to kind of retool that question.
I know you're doing a
And
lot
try to
around
gather
this.
that.
If there's something that we can do to be helpful or that can be done at the supervisory union to push that out.
Yeah, more so than speed, you want to know if they are comfortable and if it works, what you're trying to do is working.
Right. the overall group feels, our group feels confident that things with text or internet sites, web pages will be fine.
Yeah.
They're worried about video, streaming video.
Streaming video.
And I think that would be
Conferencing.
appropriate
Yeah.
Things like
at
that.
with DSL in some of the rural areas to be
Yeah.
worried about streaming.
Right.
But kids will be able to access.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report that 100% of our families did check that they do have internet access. So all of our families do have access to it at least. Whether or not it's adequate is a whole nother
That's not a
ballgame.
question.
What about, Matt, was that a separate question then?
Well, we decided to send the surveys out independently so that we could get a sense from each community what the needs were.
So it'll just be interesting. So you don't know how many of our families actually have access to internet?
So we have results that say, I think I have one report of the 46 responses that said, I do not have internet.
Okay, that's good.
But we
So-
don't know if that's availability or they just have chosen not to have
It could be that they've just chosen not to do it. And we don't know that. We'll have
Or
to follow up
financial
on
reasons.
this. Yeah.
Just for your information, the two primary internet service providers in Dover are Duncan Cable, which is 12.
25. Isn't it? Cable's 25.3.
No, coax. Coax. DSL maxes out at 25.2
I think it's
around us,
DSL.
and
Yeah.
Duncan maxes out at 12 down, 3 up.
Really?
Yes.
I think consolidated, if we get 7 down
Yeah.
in one.
Right.
That's what I get.
It depends on where you are,
Right.
but it maxes out at 25.2 for consolidated. And then obviously it has to do with distance from their central offices, but what you can get. But you're not gonna get 50. Rich thinks he's on fiber, but,
I am on fiber.
oh, you,
I know
your,
I'm
your,
on
o- your office.
No, I'm
Yeah,
in your
my
office.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's different. Fiber runs down 100, but it's not available residential.
Oh, well, it's home.
Which is fine. It's just, you're gonna
Are
want
you,
stuff to
are you
lower
inviting all the
bandwidth.
kids over to your office?
No,
Yeah.
because
If you need
we have a
help,
sign that says
let
do
me know.
not
I
come
know you've
in.
got a bunch of other stuff.
There's a
you're
dog
dealing
there
with, but if you need help-
yesterday,
Thank you.
this morning, not letting dogs.
No, not today. He didn't come to work. Hang on a second, folks, because we're gonna start losing it.
Do the teachers, are they still coming to the schools so you guys can collaborate on how this is working, or are they gonna be working from home?
Teachers, yes, teachers will be coming into the schools.
They're still
and
coming
They
into
are making themselves available to families as well.
I think that's
Great.
great, because they can kind of
Yeah,
work
excellent.
together and working on plans for each other.
Go ahead.
More.
No,
Really-
you finish up.
I'm really happy to hear about the meals and some of the socialization you were talking about with the interaction, because I think that's going to be a big issue. The kids aren't socializing and working together, so that's really great to hear. What
Well,
about,
while you're on that though, so one of my understandings is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're still serving the meals, and because we've given homework or given work out to them, or we're working with them, although school isn't in session in the building, we can count these days as school days, correct?
That's why it's considered a dismissal versus a closure.
Okay, so everybody understands that? Okay, because that doesn't mean we're going to school till August.
no.
Yeah, okay,
No,
go ahead.
That's only, and what about, is there like a plan for physical education, like so the
There
kids?
is actually,
Yeah.
our PE teacher at Wardsboro was able to send something out last week that our teachers got a hold of. So some of our teachers have put that on their Google Classrooms, and then we've also put that hard copy within packets for students to do as well,
That's great.
with a log and
This
all
is
sorts of other
fantastic.
stuff.
You guys have done all this work so quickly. Really. good
It's
to
really
hear.
come together quickly.
Yes.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
On a positive note, homework is already being handed in. So this is great.
Why did you bring
It's
homework
working out
home?
well. Yeah.
Work to hand in.
Your story about your daughter is a good one. How she's got her room set up.
Oh, yeah.
A classroom now.
She does her
She's got a desk
in the
and-
classroom.
Well, those are things you can probably share on social, like what kids are doing in their own
Yeah.
rooms and things like this.
Well, but we also have to be careful what we share too.
Yeah, that's right, that's true
Yeah, we
too.
wouldn't.
So just so everybody knows, Lauren, who's usually here with us from the Valley News, couldn't make it, but she did send a letter to Matt that Matt responded to, and I think it's a really good. I just want to read some of the responses. So although attendance was generally low, we did have school today at WCSU, except for Marlboro. The leadership team met today and decided not to have school tomorrow and begin preparations for dismissal period as described in Bill's letter. And my understanding was like 38% of the kids were here, so a lot of students chose not to.
Yeah, less than that.
So that's why they chose not to extend it tomorrow too. Since there were so few students in attendance today, we couldn't send much work home. Beginning Wednesday, we'll be implementing a pickup and drop-off system for schoolwork over the coming weeks. Most families will receive clarity on this by tomorrow if they haven't already, so I think that's really a good move. At this point, we will hold our River Valley Union School District meeting as planned at 6 p.m. tonight in Dover. While the public can still access recorded versions of the meeting through BCTV, I expect we'll begin experimenting with live streaming, other stuff. So one of the things they said, so I was on Friday, I did check in to see if we should have the meeting. Everything, and even if you review the governor's press conference on Friday, it was a lot different, yeah. So I did again today. Mark actually emailed me and somebody else, and I said, well, hang on, or Lauren did. And I said, I'm not sure, I'm waiting to get hold of Bill, but you guys were meeting. I never got hold of him till lunchtime. He felt that we were okay because we're a small group, we could spread out enough, except for you guys. And then, and we should be in pretty good shape. We may want to reconsider other meetings. Matt had a possibility of doing some stuff, and Laura said she can call in, but because we didn't warn it, and because if we allow one person, we have to allow everybody, I said no to it this time. I think what we should do is, before we have our next meeting for April, is, maybe like next week, let's just see what's going on and what the recommendations are and what we're doing, and figure out if we do need to meet in April, the beginning of April, and how we do that. But I know we can do it, we're allowed to, but we have to give a number. We have to allow a number for anybody to call in, not just the board members.
So I would hope that the superintendent is working on that at a supervisory union level for all of the boards. And if not, I hope you guys could convey that, although I'm sure he's watching.
No, he won't be
It's not
watching.
live.
No, I mean, he'll watch it at some point.
And then Wardsboro students will be able to access meals through, this was the meal question, through the West River School District.
So I can explain how that's going to work a little bit. There'll be 3 locations where students or families can pick up meals. That will be Jamaica Village School, Newbrook Elementary School, as well as Leland and Gray, and that is from 11 until 1, Monday through Friday. And it will contain either a bag lunch or some sort of a meal for lunch, as well as the next day's breakfast. Then they would come back the next day and get those other 2 meals.
How far is Jamaica?
Jamaica from Wardsboro, or from
Like
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not for the
Oh, okay.
students in Dover. Okay, hang on a second.
I-
Matt says, you want me to just read it? Yeah. Okay, so what's happening with the Dover students is they need to call the school by 9 a.m. on the day they would like a meal, and between 11:30 and 12:30, there'll be a bag lunch available at the school for them to pick up. If they can't pick it up, if there's an issue with picking stuff up, they need to just, at 9 a.m., let Matt know or let somebody here know, and they'll make alternate arrangements. So just so everybody knows, for Dover, I'm having an emergency management meeting tomorrow to discuss what we're going to do in Dover, because it's not only just students, but there's people that may be self-quarantining that we need to take care of, or seniors that don't want to go out to keep from getting exposed. So we're working on a couple different things. So Matt, I've been asked to come to the meeting tomorrow. So if he can come too, so we can work that out, and then if we can help you out a little bit too, if it's not too far out of the Dover area. I'm not sure who I'm going to get for volunteers and whatnot, but
I will.
okay. Well, so we may have some possibilities, if students can't get, or families can't get somewhere. So
I know one of the concerns that Chef Chris Parker, who was the chef at West River, had was that immediately he doesn't think the need is going to be great, but as time goes on, the need might be greater.
more.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of questions. One, looking backwards. Is Dover going to be offering breakfasts okay, so it won't just be lunches that they'll be
Yeah.
picking up?
So I think it's the same as West River. The plan is to put breakfast food in the lunch bag.
Okay. Okay.
so that they can have breakfast for the next day when they pick up their lunch on that day.
Great.
And it'll be cereal, it'll be, things that we can transport and store, and
But something like that.
it'll be sometime, yeah.
Another question. If students don't have internet or adequate internet at home, can arrangements be made in the school facilities, especially with teachers being there, for them to come either use computers there or interact?
At this point, the answer is yes, unless they declare, something different.
Okay.
That's the plan for families that might need internet access. Families can also drive up if they want to be quarantined and access the internet from the parking lot,
Oh,
All right,
that's
right, right.
fantastic.
which is an option, yeah. And if we need to make that more available, we can as well.
Appreciate you contacting them. No, I gotta take it.
Thank you.
My bag.
You all set, Mark?
I'm good, yeah.
Have we beat this virus into the ground, guys?
Not yet.
Not enough.
Okay. So part of this too, this Blizzard bags thing was, there's a link to it if you got it electronically. So Ken McFadden requested for Wyndham Central that we discuss this. So I guess what this is some schools have done it where they have it set up so that students have a pile of material, or the staff has material preset, so that if there was to be a blizzard and school would be closed for a couple of weeks, the children can take it home and they don't count all the snow days. Huh?
For a blizzard.
Well, in the old days, we used to get that. I mean, it seems like I remember like power being out for 2 or 3 weeks in Townsend, and so we had no school just because there's no power. So anyways, that's something that they were talking about that Ken wants to bring up a policy about. So I think that's going to come through central office, through Wyndham Central. And I don't know, I guess that's kind of what you're trying to do now, right, Matt?
Yeah, that is essentially what we're doing, is planning for instruction without attendance.
He's a member, he's a member of the West River Board. He used to be chair of the Newbrook Board, and he's been on for quite a while, too. So in part of this is we have a new policy to consider, and Bill sent this to everybody, F31, emergency closings. The school board, through its superintendent, may order the closing of any and all schools whose operation on a short-term basis would pose a serious threat to students or staff. Implementation. Such emergencies may be caused by weather conditions, equipment breakdown, bomb threats, or health problems. The superintendent will also have the authority to delay school opening, dismiss early due to inclement weather or other emergencies. In all cases, notification will be given to staff and the public according to a predetermined plan developed by the superintendent. The board chair will be notified as soon as practical by the superintendent when school is closed for emergencies. Days lost due to emergency closings will be rescheduled so that the school will be in session as required by state law. So did anybody actually read this or look at this beforehand?
I didn't get it till,
Nope.
no.
You didn't get it?
I don't think
It's part of the packet.
Was it? Then I-
Yeah.
The last
We're
packet.
sitting here.
Okay.
So my one comment is during Irene, a lot of schools were closed, but because we felt in Dover it was important for some normalcy, we opened school just when it was supposed to be. And I think it made a lot of difference because parents could bring their children to school and then go do whatever they need to do to take care of stuff at home. So I'm okay with this, but I think we need to, some schools are different. I mean, we don't get affected by flooding as much, up here on the hill. I don't know, Tammy, what the Wardsboro building, if during Irene, I don't know how
It was
close.
just access.
You couldn't get there.
Access
Yeah.
to school.
But you could get here from Dover, you just couldn't get here from out of town.
Yeah, some of the back roads.
We had every road within a day open that you could at least transverse, and believe me, they were all out there because that was one comment that was brought up during those meetings was, can't we keep people off the road for a couple days? So anyways, my only concern would be that we need the ability, because we may decide it's more important to be open than it is closed, just to be able to feed kids and do some stuff. So I don't think it's a bad policy, but I would like to maybe modify it a little for the river valleys. So since people didn't really get to see it, why don't we just look at it and we'll discuss it at the next meeting? So we can all be on the same page. Is that okay with
Well,
everybody?
This is not anything he's gonna need at this point, right?
No.
So I think the governor trumped him, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the last sentence is, it doesn't apply now because we're not closing, we're dismissing. So this policy wouldn't apply anyway.
Right. So is everybody good with that, or anybody?
Yeah, good with it.
Rick, you also?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had this thing called Come Together Now. It was, I don't know if anybody remembers the John Lennon song, so, Matt does, yeah. And
Now
if
it's
you
in
know,
my head.
if you know the history of it, there was a politician running for office in California, and he asked Lennon to write him a song for his campaign, so,
That's the right person.
he didn't use it, so, then he actually tried to sue the Beatles for it. But one of the things I just wanted to ask about, and it's nothing that we're going to put together right now, but just to get on kind of our radar, is, I asked about like graduation. So in Dover, historically, we've always had the school board attend the Dover graduation. I think Rick told me that Wardsboro was similar. And, so if we do graduation on the same night, does the board from Dover attend the Dover side? How do we do that? Do we have a graduation, maybe up at the Grand Summit that we do both schools? And then there was things like, we heard during budget time about the ski program, that there was nothing to do if you didn't ski, but yet Tammy does something in Wardsboro with snowshoeing. So could we bring Dover students over to go snowshoeing and then take the Wardsboro students to Mount Snow in our transportation, and then in the bus that the River Valley owns, and then, bring them back and drop them off and pick up our Dover students to give them something to do. I was just, are there other things where we can start doing some more stuff together as one unit versus two totally separate schools in totally separate parts of the state? So it's nothing that I want to make any decisions, but I do think for graduation is definitely something we should start thinking about. And I'd like to get, recommendations from our administrators and also, from parents, sixth grade parents, what they think. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, in your principal's report, Tammy, you talked about 2 programs that your kids were going to be going to. I'm guessing that's not going to happen. Is that something that can be expanded to both schools?
Well, Starbase is really far. It's in Rutland, and it's 5 individual, it's an amazing program. It's 5 day trips to Rutland. From here, it's nearly 2 hours. It's on the north side of Rutland.
Okay.
So it's really not feasible. Wardsboro's an extra half an hour closer, so it's much more feasible. So I would love to go to Starbase, but I think it's too far for us to do. The other program that was canceled was a teacher training program in STEM. Right? That was the other. I don't think there was another
Programs that
student
the students were going to be going to?
program.
I read this stuff last week and
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, I think it was only the one, wasn't
This
it?
was one
It might have just
I-
been the one. Okay.
Anyway, Starbase is awesome if you ever get a chance. It's an amazing program.
Take the board.
It's super cool.
Are they doing
Yeah.
Keewaydin this year? Is that gonna happen?
Yeah, well, scheduled still.
So,
It's still on the schedule.
It may be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's great. I think those 2 are good examples. The ski program, I'd be very much in favor of combining those 2, having all ski together would be great.
And
graduation
again,
incentive.
it's not an end-all be-all, it was just to start us
Yeah.
thinking. Again, I was told, I'm still a little upset that it says Dover School District on the buses and not River Valley's Unified School District, but I was told that's gonna get fixed this year.
I mentioned to someone, they were talking about going to Brattleboro, and I said, for secondary school, I said, you just pick up the bus in Dover, and they didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, it's your bus. Yeah. So maybe
So,
it's
yeah, I think, again, we're still in some growing, we're learning, we're growing, and we're figuring things out,
Yeah.
so. Okay, So just we'll work on that and we'll get that on. Matt, could you just to make a note, make sure that gets on the calendar so it doesn't get forgotten?
The graduation. And
Well,
sharing
no,
resources.
just the combine, more commingling of the schools, I guess.
Joint activities.
Come together now, and then you can sing it for us next
Be all
time.
together now. All together.
That's a whole
That's another
different.
Beatles song.
Yeah. And then the financial review, I just thought that we're close enough in the year. Lori did the financial review. Since we're running late, I don't want to go through line item by line item. But if you look at the last page, we're on target for a flat or possible small deficit revenue expense if we use the full $200,000. So,
I like that Boston accent in there.
yeah, wasn't that good?
Pretty good.
It's because I couldn't get to go to the St. Patrick's Day parade yesterday in South Beach. But anyways, I like, she does really good with the available balance and, kind of encumbered, because a lot of times we would look at things, especially when we used to have the teachers' contracts that they would get paid at the end of the year for like the last 2 months. So you're like, wow, we're doing really, really good. And then all of a sudden, $200,000 goes out like that.
Or tuition bills came out late.
Yeah, so then that happens a lot. I think the tuition bills look pretty good, if I remember, when I looked at them.
Where are we looking total secondary expenses.
Yeah, we haven't been billed by a couple, it looks like. So, but anyways, she's projected out that we should be pretty close, and, I think in one of the emails I saw that there's going to be pretty shortly a no more purchasing anything by staff. If it's not essential, we will hold off buying it, just because the budget's going to get close. But that's a lot better than being told we're $500,000 over budget right now. So
That's, so in light of that, Matt, that seems like that could be somewhat problematic, given,
What?
don't buy anything, given that we're asking our,
anything non-essential.
not, so, right. So are we likely to see any savings with the shutdown? So I know we're paying people to work, which we should, we're feeding kids, which we should. Can you think of anything that we might be saving?
No fuel and
Save some fuel,
transportation.
yeah.
Oh, the bus, okay.
And instead of the janitor, the custodial staff having, at least in this building, work on the drive the buses, they'll have more time to do some other projects that have been sitting, so we should get
Okay.
some
Well, I'm
stuff
just,
caught
I
up.
mean, because we're gonna need to probably expend some unanticipated dollars if this
We
goes on.
should see some savings in our custodial.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it's again,
Are
it's,
you worried about that at all? Or do you feel like you have enough? Well, it's so new.
Yeah, I'm not worried about resources.
No.
No.
Okay.
I think we have what we need.
I mean, I'd be
To
more
innovate.
concerned about things like, do you have enough cleaning stuff? Because can you not get,
Those aren't here.
did every month, did you order disinfectants? Now we can't get them.
We do have enough cleaning stuff.
I think
We have
probably
enough.
leave that right there.
We could help if you're low.
No,
I think we're
don't.
okay. For
Give
now.
us a call.
Okay. So,
And Lori did say if there's any questions, please email her your questions and she'll answer them.
we're gonna have her at a meeting in the future, or we'll have her on, however we do, we'll have her on my flip phone or something. And, we can ask questions then too, but I think I wanted to just get a feel for where we were with the budget to make sure we weren't like really looking at some bad stuff going on. Now, the other question's gonna come up too, though, is a lot of people I know are coming up that have second homes because they don't wanna be in the cities that have been quarantined. Are they gonna want services for their students?
I haven't had any inquiries about that so far.
Not yet.
And again, big change. Tomorrow we may all wake up and everything may be right as rain.
It's all a dream.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Again, we wake up and it's Stephen King there behind the camera.
That's right.
Okay, so I got a couple executive session items. We have a contractual, we have a personnel, we have contracts.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're in executive session. You don't want to stick around. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at I've got 8:55?
8:53.
8:53. Okay,
That's what I
so,
already wrote down,
Rick and Rich will keep the board informed about the contractual issue. And then I got two other items that we can deal with.
Need a motion for the
Yep.
handbook? Move to adopt the support personnel handbook in its current form,
As submitted.
as submitted.
There we go. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the second handbook and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. And
Then,
then the second item is,
since I've already been told that I made the motion, move to approve the contracts coming out of central office as submitted with one change from, on one contract from .35 to .2 time.
okay,
Second.
we have a motion and we have a second to approve all the contracts as submitted for the professional staff in both buildings for next year, with one change, which is the one person is at a .35 on the contract and is only supposed to be a .2. So the administration will check into that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we are in good shape. So I'll give you these back, Matt, for Tammy, who's taking these.
Either one.
Okay.
We'll see. I may not drive down on Wednesday. Are you driving over to Townsend?
Yeah.
Do you want to take them? Okay.
Should we,
You think we should separate them out by building?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
react to them?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna turn the one that needs to be fixed right like that, and then
Perfect.
the list is in the front.
Yeah, we'll split.
Okay, and then the last thing, we want to just do two resignations. So Lauren Quimby is asking, she's going to resign effective the end of the 2021 school year. From the Dover School for the 2021 school year. She will complete her current contract as she's relocating. And then this is to the River Valley Board. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of retirement. It's a Dover sixth grade classroom teacher. It's the end of the 1920 school year. And Dover School's been an important part of her life, and grateful for having had the opportunity to teach here for all these years. So with regret, we accept both resignations at this time. And Matt, we've talked about a hiring process, Matt and Tammy, so we've got 3 or 4 positions, so we should be good to move forward.
Ready to go.
Okay, so the last thing I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Dwight moves to adjourn. Rick seconds it.
Yes, absolutely.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're out of here.
Good meeting.
Excellent meeting, guys.
So let's call the meeting to order. It's 7:02. Just a technical thing. For those of you, we don't have the bandwidth for that, Keegan. For the video. So anyway, just a technical thing. Everybody who's dialed in, you can unmute yourself and speak. If you're on the computer, you can actually, there's a way to raise your hand and I can see you. If you're on a phone, you're just going to have to talk and I'll get to you as soon as I can. That about covers the technicalities. If you're having trouble hearing, let us know. I apologize, but I don't think we have the bandwidth to do this. The early video with the access with this many people on here, we were freezing and hitching and whatever. The meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro TV, so any of the visual presentations we have tonight will be available to anybody, but we're just not going to be able to see each other on this, but we can all hear each other. So anyway, we have two new board members. One is virtual, Keegan, and the other is here, Dana West. We can introduce ourselves for the camera and for the public. I'm Joe Winrick, I'm the chair, and then we can just start down on bottom end there.
On to you, virtual, right?
Leanne Gilson, Brookline.
Dana West, Jamaica Rep.
Lori Garland, Director of Finance.
Al Clausen, Townsend. Bill Antone, Superintendent.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member from Townsend.
Do you board members on the virtually want to say anything?
I'm Keegan. I'm from Jamaica.
Good sound.
I'm Lindsay Bertram from Newfane.
All right, and I know we have Trish. We also have some principals.
Trish at large.
Yep. Okay. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda? I have one that's not on there. Lori brought me a lease from West River Valley Thrives that we need to add to the agenda down under, new business, I suppose, F. Just needs to be hopefully approved and signed. Anything else, folks? All right. Okay. Quick look at the board norms. These are probably especially important tonight to maintain our focus, communicate respectfully, be present, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda, staying on task. Adding the virtual participation to this is going to make that, all that more important that we pay attention to that. Okay, members of the public, if you're here to talk about something that's on the agenda, we'd ask you to join us at that point. If you're here to talk about something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Yes, sir. Please, state your name and town for the camera.
My name is David LaPasta. I live in Fountain. I would like to ask on behalf of a number of parents that the current proposed health curriculum be looked at and possibly addressed to accommodate proper education for us parents on the changing subjects that will be discussed prior to teaching our children. As parents play an important role in our children's education, and this is something we need to get right.
Okay. Could you help us with that?
Sure. Could you just tell me a little bit more? I'm a little bit aware, but
specifically to the amaze.org curriculum.
Okay. And what is your request?
My request is that we look into it a little further. Maybe we educate parents as to what we're going to be teaching our children.
Okay.
Prior to just teaching our children.
Okay.
At the least.
What was that curriculum? I'm sorry.
Amaze.org.
Amaze.org.
And what school does your child attend? Okay.
Okay.
One more. Can I ask one more question?
Sure, please.
Would it be okay for the principal of that school to directly contact you to follow up on what
Absolutely.
you? Okay. Thank you. I will make sure that happens.
Task for staff.
Sure.
Very good. Thank you.
You have a question?
I'm good.
No, Ken.
Nope.
Okay. All right. The principal will be in contact with you. You're welcome. Anything else? All right. Moving right along, correspondence. I believe there was a memo in the board packet that went to everybody, and it should be posted as well, from Rick Heggie with regard to posting information on the school Facebook pages with respect to summer programs and things, and just kind of pointing out that we should probably talk about, as an entire district, what we have as a policy on sharing that kind of information and making that available. Right now, it could be, while I'm sure there was no intent, it could be seen as favoritism that a couple of programs got mentioned, and there are other programs that exist, I'm sure, that didn't get a mention and could. So just, in a future meeting, I think we probably want to look at, sort of as a board, a policy about how we deal with this kind of public information posting. Since Rick is here, is there anything you want to add to my explanation of your correspondence, Rick?
Yeah, to me, it's just a matter of being fair. And then I saw the two things from Newfane that were several days apart, even. So I'll be honest, there's too much happening coming out of DC, which keeps promoting this and promoting that as opposed to this and this and this. And I'm all for information for the parents. I think it should be looked at as a whole so that, in this case, every program would have equal opportunity to have their stuff presented at the same time. That way nobody can sit there and scream, well, you forgot me, or you discriminated. Because, like I said in the note, there are at least 4, maybe 5 preschool programs that our students attend. And so, at the very least, every one of those programs should have an opportunity to put something together for distribution to all the parents. Okay, so it's a matter of fairness more than anything, and being equal to a non-public entity.
Yep. Thank you. So we can add that to a future agenda, talking about what the policy would be on that.
I've got that down.
Okay, great. Does anybody else have any correspondence that they received? It's the only thing I saw. No? Okay. The next piece is the fiscal year 21 budget information. I know Lori put together a presentation. You can project that.
Oh, right.
So
it
take it away.
Okay, well, it might be easier for the board members if you wanted to go over there to be able to view it. Those of you online, the board did receive the presentation on Friday. I will have it uploaded after tonight. We didn't want to, our IT department was pretty overwhelmed with everything that's going on, so I did not get to them to ask them to upload it to the board site, but it will be up there as soon as possible. Okay. So we're going to talk tonight about the budget development process and how the unified tax rate is established, and then how it flows through to your town and to you individually. But before we do, let's just step back and take a look at what does West River represent. Okay. So the best place to start is with the mission statement. So I'm going to read that mission statement to you. In West River Modified Union Education District, all students will have an outstanding educational experience in a safe and welcoming environment so that they may achieve and surpass their learning goals. In West River Modified Education District is responsible to the needs of its community and provides the necessary systems, staffing, and resources needed to ensure that all of our students will become informed, empowered, and engaged global citizens. So, where are those students? They are in 3 elementary schools, pre-K K through 5, and 1 middle high school grades 6 through 12. Serving, next slide, serving 546 students in all, right? All of them are West River students. Where are those students? For some new board members and for the public that will look at this online. They are in our southern school, Newbrook, with approximately 98 students. Newbrook typically runs straight grades, and when I say straight grades, I mean one teacher per grade. And they run K through 5. Okay, Jamaica, our northernmost school, has 35 students this year, and they run in combined grades. They also run a pre-K program, pre-K through 5. Leland and Gray Middle High School is running grades 6 through 12 this year, and they have approximately 296 students. Some of those students are tuitioned in from sending towns, so this would be Dover, Marlborough, Wardsboro, Athens, Grafton. And then in the center of town, Townsend Elementary School has roughly 117 students this year, and they also typically run straight grades. They offer a pre-K program through 5. So these are the board values, which are also up here on the wall, and they are also on the board's website because you cannot read them on the screen right here. And I asked Joe to speak a little bit about the board values and how they were developed.
Okay, so when this board was first formed, long before we became operational, we came together and spent a day in a retreat where we talked about the different pieces that would make up the new district and the things that were unique about each building and educational community that we were now going to be responsible for that made it special. And we made a long list of the things that we valued based on each different school. And there were a lot of similarities, but there were some differences. And then we started talking about what we wanted for our children, and we started putting down some of that too. And we came up with our first list of the West River Education District values. And then as we moved forward in the next year, when we were making budget decisions and decisions about how things would work programmatically and everything, we would try and refer back to those values and say, okay, how does this support that value? And how are we making sure that this value is being represented? And then before we became operational, we had another retreat where we spent another part of a day, and we took those values that we had operated under for a year, and we started saying, okay, what works, what doesn't work, how does this change, what have we learned, what's the sort of progression here? And this is the second iteration of those values where, we tried to take, and it took us quite a while to do this. The board did the work as a group, and then there was a small group of people, and we probably devoted 3 or 4 meetings where we had continuing discussion about what they would look like, where we condensed it down to core values and then some specific values based on where you are on sort of the education continuum. And these values are still, I think as a board, we're looking at those things, we're referring back to them constantly as we make decisions and trying to make sure that we remember that that's what we've agreed is important for our children, as well as, I fully anticipate that at some point next summer, we'll sit down and spend part of the day again going through and saying, okay, now what? What's changed? What have we learned? I'm sure that we'll come out of the experience that we're having right now, having learned a great deal, about values and what's really important and what we can make work. And I think, so it's a constantly evolving document, but it just gives the board and the administration and everybody really a way to go back and say, okay, look, here's where our focus really ought to be. Here's what we've thought about. Here's what we like. Here's what we think. They're not carved in stone, but it is a point of reference for us. So we try to use those as we make decisions constantly.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
So, of course, those play into the budget development. So using the values and using these guiding principles, we have a budget process. So I'm going to start, actually, for the good of the group, I'm going to start back. Where does the budget process actually start, right? So it actually starts around October 1st at the SU office, and it is what we call our special ed service plan. So the special ed service plan is due to the AOE by mandate on October 15th. So that's where the whole process starts. In that process, we're planning for, the Director of Special Education is planning for services that will be for the next fiscal year. So about a year and a half in advance is what she's planning. So then, along those lines comes the SU superintendent's budget. So the superintendent's budget is the central office as well as the business office. You gotta love video. That's great.
Like, who is that?
So all of these budgets, the superintendent's budget and the special education budget, and then the agency budget, which is reviewed, not voted on, all feed into the individual district's budgets. So that's where it starts. Around November, December is when the SU board as a whole votes on the superintendent's budget and the special ed budget. They also review the agency fund budget at that point.
Lori?
Yes.
Could you repeat that one more time, just so the public knows when WCSU part of the budget is put in place so they can show up for meetings?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So between the months of November and December, typically that is when the SU budget and also special education budget is presented to the SU board. It sometimes will take a couple of meetings of questions and that type of thing, but that is the typical time frame.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So this season for West River, so we're going to talk about West River now going forward. We formed a budget committee, the board formed a budget committee, and the purpose of the budget committee was to take a deeper dive into the budget to better understand where the numbers come from and what the numbers represent. Okay, so following these guidelines, a first draft was presented to the board, the full board, on 12/9. Okay. So this was the life cycle of the budgets this year. As you can see, the first bar is fiscal year 20. So we're always comparing year over year or against fiscal year 20 in this case. The first draft that came in was a 7.72% increase in expenses. And then the second draft actually came down by 1%, almost 1.5%, but was still over the current year we're in by 6%. Okay, and then in the third and final draft, it came down another 3.43%, and ended up to be year over year 2.88%. Okay, so that was the life cycle. So let's talk about. I wanted to talk through each of these drafts so that everybody could understand what the deliberations were as we walked through this. So what were the major budgetary impacts of the first draft? First of all, there's the professional and non-professional salary increases for all of West River. Okay, so some of this is part of the negotiations that happen typically every year. Healthcare premium increases and changes to plans. This year alone, healthcare premium increases were 12.9%. The special ed and the ECSE budget increases. Now, remember, this is where I said these come in from the central office or from the special ed budget. And ECSE stands for Early Childhood Special Education. They are separate budgets because they are separate funding sources at this point. And then this year, typically I go around to the principals and I find out their needs for the next year, their needs and their wants. And this year we had the principals actually filled out submitted a budget proposal that tied to the district's values and also how the requests fit into our continuous improvement plan that the SU has. And so these were the first that came out. It was an increase of 5.48 FTEs for $439,000, which included a 0.75 additional math in the high school, an additional nurse at 1.08, an additional technology provider, additional custodial staff in Townsend due to the increase in students there, a 0.20 PE, which brought us more into compliance with education quality standards, a 0.20 guidance, a 1.0 para support, and a 0.50 duty para. So that was the request that came in. There were also some miscellaneous budget increases, which were some money went into Brown's upkeep, supplies, and then there were some outside tuition costs that we had to put in the budget for $32,000. So that's what was presented to begin with. The full board came back and asked the administration and the budget committee to reduce the budget by 2%. So remember I said that the first draft was about 7.72% year over year. So they asked to cut 2%. So we went back to the drawing board. Not a lot we can do with putting in for increases, so those stayed the same. Slight variation on the healthcare. We recognized some changes in the upcoming healthcare law. Special ed and ECSE budget does not change at this point. And then we took a look at the leaders' requests and reduced those. So what did we reduce? We reduced nurse, technology, and guidance. And then on the miscellaneous side, there was some money in for capital improvements. One of the items was a Leland and Gray bathroom project upgrade, and that was taken out. So $50,000 was reduced there. All right. So now we're on to the third and final. So this is, again, our top three really don't change very much at this point. And now we're down to cutting down to a 0.80. So what happened between budget 2 draft and budget 3 was the revenues started to come in from the state and also the equalized pupils. Okay, so when I was able to present draft 2, it had revenue assumptions which were decreased. We had a decrease of $152,000 of revenue and also equalized pupils. So between the decrease in revenues and the increase in expenditures, the tax rate was basically not tolerable. So the full board asked the administration to come back with a budget that was $500,000 less and did not affect programming. Okay, so these were the items that were cut. It wasn't that nurse was cut, it was that the additional nursing staff was cut. So it was back to its original level. Same thing for custodial. There was also a professional staff position that was cut that did not affect programming because it was it's a reorganization of students at that point. So some of the bigger cuts down here, which are a little bit hard to read this far out, but we had the bathroom project that we had already cut. All the supply lines across the entire budget were cut 25%. And then the remainder is the removal of the balance of the capital improvement money of $145,000. So this represents cleaning only for next year. No projects, just cleaning. So this was the budget that was approved at that meeting on was January 27th, and yeah, we can talk about where the different functions. What does it represent? So this was the $12 million budget that you see in your annual report. And what are the different percentages of services? So direct instruction is 55% of this budget, okay? So then add on co-curricular and work-based learning for another 4%. Student support services, which is your nurses and guidance counselors, is another 8%. My numbers are really small. Board and SU assessment is 6%. Administration and front office, this is the principal's office in the budget, is 9%. Technology is 4%. Building operations represents 7% of this budget. Transportation 3%. Food service 1%, and debt service was 3%. So that was the breakdown on the major functions. Okay, so now we get to how do we get to a cost per student, which is what drives your tax rate. Okay, so the total expenses came in at $12 million, you can see there, and there are some offsetting revenues that we have to subtract out. Offsetting revenues are tuition, grants, small schools grants, transportation aid, anything like that that is not ed spending. Okay, so you subtract that off. So a simple calculation gets it down to $10 million. This is what needs to be raised to run West River. We divide that by the equalized pupils that is driving the cost there, and we get a cost per student of $20,000, almost 21. Okay, so now we're going to take the cost per student and we're going to get it down to the unified tax rate. So we start out with, nope, back one. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. So we start out with that $20,970, and we have to look at it in terms of the threshold. So the threshold is a basically a containment measure that the state has put into place, right? So it's $18,756. If you're over that, then you're paying a penalty, which this is over it. So the penalty is $2,214. There are some exclusions to the penalty. Capital improvements is actually one of them. So the payment for the bond for the biomass project is actually helps to offset the penalty in this case. It's all broken down on a per pupil basis. So the penalty or the double taxation that is in play here is $1,400, $1,487.
Per student.
Per student, right. Thank you. So that's added to the $20,000 above, and that gives you your cost per student with the penalty. Okay, so that's where we're,
Ma'am?
Mr. Anton.
Madam, could you just explain that in terms of, so the budget is built for expenditures of $20,970, but because of the system, the taxpayer is charged for the $22,457.
Right,
Okay.
that is correct. All right. Okay, so we take that $22,000 now that includes the penalty, and we're looking at dividing it by the yield that is set by the state on December 1st. As you came in, there aren't a lot of people in the audience tonight, but there is an information sheet of frequently asked questions about all of these terms that I'm going through here, and I would ask that you would take the time to read through those to understand what they mean. So we divide it by that, and we get the unified tax rate, which is $2.06. That actually, and I want to just focus on that for a second, because that's your true tax rate. Okay, so you have incentives because you chose to voluntarily merge, which is wonderful, but that really is your true tax rate. Okay, so there were two different mergers that are in play for West River here in this budget. One is the 6 cents, so it was 8, 6, 4, and 2 cent incentive rates that come off your tax rate, comes off the unified tax rate. And we're in year 2, so it's 6 cents. Those are gradually going down. That's why I point out the $2.06 above. Okay. Well,
Oh, sorry.
one more, sorry. So I just want to keep everybody have in mind, $2 tax rate, right? Easy to remember. Okay. Now you can go forward. Okay, there's a whole lot of words on here, and I hate it when slides have a lot of words on them. This is actually, it's another incentive, the 5% incentive, and it is another incentive based on voluntary merger that basically says, in a nutshell, I got to get to the right page because I had to write this out because I want to give you the simple version. In a nutshell, it means that a tax rate is not allowed to increase or decrease more than 5% as compared to the previous year's equalized tax rate. Not unified tax rate, it's a different rate, okay? It comes from the state. Once that rate surpasses, the town gets the unified that we just talked about, the $2 rate, forevermore. Okay, so once you go beyond that, and I have a chart on the next slide that maybe lays it out a little bit better. This is fiscal year 21, and it looks back at 20's equalized tax rate. Okay, that may not have been the tax rate on your bill. Okay, that was it's a little different calculation that the state is using to compare. Okay, so for this year, Brookline, Newfane, and Townsend are all in the green, which they're not really in the green because I forgot the green. But they're in the green. They still have that 5% protection, okay? Jamaica last year, based on the previous equalized tax rate, surpassed. So they lost this protection. So it says that, you know, you can't go above, so the town ETR is basically the max. Brookline's at the max there. It's comparing it. Jamaica's getting the $2 tax rate as their starting point. This is all before CLA. Newfane is at 1.88 before CLA, and Townsend is at 1.9554 before the CLA. All right.
What happens after that 5 years?
So the 5% incentive is scheduled to keep on, I don't know, on task with the 8, 6, 4, and 2, although I have heard that it may be pulled back before then. We just have to take it year by year at this point.
And like, for example, Newfane's taxes last year were actually up 12%. And their tax bill only showed 5%, correct?
Right.
So when does that other 7 come back to haunt you in the end?
Does it come back to haunt you in the end? Well, who pays for the incentives? Everybody across the state is paying for the incentives. So eventually yes, it will come back. Because think of it this way. The incentive, remember when we were at the $2.06, I think it was, that was your real tax rate? So these two incentives are artificially lowering your taxes. And that will go away and you will see an increase. Or not, depending on the next few years, right? What happens? There's a lot of things in play right now.
Okay.
Okay, so who does this tax rate affect? It affects everybody, right? Homeowners, renters, retirees, parents, guardians, grandparents, and it affects from the following towns, including Wyndham. So everybody understands that this tax rate affects them as well because they vote on part of the budget. So their tax rate has the secondary rate in it. Okay, and how? There's two different ways that you pay on your homestead or you're going to pay on income sensitivity. So let's go down through and look at each town and what has happened over time. So Brookline, we have Leanne here, she's our representative from Brookline. What has your tax rate done over the last 7 years? Okay, it's gone up, obviously. It's gone up about 28%. And I just want to also point out, what has the CLA done, right? Because the CLA has a big effect on your tax rate, right? We all get to a unified tax rate. West River gets to a unified tax rate, and then it has to go through the CLA, and that can make a big difference in a year's time. So look at what happened to Brookline. Their CLA jumped almost 6%, 5%. So, all right, let's go to Jamaica. All right, Jamaica's gone up 58 cents or 40% in 7 years. But look what their CLA has done, okay? The CLA in fiscal year 15 is starting out at 110%, right? That means that 10% or almost 11% of the properties were selling below property value. So while it's good for real estate, where their CLA is right now, it's not so great for their tax rate. Okay. Newfane. Newfane has kind of jumped around a little bit, but started out at 102 and is down to 96. Great. Things are going well selling in Newfane. Again, affecting their tax rate. When the CLA goes down, tax rates go up. Okay, Townsend. Townsend saw 20% over the last 7 years. I thought this was interesting. When I looked back at Jamaica, for instance, they started out at lower in fiscal year 15 at $1.43, right? Townsend starting out in fiscal year 15 $1.63, 20 cents higher already, right? So, and you can see what their CLA did, particularly from, what is that, 18 to 19? Or 18 to 19? Yeah. So that was a big hit. Okay, so let's get back to just looking at...
Question from the audience.
Yes.
Townsend has not been reappraised since 2014. You had it marked as 2019, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
that's when the CLA changed.
Well, that's when the CLA dropped to under 100, but we didn't do a reappraisal.
Okay.
Yeah, Brookline didn't have a reappraisal either.
It wasn't a reappraisal.
It was probably one property during the 5 years.
We were one property skewed the whole thing, you know.
Okay, so not a reappraisal, but yeah, that can happen in a town. It does say on the tax website, I'll have to go back and look, sometimes it says reappraisal, I thought it said that, but I'll look and see. So let's go back and just look at the year over year. So the fiscal year 20 tax rate to the fiscal year 21, and these are all estimates, okay? This is, we know that until June 1st or after June 1st, this can still fluctuate, different things that happen. Mainly up in Montpelier at this point. Okay, so we see Brookline, slight decrease, very slight. But you see their CLA went up 5.48%. Jamaica, almost 7% increase. Newfane, 6.38% increase, and Townsend, a 5.24% increase in tax rates. But you can see the other three towns, their CLAs went down. Okay, So now, if you own property in the state of Vermont, there are two ways you are going to pay your property taxes. You are going to pay on, you can pay on income sensitivity or on your homestead. So if your household earns, and when I say household, I don't mean a person, right? If your entire household earns less than $136,500, you qualify for state payments or a property tax adjustment on your property tax bill. If your household earns over that, then you don't qualify and you pay on your homestead. Okay, so I have a couple of examples, but these are really broad overviews of examples, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this, okay? Each individual's tax situation is unique, and there's not a table or a chart somewhere that's going to say this is what your tax credit's going to be, okay? There is now on the Vermont Department of Taxes a tax calculator. It actually works pretty well. I've done it for myself. I've done it for some of the towns here. However, I'll caution, if you do use it, it does not take into account incentives. Okay, so those are nowhere to be found on that. So if I'm from Dummerston and we did not merge voluntarily, so I can figure out my taxes pretty close. But it would be a little bit harder for one of the West River towns people to go and do that. So first, we're going to talk about income sensitivity. So the Smith household earns $75,000 and they live in a house. Their homestead is worth $200,000. Okay. So in fiscal year 20, they would have received a property tax credit on their property tax bill of $1,466. And that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.03%. Now that income sensitivity percentage can be found on the 3-year comparison, which is in your annual report, okay? So for fiscal year 21, seeing that they did not get any big bonuses or anything like that, they are still at $75,000 and their house is worth $200,000. They would only receive a property tax credit of $1,398. Okay, so, and that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.35%. Okay, because the tax rate went up, the cost per student went up, that also went up. So the results are actually an increase in their tax payment of $240. So every single person is affected. Okay, not just people that pay 100%. Not that they can afford it either. Okay, so I want to make that clear because I've had that criticism that people that don't have income sensitivity, it's still a burden on them as well. Okay. So this is the Jones household, and they all combined earn $150,000, and they reside in Jamaica. And their homestead is worth $200,000. In 20, they would have paid $3,760, and in 21, they would have paid $4,022, resulting in an increase in property taxes of $262 or 7%. We saw that 7% earlier there. So what are the next steps? Next steps are to vote. Okay, there's an important reminder about Article 17. Okay, and I would ask that you would turn in your annual report to page 16, okay? There are 2 articles on the ballot. One is for primary and one is for secondary. If you vote yes to primary and no to secondary, or yes to secondary and no to primary, and the budget fails, the board is going to come back and look at the whole budget because it's a pre-K through 12 budget, okay? It's not a primary and a secondary budget. The whole reason for Article 17, you can read, I have that article mentioned on page 16 in your annual report. So if you're going to support the budget, vote yes on both. If you're going to not support the budget, then vote no on both. Okay. Future planning. I'm going to let Bill take over here and talk about what is West River, what is the administration doing to look into the future and to just some different things that we have planned on the horizon. So, thank you, Bill.
I'm gonna peer into the future. Are you gonna click for me?
Yeah, I'm going over.
First of all, thank you, Lori.
Good job.
Yes, thank you, Lori. This is like filming Jeopardy. You know, there's no real studio audience. You do 10 in a day, and then they just bring people in, and then they cheer.
What is CLA for 200?
Exactly. This is the exciting stuff. This is the stuff that people, I believe, got on the board, wanted to get on the board, to think about how to shape the future of 5 communities. This community started discussing coming together 12 years ago and proposed a vote 3.5 years ago and voted in the communities to create one district. And we've been working the last couple of years to just kind of come together. But now we're at an inflection point where, if you could click the next thing, where we're at a point where our planning for the future is going to coincide with an opportunity for leveling of our students. And so this is really it. This is our shot as a community to do the right thing, to do some deep planning, some deep thinking, get feedback from our community, hear what people want to invest in for the next 50 years. Because if we get this wrong, then we're going to keep revisiting what Lori showed us at the very beginning, where we're going through 3 iterations of a budget and we're reducing down $800,000, and we're not doing anything about the improvement of the plant. We are not doing anything beyond what we're currently doing. We are just maintaining the status quo. And our students don't deserve the status quo. Our communities don't deserve the status quo. But we're going to have to do some hard work. We're going to have to make some hard decisions. And we're going to have the community invested in the path that this board is going to lead. That's one of the exciting things I think we have in front of us. It's very, very challenging. But you all have made some high-quality decisions, I would say, over the last few years. You've hired some really good principals. You've hired a really good business manager. You have the people in place that can make this happen. But it's going to take some work. So, what's the next slide? Pretty good one. Yeah. Before that, this is why we're doing the work. We're doing the work for our kids. Our kids now, our kids in the future, and then a reason for our kids to come back. We raise their families here in our community. We have some things that we're going to talk about later on our board, in our board packet, about some future planning. My goal as the superintendent is to support this board in getting to a place in the fall where you all are presenting to your communities a path forward. It might be 5 paths forward, and you want to hear back from the communities which path they want you to take. It's going to be about student opportunity. It's going to be about cost. It's going to be about investment. And I'm pretty excited about it. I know it's going to be challenging, but this is why you all were elected, and I'm happy to support you and bring our team together to make this happen. So, do you have any questions for Lori or I? Awesome.
I'm watching all the unmutes here.
There should be other ways that we should think about getting revenue.
Fantastic. That will be one of the things, if you approve one of our path of planning, that we get to discuss. I love that, Ken. Creative thinking. So, Lori wanted to present this tonight because we wanted to memorialize this presentation. We're going to be sharing this across all of our platforms so that people who couldn't be here tonight, people that weren't watching tonight, get an understanding of what they're voting on, why they're voting for this budget, the path, the tough decisions this board went through to get there. But our work isn't done. This was just to get us kind of to the beginning. And now we got to do the work. So I'm excited to do it with you. And Lori, outstanding. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yep. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Bill.
Policy.
All right, so next on the agenda, unless we have questions, anyone? Is everyone online still awake?
You muted them.
They can unmute themselves.
And her kids.
You're scared to
I'm
unmute
awake
yourself.
and I am so inspired by what I've been listening to. I just kept clicking the wrong button. So now I know which one to click. I'm good and I'm going to mute myself again.
All right. Okay, so we're getting the bugs worked out of this technology. Okay, the next thing on the agenda, unless we have a question here, which I didn't see, is policy. There are some things that some policies that need to be discussed. Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to do this?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, age of admission. We had warned that policy, we need to adopt it.
Right. So we just need a.
I need a motion.
That was the one that we warned at the last meeting. I don't think it's in the packet, but it's actually.
Yes.
Is it? Okay. Sorry, I didn't print everything.
Is it admission or attendance?
Age of admittance.
Admission. Age of admission.
Attendance.
It's attendance on the policy itself. It's wrong on the.
It's wrong on what Bill put.
Yeah.
It's
It's
wrong.
wrong on the agenda.
On the agenda.
Sorry.
Where do I got it?
No, I did
Age
it
of
wrong.
attendance.
You're doing it right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved, Ken.
So we have a motion to adopt policy C35, age of attendance. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Further discussion?
Nope.
All right, seeing
And never
none.
again. We're not going to ever discuss it again.
All in favor of adopting policy C35, age of attendance, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Next one, Ken?
Is we're going to warn C5, the weapons policy. There,
Just point out that part.
yeah, there was a few changes in it, and it was under the sanctions where it says, any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a firearm to school shall be brought by the superintendent to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Should I read the whole thing all the way down?
I think those two things are the
I think
key.
that's-
Everything else was exactly the same from all the previous
Right.
districts.
And the second one is, any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a non-firearm to school shall have the incident reviewed by the principal in consultation with the superintendent may recommend the student to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Those are the add-ins.
Those are the changes from the existing
Changes from the
policy.
original policy that we had warned, yes.
Go ahead.
Can I ask
Wait, one sec,
Key
we
in
got-
here, can I ask
one
a
second,
clarifying
Key, one
question
second.
about this policy?
1 second. Al's asking a question because he's here, and then you're next. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you.
So when we say non-firearm, I assume we mean non-firearm weapon.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear enough in here? A firearm would be, could be a pen, it's not a firearm.
A weapon can be any standard instrument,
Okay,
depending on the intent it is used in.
right. So just
Under
wondering-
definitions, the second bullet on
Oh,
page
okay.
1, it says weapons means a firearm.
Right.
So is it-
When the policy committee discussed it, they thought that it matched the language that we were given, but the ability to create a distinction between a
firearm
weapon
and
and
a
a firearm, exactly, and a non-firearm, so that the principal would have some discretion. Because under our old policy, it was an immediate expulsion hearing, and there was no discretion allowed.
Correct.
In the case of like jackknives or
Correct.
something like that.
But I think Al's asking if we should just put that word in, right?
Yeah, not.
Right after
Right after
non-firearm.
non-firearm
Oh, just
weapon.
add the word weapon.
Yeah.
Weapon.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
that's right.
Okay, Keegan,
Thank you.
your question?
So this was actually more of just a clarification. At the school I currently teach in, there are school projects that kids have had special permissions to bring in weapons for demonstration purposes, specifically looking at muskets or bayonets as well as swords. So I'm just curious if this policy leaves room for the student creativity, provided that they have school permission to bring in obviously unloaded weaponry, but at least have as part of a classroom demonstration.
I would say that under the policy as currently under consideration, that no, there would not be the ability to bring in a sword for a high school presentation.
How does this, my follow-up question also includes thinking about our rural students. In my school, we have a hunting and sport and fishing club. And they also go through their hunter safety courses, which on occasion does allow them to meet at the school with their weapons before they head off to the firing range. Is that an interest of point to consider for the kids of this school district? Would that ever be something that the children would want to have access to? Or would this policy preclude that option?
It doesn't. It doesn't. At this point, it doesn't.
If they bring it on campus, though.
But if it's on campus, it still can't be on campus.
It wouldn't preclude having a club. It would preclude having the club bring the items on campus.
Okay. I was just looking for some clarification. Thank you very much.
I have a question about that too.
Okay, go ahead, Lindsay, right?
So after hearing that, I feel like that's something that we should maybe look into a little bit further, that at least leaving the door open for a school-sanctioned discussion to happen. And if the school is on board with it, I personally would trust our building principals to make educated decisions on such matters. And if there was a educational reason or in a club instance, something like that, I feel like that's appropriate, and that we should leave room for that.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a
Yeah,
question?
please.
So, Lindsay, just a clarification there. You are interested in the policy committee reviewing the possibility of adding some exceptions, some narrow exceptions to be crafted into the language of the policy?
Yes.
And then Keegan, clarification, you're interested in allowing if the policy committee could talk about some exceptions in educational presentations, could there be some exceptions in the policy for something like that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. May I say something on the record? Right now, I think we should warn this policy as is, because we do not have a policy in place to cover this in case anything happens, other than our warn policy. So we need to get this policy on board. If these other situations do occur in the future, then it would be brought up to the board, brought to the building principals and the superintendent, and then we will have a chance to readdress them.
Al? Could I ask for a clarification?
Sure.
So, Mr. McFadden, what I hear you say is that you are recommending that the board warn the policy as currently written, but to take the suggestions from Keegan and Lindsay into further discussions of the policy committee while this policy moves forward to become the acting policy, and those discussions occur in a parallel path?
Correct.
Okay.
Your question now.
So my question is, as part of that consideration that you will be looking at, what are the insurance implications
And that's why we'll have to look at it during
Yeah.
policy creation, which is gonna be.
Okay. All right.
Okay, anything else on this policy?
What
Okay.
state does she teach in?
Vermont.
Here.
Vermont.
Vermont?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
So.
Yes. Oh, just to
It must be
clarify,
Bloomberg.
I do have experience with both of these instances that I brought up. And I can tell you that having a student who's part of the fencing club through Norwich, having him come to my school and giving a demonstration was one of the most transformative things that my students had ever seen. They had never seen fencing as a sport before. And it really kind of broadened their awareness of other clubs and extracurriculars that they could get into. As to the bringing in of a musket, this was part of a lesson related to the Revolutionary War and the French and Indian War that I had taught. And a couple of kids came in with their parents to talk about the revolution of weapon development. And that was also another way where some of my students were able to connect on a different playing field. In a very safe, very insured way. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from, having had the experience and seeing the positive outcomes that the kids were able to have.
Okay. So,
Are you interested in being on the policy committee? Or at least
I'd
getting
love
us a
to.
copy of your school's policy?
Okay, Keegan's in. Keegan said yes.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so do you want to make a motion then to warn this policy, Ken?
I do.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion to warn the, what's the policy? Code C5, weapons and firearms?
I just actually have one other question.
Okay.
To Bill, what, as far as timeline goes, is there any reason with these discussions happening side by side that, is there any this policy needs to be in place for a certain amount of time or anything like that, or would we be able to move right immediately into the other policy if we were to?
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Decision.
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no timeline. Once the board warns and adopts, you could have the revisions ready by the time that you are looking for adoption, and then you could recommend to the board. You don't even want to adopt this one as you warned it. So yeah, you don't have to keep it in place for any amount of time.
Thank you.
Okay, so all in favor of warning policy C5, weapons and firearms, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. It's warned.
One more policy.
Okay.
Would like to warn F31, school closings. I think it's appropriate we have this in place before midnight tonight.
Wow.
Although we're overridden by the governor anyway, but.
So under statute, the superintendent does have the ability to take action as described in this policy, but I thought during this time period that we are living through of COVID-19, it would be a good opportunity for the board to have a policy that reflects that statute and has it out for the public to know that we have that.
Okay. So you want to make a motion to warn that policy as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion, questions on that policy?
We let them call school days, might as well let them call this one.
All right. All in favor of warning policy F31 on school closing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. That motion passes as well. That's it for policy? Okay.
Yes.
We have, moving on to the reports, the students did not submit anything in writing, and did a student call in?
No.
Okay. So we don't have a student report. We do have both principals' reports and the cabinet report. We have one principal here and the rest of the principals online. Does anyone have any questions for the principals on anything in their reports? or questions for Bill? We might as well lump it all together.
If they want to share any highlights, would be.
I have some questions.
Okay.
So in looking at the Leland and Gray principal report, underneath the safe and healthy schools section, I noticed that a lot of your improvements are going to be happening during April vacation. And I'm just curious if these improvements, like the walk-in cooler and the radon testing, are going to be impacted by the current school closure or dismissal practices that we're under.
Yes, Bob.
I can answer that the only one that I think cannot be done, again, depending on contractors' availability, is the indoor air quality testing, because the building has to be occupied to do that.
Did you get that?
I did, thank you.
Okay.
Whether or not the other ones actually get done remain to be seen based on what's happening in the outside
Right,
world.
right.
But that one can't be done unless the building is full.
Thank you. Anybody else with a question? Anything in any of these reports you feel that like we just absolutely can't overlook, folks? Well, the principals are all quiet.
They have no highlights to share.
I would imagine that the information in these reports is so outdated from what they've been dealing with in the last few days. And they're all so tired from like trying to put this all together that they're just like, no, just end the meeting, we need to go to bed. Thank you all for your hard work. These reports are great reading, and I believe you guys have been flat out for the last week or more, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. Bill.
So I'll just get to the heart of the matter of COVID-19. I'm trying to keep the board as informed as possible with copying you on all the communication we are doing throughout our district. We have sent a letter every single day for the past 5, so we're not trying to inundate parents and community members, but we're trying to make sure that we keep people updated to this ever changing situation. Basically, what we are doing in the WCSU is we listened to the governor and the declaration of emergency on Friday, and then we heard from the governor about making sure that students were in dismissal mode by Wednesday. Today, we operated school. We emphasized that parents had the opportunity to make whatever choices they wanted for student attendance. The largest student attendance was at Leland and Gray at 51%. The lowest student attendance was at Dover at 20%. On average, we were about 38% of students attending school. Based with that information and the preparation that our teachers are preparing for continuity of learning, we made the decision as a leadership team this morning to not have students attend school tomorrow, which is allowed under the governor's declaration. Students will not be in school. They will be in dismissal mode, which means that we will still have continuity of learning. We will still have meals that will be happening. We will still have connections with our social worker and our counselors for social and emotional health. But we will not have students in the building up until April 6th at the minimum. That is a rapidly changing situation that I will continue to update the board. We are building a COVID-19 WCSU centralized website that should go live at the end of the week. It will be posted on the WCSU site. It'll be the central repository for communications out about how buildings are operating, resources for families, resources for teachers in one central location. That will be posted on the WCSU site, and it will be shared through all the normal communications of schools, through newsletters, email, Facebook posts, Front Porch Forum. If I could, I'd love to have just a couple moments to ask Principal Tebow just to kind of flesh out kind of what the preparations are happening and what kinds of things are going to be occurring for our students as we do a continuity of learning beginning on Wednesday, if that's okay.
I think you're quiet enough and far enough away that people online are having a tough time hearing you. Sorry.
I'm gonna accuse you
So-
of being quiet, but.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
Just want to add a little fuel to the
You
fire.
and me both.
All right, well, I guess, I can come stand over here. Does that help, you think?
Come on over.
Probably.
So, where to begin? One of the things I said to our staff today is that obviously this is such an unusual circumstance. It's not something that any of us, either administrators or teachers, are prepared for. So it's going to feel a lot like doing your first year of teaching all over again. But in essence, what we're going to be doing here is that we have sent, we're sending home information probably either late tonight or tomorrow morning, that we're going to be moving to an almost entirely online learning environment. We surveyed our students last week and discovered that we literally have under 10 families that don't have internet access. So for those families, we'll be dealing with hard copies of things that they'll be able to pick up at the school starting on Friday. In the meantime, teachers are working on establishing a Google Classroom for each class environment and providing work through students that way. We've surveyed our staff around their knowledge of Google Classroom, and tomorrow morning we're starting at 8 a.m. with trainings by some of our more proficient users and experts for the staff that aren't experts, and that'll be right off the bat, and then we'll move into some time for them to actually begin doing that work. A lot of them have already been thinking about it and doing this. We've been talking about this for a week and a half now anyway, so their teachers are really kind of on board with what to do. Yeah, it's going to be pretty different. The other thing that I can say, I guess, which is broader than just the teaching world, but we're also committed to providing lunches and a breakfast at lunchtime for each family that wants to, that needs it. And so we're going to have pickup locations at Newbrook, at Jamaica Village School, and here at Leland and Gray. They'll hand, the families will pull up in their car, identify the kids, we'll give them a lunch and a breakfast for the next morning from 11 to 1, starting tomorrow in those 3 locations. Chris Parker's done an excellent job of laying out what that will look like. And so the food will be there, the training is happening for the teachers, and the online environment will come. Do you want me to get into the working arrangements, or do you want to talk about that, or?
Yeah, sure.
We met with the leaders of the association this morning to talk about how we can develop the ability for staff to work remotely, and some compliance checking on our end to make sure that we can ensure that all that is happening and the kids are getting that stuff delivered to them. But we feel pretty comfortable with what we've come up with as a solution that will allow teachers to work remotely if they so choose. There may come a time at which the building might be closed to teachers, and we're telling them in the meantime they can utilize the facilities if they wish, for internet, for copying, for whatever. But at some point that may change, and we'll know when we do, but we'll let them know. But at this point, we're going to allow them to do that, log their time, and prepare the lessons for the kids to do online.
Thank you, Bob.
So that's where we're at.
Nice. Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Al.
So, I love how your term that you used earlier about memorializing the budget. I think we should do the same thing after all of this happens, 2 months down the road, whenever it is.
Yeah.
What went well, what did not go well, what do we need to put in as part of our playbook. God forbid anything like this ever happens again, but there'll be emergencies where we may have the loss of building or whatever. I think this is, unfortunately, a good opportunity to see what can be done and what can't be done.
And the ability to build teacher skills for using this as a approach too is huge as far as what that can do after for expanded learning opportunities. It's really pretty cool to think about.
Yep. Leanne, go ahead.
Is there any type of list of resources for parents of, say, essential workers who don't have the option of having a parent, students of essential workers that don't have the option of a parent at home? Will that be a resource that's provided? Is such a thing even exist in this rural area in our current climate?
So are you talking about resources for
childcare?
for childcare. So during the declaration of emergency, the governor said that he would like the school systems to play a role in that. They have yet to give guidance on what that looks like. But we are prepared. We are, we dove right into the planning of remote working. We dove right into the planning of food preparation. So once we get a little bit of guidance on that, we are game to figure it out.
Okay, I know a couple families in the area, single parent households where both parents are, where the parents are, they both work in households.
One thing I will say is since this has all began the last 2 weeks, 10 days, the amount of people contacting our principals about wanting to volunteer, wanting to help, wanting to assist has come from every single community. We're using the principals as kind of the point people because they are the ones that know their community really well. As an example, I got contacted by a group of people in Jamaica who are creating a rotational child care operation where different people are responsible on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I've had people from Wyndham and Brookline reach out to me. I've pushed them back to the principal about helping with food delivery if that becomes necessary or assisting in that nature. So those kinds of things are happening. It's not centralized right now, but I would say that if you know of anybody that needs assistance, contact the principal in the building that either the child goes to or that the community they live in. I'm finding nothing but abundance of support from neighbors looking to help. So actually I have more people looking to help than people asking for it. So please encourage them to reach out.
Gotcha. Ken?
Also, Bill, this is a question for you. You guys met earlier this morning between 9 and 11?
Yes.
And 11 o'clock, the governor came on and was talking about, besides teachers, the paras, the custodians, all the rest of the staff.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Support staff.
Support staff, that's the word, that's the one I was looking for. Your support staff.
Yes.
It says that the governor assured our informed superintendents that they're gonna be put to work too.
So before the
So,
governor
hey,
made that declaration, we were already planning to make sure that we were going to invest in the people that have invested in our communities. And so
And our children.
we have our plans in place to everybody who wants to work. We have a role for them. We are not requiring people that would like to take sick days. Everybody has different personal situations.
Right.
But anybody who wants to support our continuity of learning and safety and security, social, emotional for our students, we have a role for them, and we're excited to deploy those resources.
Thank you for your fast thinking, and thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Bill? I continue to be amazed at the amount of work that you guys have done, you and your team and your principals, everyone, to put this together and to continue to serve our kids and our communities in this. You're to be commended. Thank you.
They did a great
Thank
job.
you.
We have a great team.
On short notice.
Yeah, and we're ahead of some other districts.
Well,
too.
and
There's no
it
way.
changes every day.
Yeah.
I mean, Friday we were gonna stay open and Sunday we closed, and it's in place seamless.
Fluid
So
is the
it's,
term.
Fluid is the term. That's good.
it is,
Constant change.
it is truly a test of your abilities, and right now I'd say you're passing with flying colors. So anyway, moving on. Class configuration.
So at our last meeting, the board heard of some changing demographics that are occurring in Townsend. Just as a little history, we had in Townsend this year, we had 2 teachers for 3, 4, and 5, and the 2 teachers and the principal decided that it was best to serve the Townsend students by combining the 4-5 class, which was 24 kids. And next year, we were predicted to have similar 24 kids, so we made that plan in the budget to have it staffed in that way. Since that time, we had another individual come into our current 3rd grade class, which will be next year's 4th grade class, and 2 more that are in our current 4th grade class will be returning this summer to our 5th grade class. So we now have an anticipated 27 students in the 4th and 5th with 19 students in 3rd. And so my task was to come back to the board and give you guys some thoughts about what to do, because they'll all have budgetary implications. So there are 3 options that we have identified. One is that we do not hire anybody, that we keep 2 teachers for the classrooms in Townsend, and you have 19 3rd graders and 5 4th graders in one class, and you have 5 4th graders and 17 5th graders in another class. So you'd have 2 classes. One class would have 24. Of those 24, 5 would be 4th graders, and the other class would be 22, and in that class, 5 would be 4th graders. So you have almost a 4-to-1 ratio of a combined classroom, which is not ideal for instruction and is not ideal for the students, but it is an option for the board to consider. The second option is to have a straight 3rd grade and have 27 students in one class and hire a paraeducator to support that large class. That would range anywhere from 40, well, with the new healthcare law, it could be anywhere from $45,000 to $55,000 to have a non-licensed support person for that licensed teacher. The third option is to hire a regular ed teacher and have 3 straight grades, a 3rd grade class of 19, a 4th grade class of 10, and a 5th grade class of 17, which could range anywhere from $65,000 to $85,000. Again, all of those expenses are post-budget, so they would start your deficit for next year. But you do have changing demographics from your community that you asked me to come back and give you some options. So those are the 3 options I am presenting to you and looking for feedback from you about what you would like me to do to proceed.
Can I ask a question?
Al's first, then you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can you give the numbers again on
Sure.
the 3rd option for 3, 4, 5, number of students?
There'd be 19 students in grade 3,
Yep.
10 students in grade 4, 17 students in grade 5.
Okay. And I don't want to jump too far into the weeds, but the weighting study is starting to move in the right direction, even if it's phased in. Maybe there's the potential that this could be covered.
So the weighting study did leave Senate Ed, which is fantastic. The current timeline of the weighting study is a study to be presented to the legislature on July 1st of 2021 and a rollout of 3 years. But because it got out of the Senate, it does now go to the House Education Committee where it can be altered. If it is altered, then there's a committee of conference. So you're right, Al, it is entirely possible that the report could be due on September 1st or October 1st or November 1st, because then if the report came out before we rolled out a budget of February 2021, then yes, it could have a fiscal impact. But again, those are all unknowns that we don't know right now.
Keegan.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you're going to be looking, so for option 1, it's the reorganization. Option 2, you're looking to hire a para to support the 3rd grade teacher. And the third option is to hire a full-time classroom teacher. I'm curious, are these going to be positions that are strictly for this 1 year? Or are you looking to hire the person for long-term FTE status?
It would be a 1-year contract in either situation.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Yep.
I just had a question. I didn't catch. What was the estimated cost on option 2 and 3?
Option 2 is a para-educator.
Yep.
That is between $45,000 and $55,000. And option 3 is a classroom teacher, and that's $65,000 to $85,000.
Thanks.
Dana, you have a question?
Got a room in Jamaica?
That is correct.
Yeah, I have a question.
Hang on. Okay. You had another question? Okay, who was online?
Tina.
Okay.
So Did you say we were talking about?
Could you identify yourself, full name and town of residence for the record, please?
Tina Bills, Brookline.
Thank you.
When you're talking about merging the classes, you were saying third, fourth, or fourth, fifth?
Yeah, option 2 would be to create a third, fourth, and a fourth, fifth at the same time.
Okay. My only comment was if you were going to merge classes, I think you should reconsider doing maybe the younger grades together versus the 5th grade, because the 5th grade has a whole lot to get ready for to be at Leland and Gray, which is a huge transition for them with a lot of things to get ready for. So I think it would be better to have the 5th grade to have their own class so they can really focus on what they need to know before they go to Leland and Gray.
So in developing the recommendations for the board, we did consult with the current principal and classroom teachers, as well as our director of curriculum, and came up with the idea of the more independent the older the students are, the better opportunity it would be to have combined grades of that size. But what you are suggesting was considered, but it is not our recommendation at this time.
Okay. I mean, I just know that the kids that went this year were not prepared for Leland and Gray the way, as well as they could have been, because of course they didn't know what was going to happen, for one. But they definitely were not prepared the best that they could have been. So I just like to see the next class be a little more prepared than our class was.
Okay.
Al, you got a question?
Yeah, so I hear you saying this would be a 1-year contract, but I don't know if we see any leveling off, or I mean, you pointed to a projection of this, we kind of dipped to the bottom and now we're possibly going up in population, so.
The 2nd grade class, so if you look at 2 years down the road, just one, as in responding to Keegan's question, hiring for just 1 year gives us some flexibility. And the current 2nd grade class only has 12 students. So if everything stayed equal, in 2 years, it would be 12, 19, 10. And the ability to split that into a 3-4 class and a 4-5 class, they would be under 20. It would be a little bit more manageable in that structure. So one is it's always good to hire for 1 year just because it gives us flexibility, and 2, the numbers show that if things stay consistent, it might fit into that configuration.
Based on conversation, go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, good.
No, go ahead, it's fine.
I was just gonna say, I know at Newbrook before in the past, if we had an extra large class like that, we would go with the para to help out the teacher, and it seemed to work out very well.
That's why it's one of the suggestions, is that it is a possibility for a positive outcome.
And mixing up classes too much does kind of make it harder for the teacher and the students.
I will tell you that the strong advocacy of the principal is understandably the most expensive option, but having the straight grades, kind of going back to Ms. Bill's question about having the preparation and intensity and focus on a specific grade. But we also understand the environment that we're in, and so we wanted to bring you guys some options.
May I ask another question?
Yes.
I have some fairly large classroom sizes with the current kiddos that I teach, but I've got like a 30-70 split when it comes to students within any given classroom that fall under IEP or 504 services. Without getting into specifics, based on the students and the needs that they have, would it be better for the kids based on the number of your kiddos that have those special education expectations and supports? Would hiring a full-time teacher be better for that group, or could a general ed para, in all honesty, be able to do what it is you're hoping for them to do with supporting of a general classroom teacher?
So, of course, not getting into specifics, in our discussions and analysis with the principal, all of those factors that you mentioned were taken into consideration in his recommendation for an additional teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Yes.
This is Scotty Tomaschnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal. I do have one specific comment on this, and I totally trust Craig and our leadership to make this decision. A few years ago, though, I made a decision about hiring a teacher, and I feel like now, in retrospect, I made it a little too early. And so the only suggestion that I would have on the subject would be that the hiring is the thing you can't undo. So if you are going to err on the side of caution, it would be to not hire and wait for a few months to just make sure that the families in question still have similar placement ideas for their kids.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, the goal tonight was just to bring these options to the board. The board is under no obligation to make a decision tonight. I think that they have to look at all their different options for making this task, and part of it could be to give it some time.
Yeah, I think, Bill, you know what I'm speaking about. I just think that if you can wait just a little bit more, things might change, and it might be helpful to wait.
I don't think there's too great of a risk of waiting a little bit. I just don't want the board to be surprised if we have this conversation in April and a decision is necessary.
Thanks, Bill.
Rick.
Just a real quick sort of off question. Are we in the midst of the choice?
We are.
That's why I was wondering what you've gotten so far.
We've gotten 4 requests. None of them involve this grade level. And that ends on March 31st, so that would be another opportunity to kind of close the door on that and bring it forth to the board.
Well, I have something.
So, hang on. Dana was ahead of you.
I was just wondering on the school choice if that's going to make, you've answered my question with that.
All right.
So.
Ken?
Let's see, you threw me off my game here. Where was
we can come back to you.
You know, and I know I'll remember it.
Hiring timeline?
No timeline.
So what I'm hearing though is that these are the options that we have, but we don't need to give you any guidance at this point, and that it's actually probably prudent to wait until choice has played out to see which makes sense, and at that point we can revisit the recommendation of the principal and the administration and make a decision.
Yes.
Ooh, I remembered.
Oh boy!
Since this board is so happy to have committees, why don't you put a committee together to study these 3 options with some of the teachers and the principal on this committee to see what would be the best outcome.
Are you volunteering to chair that committee?
Absolutely not. I'm on 2 committees already, thank you.
I think there's your answer. Bill?
While I do think that committee work can sometimes be very helpful, I think in this situation I would ask that a committee not be created and possibly wait till our April meeting to kind of see where things stand and the board can discuss the options put before them.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Any further discussion on this? So, yes, Al.
I just wanted to say, it sounds like we've probably excluded one, right? I don't think we need to go down that path.
The first one?
Oh, option 1?
Option 1, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, no, because after school choice, option 1 might be the option. It's just the number of students might change.
I agree that we will have a fuller picture after school choice is complete.
Okay. Then we'll take option 1.
True enough. Okay. So no action on that one. Moving along unless there's further discussion. we need, since Jennifer Dorta Duque was not reelected from Jamaica, it would be nice to have another person on the negotiations committee. Jen and I were doing it. We've had our third meeting with the WCEA. We've exchanged some proposals. We're moving along. It's probably not a huge time commitment, but there will be some additional meetings. I can bring you up to speed on where we are and what's going on and sort of what not in public. But is anyone interested in serving on this committee?
I can't.
I know.
I'm just saying.
Now can't either.
Nope.
No.
So do I
Hey,
get it?
it's Trish.
Yes, Trish.
Hi, I would help out if you needed another set of hands.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's limited to just. I don't think it's limited to just one. I mean, you don't necessarily get it by virtue of getting the position. If you're interested, oh, that's not how it's worked. That's not how it's worked as long as I've been on this board. If you're interested, you're certainly welcome, and we could have the three of us as well. If you just thought you were kind of stuck with it, I'm happy to have Trish, join me, and we'll finish it out.
Have Trish.
It's or you can both be on. It's really, I just don't want you to feel like you're being forced. All right, so Trish has volunteered. So I think we just need a motion to appoint Trish to the negotiations committee.
So moved.
Second.
Do you only need help from one person, or are you looking for additional?
It was just the two of us, and it's fine.
Okay.
Like I had said to Dana, I mean, if you're interested, you're welcome to join us.
We're going to make her really busy on the policy committees.
You've already volunteered for the policy committee. You're going to have plenty of stuff on your plate.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on that, or shall we just vote? All in favor of appointing Trish to the negotiations committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Welcome, Trish. Thank you.
March 26th, 6:30.
Yeah, March 26th, 6:30 is our next meeting. Okay, the next thing is the lease that Lori gave me. It is it's really effective July 1st, 2019.
Yes.
Okay, so West River Valley Thrives has been using space in the Leland and Gray building since July 1st, 2019. All last year. But they had a lease, and apparently when the lease expired, we just never redid the lease. So we need to redo the lease. This is the same terms as before, right?
Correct.
It's $675 a month. That includes the space on level C, electricity, phone, internet, janitorial services, heat, and AC. There's AC. As well as access to the bathrooms. It's been working for over a year, but in order for West River Valley Thrives to, is it grant driven? They need to show a copy of this lease to somebody.
They do. They need to
So-
show a copy of the lease. They're going out for a 5-year grant to continue services, so
I
they need
move.
this as soon as possible.
I move the chair sign the lease.
Second.
Okay. Does anybody want to see the lease, or is there further discussion? By the way, Craig, I see you have your hand up. I'll get you right as soon as we finish the lease. And if we have to go backwards, that's okay. So, any discussion, questions on the lease for Lori, me? Want to see the lease? All right. It's been moved and seconded to approve the lease and authorize the chair to sign it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. I'm sorry, Craig, you have your hand up. I've even unmuted you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I unmuted you.
All right, thank you.
You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, it was just going back to the configuration situation, and I was trying to find a way to raise my hand for a while, and so I apologize for that. I appreciate the thought that has been given to how we can possibly give the best education to our kids. I think Tina Bills made a really nice point of getting students prepped and ready for the middle school. And going through this configuration this year, we sort of lived out the experiment, and I think we made a lot of really nice adjustments. And looking forward, as Bill mentioned, we do have some increase in population for some of the classes moving ahead, and a one-year position would certainly be the best benefit for the education of those kids, especially in 4th and 5th grade. And to Scotty's point of waiting to sort of seeing where school choice plays out, I agree with that. The caveat being that if we wait too long, again, this is sort of the season for educators to be finding new jobs and new positions. If we wait too long, we may miss out on a really good candidate. And so I would just advise the board to consider that earlier may be better. And if the difference is something like $25,000, the quality of education that those 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders will be getting for the year as a trial will be worth it. So that's just kind of my point.
Craig, so clarification. The board meets again April 13th. Are you thinking that it's your opinion that that is too long of a wait? Or are you asking the board to consider making a decision tonight, basically in the context of if nothing dramatically changes at the end of school choice, what would the board's decision be? Which way are you leaning to ask the board?
Good question. Yeah, I think waiting the month to see where school choice falls and see where those numbers fall is okay, because April 13th is still pretty good. But I would hope that we would come into maybe even leaving this meeting and say, if numbers stay the same, let's go into April 13th and hire that one-year position for the 3, 4, or 5 classroom, whichever way we want to shift. But have a better educated guess or an educated decision going into that meeting. There was no answer there, but
Well, maybe I can thread the needle here. What if I ask the board for a preliminary decision based on the results of school choice not changing dramatically what currently exists, permission to post an anticipated opening, the first week of April, so that we could collect, but then confirm on April 13th of the board's confirmation of that earlier decision. That would allow you to collect for about a week and a half prior, but wouldn't put the board in any bind in case they wanted to decide on the 13th that that's not the direction they wanted to go.
yeah, I would appreciate that very much. That gives us a lot of leverage, the ability to get the resumes in, find a qualified candidate. If it doesn't work out and the board decides to go a different way, we can just cancel it because it's the anticipated. But if they approve, we can go right into the hiring process. I believe that's the best way. Thanks, Bill.
All right, so what I hear you saying, Principal Roach, is you're asking the board to consider making a recommendation tonight to me to move forward on the option to post a one-year professional position. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Joe, Chair.
Okay.
I am asking the board to consider that.
All right. I have another hand. Chris. Now you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I found the raise your hand. I just wanted clarification on school choice because in the last 2 meetings, it was stated and televised that school choice was not open for those 2 grades.
You mean the class size?
Yes.
Well, we're accepting applications, but I haven't made any decisions yet because I don't know what the configuration of the class is. If there are 3 teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5, then obviously there's going to be room in those classes if there's only 10 in a class.
Right, and I just wonder if people were confused by the way it was presented, that they may have thought that they couldn't apply for that if they wanted to.
I've received not applications, but inquiries about those specific grades, so I'm pretty sure people, if they were interested, at least asked for clarification.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so moving backwards just a little bit, we've had the request from both the principal and the superintendent now to at least give a preliminary recommendation, all things being equal, option 1, option 2, or option 3, so that when choice does close, things can move ahead, with the process, with the hiring process. So, thoughts on that, Al?
I'll make that motion on option 3.
Can I ask? I'm so sorry.
One sec.
No, he's asking for a full-time position. He didn't say which position.
Okay, so your motion is to hire the full-time teacher.
Which I think, Craig, was that what you were advocating for? I'm trying to understand that.
Yes, I was advocating for a full-time teacher.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion. Is there a second?
No second? I'll make a motion to go with the second option, which is to post for a para. If there's no second, we move on.
Well, there was another person ahead of you that wanted to speak, but I wouldn't let her because there was a motion on the floor. Now there's no second, so it died.
They should have been here.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, has it been considered, or would it even be an option to look at the current teaching staff you have within the entire SU and reassigning a teacher from a different building to kind of take on this particular role within the school, or would that not be an option?
No, that was considered. There just aren't any extra teachers in which we could move and not have the same situation where we would need to have a consideration of hiring a teacher.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm happy to be the second to the motion that died a few minutes ago. Or does it have to become a motion
I will
I think
temporarily
why don't you
withdraw my motion.
Why don't you remake the motion, Keegan?
I'll remake the motion that we consider as a board a one-year teaching position for grades 3, 4, and 5.
All right. Is there a second?
And I will gladly second
All
that.
right. Now there's a second. Thank you. Okay. Discussion on that, folks?
If we find, I have. Do you have any hands up on your screen there?
No.
All right, my hand's up and I'm live here. May I have the floor with you? Okay, so what I think is that in the past we have had we have a lot of good paras in our employees now, and special education paras. That there's more of them out there in the world. We've even let a few go. That it would be possible for us to post a different position other than hiring a teacher and get the same quality in that classroom for $20,000 cheaper. Or excuse me, could be $40,000 cheaper.
Can I offer a thought about that?
Sure.
So While I understand the need and our desire collectively to be fiscally responsible, I think if you have 27 kids in a classroom, 2 adults is not nearly sufficient to meet the needs of almost 30 kids, especially if some of those needs are going to be fairly significant based on the student population within the classroom. So I would just be cautious of relying upon para support to support a classroom teacher. But that's just me.
Thanks.
Any? If no one's got their hand up on your screen.
No, I was actually looking at live
That's
on
okay.
this side of the table.
Go ahead. You
I
keep looking
don't-
that way. If you
I don't
see a
have
hand,
any.
let me know.
Any? You got any? What do you got, Ken?
I'm just recalling the days before declining enrollment when our classrooms all had that many students in them with one teacher and one teacher alone. Just pointing that out.
I understand and I hear you. It's been my experience that the needs of our students today is a lot different than they used to be.
Am I that old?
Not necessarily.
Yes, yes I am.
Alrighty.
It's okay.
Craig, I see your hand. This is great. I'm unmuting you. I'm unmuting you, Craig, but it doesn't want to take.
Unmuting.
How about now?
There you go.
Yeah, no, I agree with the sentiment that was just said, is that there is one certified professional that can teach a classroom, and of 27, that's going to be really difficult. The tutors and aides that I have run into in my educational career have been fantastic, and they care about kids, but they're not specifically qualified to teach the instruction of Tier 1, especially at the education that we're really trying to achieve here as part of our goals. And if we are looking to achieve, or if we're looking to grow the education and the achievement of our kids, having another qualified teacher provide that Tier 1 instruction is going to be the best benefit. And some of the best tutors could do it. They just probably can't, and we shouldn't rely on that to provide them with the education when we can get a certified teacher.
Thanks. Al.
So I would just say that in having worked with Craig for several years, I would say he's very fiscally prudent. He doesn't ever ask for anything unless he needs it. I'm glad that he has advocated for this, and if he have, I fully believe that it's necessary and vital for the appropriate education of at Townsend Elementary.
Okay. Lindsay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that being especially that we had a lot of comments in the school choice survey regarding the huge jump in class sizes and how that was going. I can't actually see it going well at all to have 27 kids in a classroom, whether you add a para or not, just based on how the community has already responded to class sizes at Townsend. So I guess that being said, I'm on board with the classroom teacher.
Thank you. Craig, go ahead. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
There you go.
No, I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that point up, because the last meeting we did review that, and that really was a strong opinion of people. And if we can help alleviate and give people what they wanted for school choice and improve education, I think that's the way to go. So I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that back up.
One
Hey.
clarification.
Sure, Ken.
Is there enough room in the Townsend building for another full classroom?
Yes, we actually have a whole other classroom waiting to be used.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it safe? Fire safety safe, approved.
Yes.
No. All right, any further discussion, or are we ready to vote? All right, all in favor of posting the, what was the tentative?
1 year
1 year
upper elementary position.
anticipated, that was the word, position. Thank you. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Gotta count them, buddy.
We're gonna have to count them. On the online, you want to just type you can type your message.
Well, so I read the digital open meeting law. They have to identify themselves and say it one at a time.
All right, Trish.
Trish Scott, aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Howie. Howie appears to. Oh no, there he is. Howie. He's on the computer.
Can he wave? Can he?
You can chat.
Actually, he has to do it. He has to do it orally.
Howie.
It has to be heard by.
You
the
have to.
public.
You have to orally vote yay or nay on the classroom teacher. I've unmuted your mic. Talk to us. Okay. Well, we have the other two. We'll wait and see if Howie goes in. Then we
You
have
have Keegan on that.
Keegan. I'm sorry, I forgot you.
That's okay. Aye.
Okay. The rest of the ayes.
Tina Bills, aye.
You're not on the board, Tina, but nice try.
Aye.
Howie, you have to actually say it according to meeting law. We have to hear you. I see you typed it. Oh, your mic doesn't work. He says his mic doesn't work, but he's typed I twice.
Have them call it in.
Here, you want to give him my cell phone number?
Yeah, call the cell.
Call
Here.
802.
If you can. Otherwise, I think we might be okay. So there's the nays are 2, 4. Leanne?
I was an aye.
Okay. So we have 4 nays and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes without Howie's vote.
And the chair doesn't have to vote. Well,
That is
you
with
can
the chair
vote to
voting.
break or make a tie.
That is with the chair voting.
You voted.
I have voted to break the tie 4-4.
Okay.
Well, Howie's an aye, but we can't count him until we hear him. 802, he wants the number. Hang on, Howie.
Now the world knows my cell phone number.
Thank you. I'm texting it to him privately. We're not broadcasting it.
Well, it's not.
There should be 11, right?
I'm not against the position.
Can we edit that out?
Yes. Nope.
I'm
thinking that.
Oh, yeah, there's 4 online.
Austin, buddy. Edit me out.
There's 10.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
gotta have-
If it becomes a
gotta
real
have
problem,
6.
we'll figure something. I'll trade you.
Gotta have 6. We gotta wait for Howie to vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well,
Who do we gotta wait for?
Well, we gotta wait for Howie.
Because he's trying to vote, and that's the 10th. You know what I mean? So you need 6 if you have 10
If we don't
voting
hear
members.
from Howie in 2 minutes, we need to move on, then I suggest we table this.
Hi, Howie. Howie? Okay, why can't I hear him now?
Speak it.
It's
I
when
got
the,
it on.
Oh, okay, you're done. So
Howie?
Is your volume muted way down?
Howie? Wow, I can't hear you on the phone either, Howie.
Well, actually,
It's gotta be 5-4 then. You can't count him.
it's 5-4. Yeah. So it's still.
Calling him.
Okay, let's try this. I'd really like to hear from him.
I would too. But without him, it's
Howie?
forever.
Yes.
Yeah. Because he knows the answer in advance.
Yes, sir. Oh! Hi. One more try here, and then we just go forward with 5-4.
They put scanners in here for cell phones, like to channel.
Mine's worked here before.
Yeah, mine worked.
Yeah, mine's worked here before.
Daughters at BBA, they got jammed all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had jammers. So, wow. Serious? Yes. Well, they could afford them.
Yeah, I think you're pulling in donations from one person.
Howie?
If you do get
Does
him.
he know how to operate one?
They don't have communication in Wyndham, so you know.
Wow. Can he yell from the hilltop?
Howie?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not sure what's wrong with his phone.
Okay, we have a meeting to like
All right,
move on,
we've-
so it's
we've-
gonna have to be 5-4.
We've lost Howie. The vote ends up being 5-4 without Howie's vote counting, so the ayes have it. The motion carries, and you have your teacher.
No.
No.
We have the
Well,
ability
you have
to
the ability
post
to
an
post the- yes.
anticipated opening.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to put it on the 13th.
I was hurrying, so I took some words out of the
understand.
sentence.
Okay, go.
Okay, so
And you did let Craig know that he's gotta somehow remove the rest of that money from.
under old business, we had put the parent request for tuition off a month to allow the parent to attend, and they didn't come. We can either give them one more month, or we can take action tonight. What's the pleasure of the board?
No. If they're not gonna show up for 2 meetings in a row.
Right.
You know,
There's a lot.
Deny the request to
Right.
pay tuition.
I make a motion, we deny the request to pay tuition.
Is there a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded to deny the parent request to pay tuition to attend, I believe it was Vermont Academy. Any discussion on this before we vote? I'm looking for hands online. Go ahead.
Joe, I have something to say.
Okay, hang on one sec, Trish. I got one here and then I got you.
Okay.
Just the possibility that the parent received Bill's notice to no school community gatherings, that they didn't show up here, or is that? I'm new, so just kind of throwing it out there.
I would have hoped that they would have connected with Joe or I.
Yeah, I haven't heard
They
anything
didn't show up at
from
the
them.
last meeting.
And they didn't show up.
They didn't show up at the
meeting.
last meeting. They've sent a letter. We needed some clarification, and we talked to them about that, and we haven't heard since then. So,
Plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, I would say so. Thanks, Dan.
thank you. Trish?
That's what was going to be my question. Had there been communication between the administration and the family, or if there hadn't been, with the extraordinary circumstances going on right now, I would say let's give them until next month because there is still time. But if there has been communication and it's kind of gone nowhere, then I would support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments? Questions? Ready to vote? All right, all in favor of the motion to deny the tuition request, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Howie's still mute.
Yeah, Howie's still muted. Okay, the long-term planning work calendar. At the last meeting, we were given these two different drafts of possible long-term work calendars where, going forward after we get a budget adopted for next year, we start talking about what, as a district, we can do going forward. The future planning that Bill was talking about at the end of the budget presentation. One of them contemplates having a budget committee do some additional work, and the other has the board doing all the work without the aid of the budget committee, right?
That is correct.
The one where the board does all the work without the aid of the budget committee means more board meetings. These meetings would be in addition to the regular board meetings. We'd go back to most of the time 2 a month. So we should, tonight, or certainly at no later than the April 13th reorganization meeting, adopt one of these as the plan going forward for the work that we have in front of us for the next 6 months or so. Thoughts tonight?
I think it would be a very good idea to have a budget committee separate from the regular board meetings.
Okay. Keegan. Yep. Rick. Sorry. I looked at him move and I looked at Mike.
Well, that's exactly what I said last time, is what Keegan said, so I'm still on that page.
Okay. Anyone else?
Should have a budget committee.
Okay.
Just not a committee though. But.
Yep. Well, we try to keep those to a minimum.
Well, we had one this year, and apparently it didn't work out too well when it worked out, the committee did great work, but apparently the public wasn't too happy with what the committee wanted, and then tasked the administration to go back without the committee.
Okay.
And come up with a budget.
So we've heard support for the budget committee, and again, this can all be decided at the reorganization meeting, but it sounds like, based on the feedback we're getting now, we could have one different member is at the reorganization committee, or we could just be the same as we are now. But the plan, I guess we can give Bill the heads up that he should sort of look to plan with the input of a budget committee, and then that committee can be finalized at the reorganization meeting. You can be volunteered, or if you're interested in serving on that and all those extra meetings, think about it now, and then you'll get tapped at that meeting. Does that make sense to you? Yep. Does that work for everyone? Board? Yep. Did I capture it? All right. Great. The next item is blizzard bags.
Yes.
And there's a link that is supposed to go to some research but when the board packet was put together, the PDF document flattened the link and it doesn't work. So, Bill, could you tell us what that link was?
Well, I will say that this is almost a 2-year-old conversation that I think some creative thinking from some board members about looking to neighboring states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts in particular, that received permission from their Department of Education to create blizzard bags, which is essentially what we're going to kind of live through here the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it is prudent to bring the thought back up. In Vermont, the current pathway before COVID-19 was a pretty extensive waiver that had to go through the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education. And I am curious to see what happens on the other side of COVID-19. And so I would respectfully ask that we go ahead and keep it on old business, but kind of with what Al was thinking about, kind of an after-action review. I think the state is going to do that. And so I am happy to continue investigating the possibility for West River to participate in that. I would just suggest if we could wait until after this current situation, hopefully, subsides, and I might have some more support and thought around it at the people that would have to say yes.
Just want to say that makes a lot of sense. So.
Okay.
Agreed. Ken?
Well, this is not how I wanted to set a precedence for this to happen. Now, the state has a precedence that the governor is turning around and saying, you have to provide blizzard bags, basically.
COVID bags.
Okay, yeah, you know.
So we got a
Whatever,
model,
whatever you
right?
wanna call them, virus bags, whatever you wanna call them now, but, so, well, you know, I came up with a whole bunch of different names for them in this situation, but believe me, I'm gonna tell you, the best thing to go with, stick with blizzard bag. Okay, it'll cover any situation. Catastrophe bag, whatever you want. You know.
All right, so we can keep that.
But
we
now
can
that the
keep that
governor,
on.
now that the governor has set a precedent,
But I'll keep it on.
there
under
should
old
be no
business.
reason why we can't keep this learning model that we're using now
Yeah.
for the winter, so that we don't have to have the problems that we've had in the past with extending the school year. And the board should stay on top of this.
Yeah, what I'll do, as, if it's okay with the board, I'll just leave it under old business.
Yeah.
So that we can't get rid of it.
Can't we leave it on working on business instead of old business? Old business just seems to get shoved
New and
to the
refreshing
sides.
business?
Yeah, new and refreshing business, something.
I just want it on the agenda.
Oh,
In perpetuity.
all right, as long as we can keep it on the agenda and
Okay.
keep it fresh in everyone's mind.
All right.
Because it got
Motion
lost
on
for
that?
2 years.
There we go.
And it
No.
got lost for 2 years of it.
What, for perpetuity?
Well, you just need the indulgence of the chair who sets the agenda.
Chair indulges.
Yeah. New chair, maybe no indulgence, I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we'll keep blizzard bags around, and we will probably learn a great deal in the current situation. I think you've got a number of tasks.
Yeah.
Yes, so, Mike, you're gonna mention one in a sec. I have a request, from, Mr. LaPasta. I will reach out to, Scott Tabachnik, the principal at Newbrook, asking him to contact, Mr. LaPasta to discuss, amaze.org and communication with parents, about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I will, Keegan is going to be on the policy committee. Trish is on the negotiations committee. Class configuration, we have, it will be on the agenda for discussion on April 13th, and permission has been for an anticipated position. Blizzard bag stays on old business. And Mike.
All right, so I saw on a post tonight that from Sarah Wiswell that the Jamaica Town Hall is open for phone business, but closed to the public. So people who wanted to early vote can't, or they might be able to, but I'm not sure how that would work. So I wanted to task Bill to talk to JP Isabel, get guidance there, and if it's not clear, talk to the attorney and let us know. I also heard that Brattleboro did the same thing, so it might happen.
Brattleboro's closing town offices, yeah. We probably do need to seek some guidance. Brattleboro's also recommending postponing elections.
That might have to happen
That
too.
might have to happen. Although that would make budget planning difficult if we did, I think.
Well, I mean, how do we even get a fair budget vote on that?
Yeah.
The budget's already been planned. What you gotta do is just make sure you
We
get
gotta
a date, you
get
get
it
people in
passed,
public.
yeah. Okay. So those are the tasks for the administration, and the committee tasks are really just the membership, and then your committee chair will be in touch with you about policy committee meetings, or Trish, March 27th. It's the next negotiation. Is there anything else that needs to get added to that list? I don't think so, but I'll check. Okay.
Can someone tell me when the next policy committee is?
We're looking for a chair of the policy committee. Ken is doing it in memoriam, he's chair emeritus. So he is really looking for passing that baby off. So if you're excited, you could become the chair and call the first meeting.
Did I hear a volunteer down there?
I got a volunteer.
Yeah, Mike says he'll chair it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We haven't had a meeting to have that conversation.
Okay, then
It was
why?
an open meeting
I'll
at
have
this
the
meeting.
old chair call a meeting, and then the policy committee can decide.
There we go.
Thank you.
So Ken will be in touch.
I'll call a meeting as soon as we can meet in public.
Yeah.
All righty. So that's it for committee tasks.
Joe?
Yes.
Sorry, you just said that the next negotiations committee was on the 27th, but Bill said 26th.
26th. Did I misspeak? It is the 26th.
26th at 6:30.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Sorry.
We're all together on the comment.
Okay, so there are minutes in your packet of the January 27th, February 10th, and February 24th meeting. I just need a motion to approve those.
I noticed that the February 10th meeting has Christina Robinson listed as a board member. I believe that should be Drew Hazelton at that time. Because Jen Dorda Duque was also listed for Jamaica.
February 10th?
Yep, that's a Peter one. Yep, we'll make that correction.
Move to approve the agendas with the corrections.
Any other corrections in these meetings? Okay, it's been moved to approve them. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, discussion, corrections. I see some name misspellings, but nothing huge. I thought, I missed the one that you had, Mike, but, you know, what happened seems correct to me. All right, so all in favor of approving the minutes as corrected, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The minutes pass. Okay, pay orders.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm here.
The pay orders got reviewed?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so
So you ready?
who wants to make the motion?
So moved. Approve them.
I make a motion.
Usually.
How
Hang
about
on.
somebody make it who knows the numbers and the amounts?
Do you have them?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so pay order or AP voucher number 46 in the amount of $208,506.05. The second pay order voucher is number 47 in the amount of $17,968.49.
Okay, there's one more that was from the last meeting, that was the pay orders that were paid so that we didn't make late fees. And it just didn't get approved at the last one. So if you could add pay order 42 for $129,980.62.
I will add pay order number 42 in the amount of $129,980.62.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve pay orders. Any questions about them? Discussion?
Everything seemed in order. Didn't see anything that popped out and looked different. So
Thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We do not need executive session for anything.
We don't, but I will inform the board after I talk with the Secretary of State if anything needs to happen with the annual meeting and the elections on the 25th via email, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Fine. That's fine. Okay.
You want to do the next meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Announce them?
Yeah. We don't need the executive session. The next meeting is the annual meeting, March 24th at 7 p.m. At Leland and Gray. And there will be a budget vote and the member-at-large election on March 25th. And then the next school board meeting after that will be April 13th, where we reorganize the board when we've got all the people elected. All of those are subject to change based on current situation. Stay tuned. Any other business?
Move to adjourn.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Thanks for hanging in, folks.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
All right. State law.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The United States is slowly shutting down thanks to coronavirus. We're seeing more and more states do what the federal government has been way too slow to recommend as we continue to be led by the blind and the incompetent day after day after day. The dishonest, blind, and incompetent Trump administration, I should add. And this is simply going to be the new reality for a while. And I know that it's horrible. It's horrible what's going on. But if we don't start doing these things, it's going to get much worse. The stock market and the economy will likely suffer far more than what we've already seen. Stocks down 12% intraday as we are filming right now. My prediction is we could be down 40% from the peaks of a few weeks ago by the time this is all said and done. Although who can ever predict the bottom? But once again, although I hope it doesn't happen, we have to be responsible, whatever the consequences. We have to do what your state says if we want a shot at turning this around. And part of the reason why we now are increasingly going to more extreme measures is because the initial reaction was so incompetent from day one. It'll go away on its own. This is no big deal. We have no cases. The United States, even with the little amount of testing that we are doing, are rapidly heading in the direction of being one of the countries with the most cases in the world. Now, of course, we have a really large population, but remember, we had, quote, leaders telling us we would likely see very few cases here. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, he now is saying straight up, cancel or postpone any event with 50 or more people for 8 weeks, as a starting point. That's a long time. I get it. But understand that the way these infection curves go, every day that it grows is another day on the tail end you need for the decline. Without a vaccine or treatments, if you have 10 days of case growth before you turn it around, you need 10 days of declines to get back to where we are today. If you delay slowing down case growth for 15 days, you then need 15 days on the back end before you get back to where we are today. Meaning for every day we don't deal with this, we are actually losing 2 days minimum, not to mention the exponentially disastrous effect on the medical system as ICUs become overwhelmed, as we lack ventilators. So this will add up quickly. Today is day 14 in the United States of that steady case growth. Imagine where we will be in another 14 days if we don't turn it around. So in that context, states are starting to shut down. The federal government is not doing what they need to do here. They have been far too slow. They have been far too dishonest. They're just making things up whole cloth, which I will talk to you about momentarily. So Ohio is shutting down bars and restaurants, period. Now, remember, some places may be ignoring the decrees at their peril. And it's true that there are places which will say shut down and people won't do it. And local police are not going to be able to necessarily enforce every single bar or restaurant following the rules. It requires people doing it. It requires restaurants doing it. Illinois has ordered bars and restaurants to close starting tonight until March 30th. That's a couple weeks almost. Here in Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker says all gatherings of more than 25 people are banned. Restaurants can be takeout only until April 6th at minimum, and possibly all the way until April 17th. Some conflicting reports about the exact dates. Schools are closed. Things are closing down. California Governor Gavin Newsom says California will be closing bars, nightclubs, and wineries, and that everyone aged 65 and over should be self-isolating. Do not go out in public. Washington State is shutting down restaurants, bars, entertainment, and recreational facilities. Restaurants will be allowed to do takeout and delivery. There are people who still say, you know, there aren't that many cases. We have 340 million people and we have 3,500 cases as of right now. Number one, understand that we don't have 3,500 cases. By some estimates, we likely have between 1 and 500,000 cases. We are just not testing. We're not testing. We don't know how many cases we have. There are people who will say This is simply going too far. When you understand the math of viral contagion, you realize you have to do it before it's too late, because otherwise it's too late. It needs to feel like it's too early, because otherwise you're going to be behind the curve. And look at what happened in Italy. It's a tragedy what's happening in Italy. They did too much too slowly, and now they have more active cases than China, despite having a population that's 96% smaller than China's. Think about that. And that's because of delays. Every day matters. You've got to turn the corner on the new case number, meaning you need to change the inflection of the curve from more new cases each day to fewer new cases each day. When you look at new cases in the United States, it's up every day. This is the time to shut it down, because otherwise in 10 days, the U.S. could look like Italy. If this comes to your state, and it likely will at the rate that we're going, be part of the solution. Don't be part of the problem. And by the way, don't hoard, okay? The hoarding situation's getting very bad. There was no toilet paper shortage expected. Rumors swirled that there would be a shortage. Think about it. Why would all of a sudden there be a shortage? Doesn't actually make sense. People buying all the toilet paper they see creates an artificial shortage. And you have tragic stories of elderly couples driving around all over the place, not feeling well in many cases, looking for a roll of toilet paper because you have people, and I'll play you videos momentarily, people fighting. It's like Black Friday looking for the cheap TV over toilet paper. I went to my a couple local grocery stores. All yogurt was gone. All eggs were gone. All meat was gone. Frozen vegetables, frozen fruit, all gone. Fresh produce, by the way, plenty of. People, I guess, completely ignoring that at this point. Don't hoard. Build up a strategic supply of a couple of weeks of food, which most of us should have anyway. A couple weeks is reasonable and non-perishables. And understand that you will make the problem worse. It's really, really bad what's going on. This next story has absolutely exploded, and it's as detailed as it is disgusting. As we're discussing today, a whole bunch of companies are working on coronavirus vaccines. That's a good thing. One of the companies is a German medical company named CureVac. There are now widespread reports with corroboration that Donald Trump offered $1 billion to this company to secure the vaccine for the United States only. Now, the reaction from Trumpists was totally predictable. First, they denied it was true. Fake news, fake news, fake news. Oh, it's been confirmed by German officials and authorities? Well, they said, good for Trump. He's watching out for us, America first, which is exactly what you would imagine a Trumpist would say about this. So let's go through the details. Trump was interested in buying this future possible vaccine for the United States for $1 billion. This became known inside of Germany to the point that the German government was almost negotiating against Trump, offering money to the company so that the vaccine would stay in Germany and be available to everyone as it should be if and when it is ready to go. Germans were understandably outraged. The world is understandably outraged. Trump wanted to get the vaccine here and only here somehow to help him politically. That's what this is about. That's what Donald Trump was trying to do. Now, of course, U.S. officials can't deny the story because it's been corroborated so widely. What they're saying is it's been misreported. For example, U.S. officials are saying, we're talking to lots of companies who are working on vaccines, and we can offer money to them to help them. Of course, that's not what this what this is. And any solution that is found, they say, should be shared with the world. What they're not saying is, would it be shared with the whole world at the same time, or would the United States get it first, giving Trump the opportunity to announce, I got us the vaccine. Americans are getting vaccinated before anybody else. Now, adding to the intrigue here, last week, this company, CureVac, weirdly announced they were changing CEOs. This was unusual. CEO Daniel Menechella was replaced by Ingmar Hoare just weeks after Menechella met with Donald Trump. The hypothesis is, and again, this part is more speculative, the hypothesis is that Menechella may actually have been willing to accept the $1 billion from Trump to give the vaccine only or at least first to the United States. The board and stockholders of CureVac caught wind of it, fired the guy, put in a different CEO, and said very clearly, if we are successful in developing a vaccine, it should help and protect the entire world. The German health minister, Spahn, said that a takeover of CureVac by the Trump administration is, quote, off the table, that CureVac will only develop a vaccine for the whole world, not for individual countries. Look at where the world is today. Donald Trump offering cash to give him the vaccine, to let him get the benefit. And of course, after denying that this happened, his supporters predictably started saying, hey, this is good. Trump's president of the United States. Trump is not president of Italy. Trump is not president of Germany. His first priority should be get us the vaccine. But of course, this is as immoral as it is stupid. The disease didn't start in the U.S., yet we are now increasingly ravaged by it. Vaccinating only Americans wouldn't help, since no vaccine is 100% effective. Not everyone would get the vaccine, and the disease would simply keep spreading if only Americans were vaccinated. This is aside from this being utterly disgusting. It's also very, very short-sighted. This is that sort of dumb America first mentality that's not only immoral, but it's also idiotic in this case. And as I read this, I realized, if Trump wasn't born to a rich family, instead of trying to buy a vaccine for $1 billion from Germany, he'd be the guy buying the hand sanitizer in order to start price gouging by then selling it at 30 or 40 bucks a pop. Understand that Germans are shocked and appalled by this. People in Germany can't understand, how is Trump even a person that exists in the world? Never mind, how is he president of the United States? And sadly, these low information Trumpists who see him as unable to do any wrong say, love it. Go Trump. Make America great again. Keep America great again. It's a nightmare hellscape of embarrassment made worse every day. And just to put a final point on this, imagine for a second the reverse situation. Imagine a pandemic was spreading all over the world, and it turned out that a U.S. company had a vaccine ready to go. And imagine that the U.S. company sold rights to the vaccine to, I don't know, Italy or Germany or France or China or Russia or whoever. And maybe later they'd make it available to Americans. The same people who are saying don't regulate businesses and what a good job Trump is doing trying to get us the vaccine would be saying, take over that business, put the executives in prison. It is a disgusting double standard. It's truly a stunning story. And my guess is over the next few days, we'll learn a lot more about the details. Make sure you're following me on Twitter for all the latest COVID-19 updates. A lot is happening on my Twitter account @dpacman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind the scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Robert Little and Stephen Moncrief. Robert and Stephen, thank you for your support. I also want to say thank you to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. That's Paul Foster. Paul's been a member for almost 5 years, and we are now just days away from our first 10-year David Pakman Show members. Incredible. Join them at joinpakman.com. Grab a membership. You get the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show, as well as the bonus show available only to members. You can also get a 40% discount off of your membership with the coupon code THISIS2020. You all know I call things as I see them. And right now, it's time to call the virus situation as I see it. Idiots and bad people are destroying our ability to curb this virus as soon as possible. Their behavior is putting people at risk, and it will cause people to die unnecessarily, people who didn't need to die. Now, I'm not just talking about the people in our government. I'm also talking about just regular old people. You might remember, and by old, I just mean regular people, not elderly. I did a story back in February of last year, about 13 months ago, called "It's Time to Admit That Many Americans Are Stupid." And clearly this struck a nerve. It got more than 600,000 views, very positive reaction, more than 16,000 likes. But a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people felt that it was an attack on them to some degree, or on people who just lacked education. And this is not what we are talking about. We have never had a clearer case of bad and dumb people will be the death of us than what is happening now in the era of coronavirus. Coronavirus has exposed the deficits in our systems, the deficits in our healthcare system, in our economy, in our president's capacity to deal with a crisis, a total lack of capacity, that is. But we're also hurting because of bad and dumb people. And I'm going to go through some examples with you today. Of course, the context being to stop the spread of the virus, absent functioning antivirals, a vaccine, antibody treatments, all of which are under development. It's going to be a while. We need to reduce exposure and transmission. Stop gathering in large groups. Work from home. Stay away from other people. All this stuff, many states are realizing it, shutting down bars and restaurants and gatherings even as large as 25 people. Look at just a sampling of what happened over the weekend. This is just a handful of examples. There are hundreds or thousands of these. Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt posted a tweet of himself out with his kids in a very crowded restaurant saying, "Eating with my kids and all my fellow Oklahomans at the Collective OKC. It's packed tonight." This is the exact opposite of what medical experts say we should do. And of course, we live in a world where one party has decided medical experts are basically just people with opinions, which we can ignore if we don't like them, because it's just like saying, I think low taxes are good. It's just an opinion. Our Republican governor here in Massachusetts is taking this seriously, activating a system to get nurses from out of state licensed in state within 24 hours to keep up with demand, saying close schools, work from home, starting a restaurant and bar closure other than takeout and delivery starting tomorrow. And meanwhile, the Oklahoma governor is bragging about being at a packed restaurant with his kids. Is this weaponized ignorance, or is this a bad person? You tell me. Governor eventually deleted the tweet because of the obvious blowback. People are hoarding. People are hoarding food of all kinds. People are hoarding toilet paper. This is creating an artificial shortage. There was no expectation that the supply chain was actually going to be disrupted for toilet paper, nor that toilet paper usage would actually go up. But people are going crazy, and they're doing it with food as well. Here's video of people rolling around on the ground, pushing each other, yelling at each other, and fighting for toilet paper at some big box store. I don't even know where this is. Doesn't matter. It's happening all over for toilet paper.
One per person. One per person.
Again, this is all started by rumor about a shortage. People go fight for toilet paper, and they cause a shortage because people are hoarding it. If people just kept buying toilet paper at their normal rate, using it at their normal rate, there'd be no shortage. There'd be no scuffles for people pushing each other in order to grab toilet paper. Are these stupid people, or are they bad people? I don't know the answer. More and more in blue states, people are staying home. St. Patrick's Day parade here in Boston canceled. If you're from the area, you know just how big of a deal that is. Not everywhere, though. Here's a girl at some kind of St. Patrick's Day street party talking about, well, I'm 21, I'm immunocompromised, but I don't care because I take supplements.
I have a compromised immune system, but I'm still only 21. But I'm not even worried because I just take supplements and I self-medicate, so it's fine.
Is this a dumb person or is this a bad person, for lack of a better term? South Korea has tested large numbers of asymptomatic 20 to 29-year-olds and found that a whole bunch of 20 to 29-year-olds who feel fine have the virus, and they are spreading it all over if they do what this girl is doing. It has to stop. Here is Republican Congressman Devin Nunes going on Trump brown-noser Maria Bartiromo's program on Fox and saying, hey, you know what? This is a great time to go out to a restaurant. It's not that busy. You can get right in and get a table.
And there's a lot of concerns with the economy here because people are scared to go out. But I will just say, one of the things you can do if you're healthy, you and your family, it's a great time to just go out, go to a local restaurant. Yeah. Likely you can get in easily. Let's not hurt the working people in this country that are relying on wages and tips to keep their small business going.
We're very sympathetic.
Don't run to the
Understood.
Yeah, just don't run to the grocery store and buy $4,000 of food.
Right, they're cleaning off the
shelves. Go to your local pub.
We want to be very sympathetic to what's going on.
No pushback from Maria Bartiromo. Should that be criminal? What Devin Nunes said. I tweeted asking, should this be criminal? A whole bunch of my Twitter followers said, yeah, what Devin Nunes is doing there should be criminal. Now, Devin Nunes isn't wrong to be concerned about the economy. The economy isn't a free fall. But the problem is a systemic structural one. The solution isn't to now say, well, we have to just keep going to bars and restaurants. What we need is a system of paid sick leave so he can be less concerned about the restaurant employees, not having disbanded the pandemic response team, having a functioning healthcare system. These are structural problems that they don't get solved by saying, go at the individual level and continue to engage in the behavior that's spreading the disease. If we are going to have this level of both stupidity and just straight up disregard for others, we are in very, very serious trouble. And as we see the partisan divide, Republicans have to a third as likely to be worried about coronavirus as Democrats, to be taking action around coronavirus as Democrats. We are in a situation that is only going to get worse. That's where the data is pointing right now. Okay, there's a ton of disinformation and straight up propaganda floating around about coronavirus. So I want to go over the actual science around cures, treatments, and vaccines that are being investigated, what's most promising, timelines, etc. Before we jump in, remember, drinking silver won't cure coronavirus. Prayer won't cure or prevent coronavirus. Buying a 2-year supply of toilet paper certainly won't help. Black people aren't immune, as was floating around. This is not a Chinese bioweapon created in partnership with Kim Jong-un. We'll get to that. This is a virus, and as such, we can look at vaccines, antivirals, and antibodies. And then in the meantime, the treatment of symptoms and, of course, social isolation in order to prevent transmission. The treatment of symptoms, of course, includes things like breathing assistance through ventilators and other things that can be done while the body is attempting to fight the virus off naturally. Let's first talk about vaccines. Vaccines take a while to develop. There is a large range being cited for how long it might take until a vaccine is ready for public use. You have to get through development, clinical trials, approval, production, distribution. There are some vaccines that are ready for trials. The timeline that is most realistic for a vaccine being ready, optimistically, we're looking at 8 months. Less optimistically, looking at 18 to 24 months, sort of at the most conservative. There is already a vaccine from the Israeli Migal Galilee Institute because they've had a poultry coronavirus vaccine for a while. They've modified it to be a human version. It should be ready to test any day. But again, the testing is the beginning of a very long process. There's a bunch of other vaccines in development subject to the same timeline. The vaccine is, of course, for people not yet sick in order to make them immune. No vaccine is 100%. The idea is If lots of people get it, you can build herd immunity, reduce what's called R0 or R naught to below 1, meaning one person is infecting no more than one other person on average. Right now, the R naught of COVID-19 is between 1.4 and 3.9. And obviously, until we get that below 1, we will continue to have more cases. Second, antivirals. COVID-19 is a virus, not a bacteria. So antibiotics would not work against it. Antivirals are used to treat viral infections. Antibiotics go in and destroy the bacteria. Antivirals instead tend to prevent the virus from developing, replicating, or spreading. There's a few promising ones being tested. They all have their side effects. One is called remdesivir. It's made by Gilead Sciences. It was developed for Ebola. Didn't really work well for Ebola. It's being tested in clinical trials right now, including, I believe, in South Korea. Now, there are conflicting reports about how well it's working. There was a report last week saying it's working well, other reports saying it's not really clear it's working better than placebo, and it has significant side effects in a large portion of patients. We just need more data. Maybe it's an antiviral that could be modified to better work on COVID-19 with fewer side effects. There's another antiviral being tested in Japan called Avigan. Now, this was actually developed by Fujifilm, and it was developed as a broad spectrum flu antiviral that Japan stockpiled, and it can have serious side effects up to and including birth defects. So women 18 to 40 straight up shouldn't even be using it at all. Experts think this is probably Avigan not going to work well enough to justify the risks. And then we have the possibility of giving people antibodies. Antibodies actually neutralize the virus pathogen, the specific one. When you fight the virus off naturally, you develop antibodies. The idea is take the antibodies from patients who have recovered and transfuse them into a serum, which you can give to another patient. The issue is the logistics are tough because right now, the antibodies you can get from one patient in the tests that have been done are enough to give to one patient. 1-to-1 is not a great ratio in terms of the logistical task that's required. It's being looked at. There are also side effects, fever, allergic reactions. You can also transmit infections. That's being tested in China. At the earliest, it looks like fall. Then Dutch researchers have found another antibody, which they say seems to be working against the virus in lab settings and could be used to develop an antiviral. It's also early, could be a while until that is developed. So as all of this comes together, what we're quickly learning is the social distancing, work from home, avoid crowds, shut down restaurants, going out only for necessities like groceries and medications, otherwise remaining isolated. That's all we have right now. And until some of these things can be developed, we have to do that. Unfortunately, too many Americans aren't taking it seriously. I don't want martial law. I don't want police lockdowns. That will get very, very ugly. So people have to start cooperating. Otherwise, it's going to get even worse. We'll be continuing to cover this on our Instagram account. Follow The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
So we've gotten to the point where any attempt to do actual journalism and hold people in positions of power accountable is going to be written off as an attack by a huge portion of Americans, because that is exactly what their fearless orange leader, Donald Trump, is doing. Donald Trump was asked by reporter Yamiche Alcindor during his coronavirus emergency declaration on Friday about how he shut down the pandemic response team. Trump called the question nasty, claimed to have no idea what she was talking about, but also sort of blamed Anthony Fauci, who was standing behind him, who just said, I don't know anything about it. This is just disgusting and stunning. And watch Trump say, well, I don't know. That's a nasty question. Maybe ask Anthony Fauci. I have no idea.
My first question is, you said that you don't take responsibility, but you did disband the White House pandemic office, and the officials that were working in that office left this administration abruptly. So what responsibility do you take to that? And the officials that worked in that office said that the White House lost valuable time because that office wasn't disbanded. What do you make of that?
Well, I just think it's a nasty question, because what we've done is, and Tony has said numerous times that we've saved thousands of lives because of the quick closing. And when you say me, I didn't do it. We have a group of people. I could ask perhaps my administration, but I could perhaps ask Tony about that, because I don't know anything about it. I mean, you say we did that. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know
about the
reorganization that happened at the National Security
It's the administration.
Council.
Perhaps they do that. You know, people let people go. You used to be with a different newspaper than you are now. You know, things like that happen.
But this was
Please go ahead. We're doing a great job.
Notice Trump slipping in there. Well, you changed jobs, so like maybe the pandemic response people also just changed jobs. Nothing to see here. Denying it happened, but saying if it did happen, maybe Anthony Fauci knows something about it. Now, there's something special that I have for you today on this. Back in 2018, Trump was asked, why did you cut the pandemic response team? And at the time, Trump knew exactly what he was being asked about, and he didn't deny doing it. And in fact, he defended what he did. He said, hey, we haven't used those people, and I don't want to pay people that we aren't using. Remember, Trump 3 days ago saying, pandemic response, that's nasty, maybe ask Fauci. Here is Trump right after he did it saying, oh yeah, I did it, and here's why.
Some of the people we cut, they haven't been used for many, many years. And if we ever need them, we can get them very quickly. And rather than spending the money, and I'm a business person, I don't like having thousands of people around when you don't need them.
So Friday, it's, I didn't cut anyone. That's a nasty question. If anybody did get cut, maybe Fauci did it. I don't know. When he did talk about it back in 2018, he knew exactly what he had done. He defended doing it. But the real thing here is, listen, Trump being a liar and Trump being incompetent, that's not new. The treatment of journalism is what is actually nasty here. Calling journalism nasty is very, very nasty. Donald Trump has framed up a situation where, as far as he's concerned, he's done everything right and Obama everything wrong. Questioning him about it is nasty. Asking questions like, you did this and it didn't work out well. Are you responsible? That's a gotcha question in this era. And of course, there's always the question, is he more likely to refer to women as nasty? Is he more likely to be referring to black women as nasty, as is the case in this particular instance? I don't know. We'd have to run the numbers on that. One never knows, but what's nasty is Trump's behavior, his competence, which is incompetence, his treatment of others, and absolutely and totally weaponizing delusional narcissism. Weaponized delusional narcissism maybe should be the tagline of this administration. Let's talk about lying. I'm against lying. And I know that that's a quaint statement to make at this point, but I want to hear the truth from our politicians, even if it's not good. But not all lying is created equal. Lying about, I reduced the deficit, when in reality, you reduced the rate at which the deficit was growing. Okay, I mean, listen, these are lies. They're provable lies, but it's very different than the pandemic is under control. It'll go away soon. No one will die. We will have few cases. Donald Trump cannot and will not stop lying about coronavirus. And this included, and it continued when he announced the national emergency for coronavirus on Friday. A national emergency for something he said 2 weeks ago was nothing and would be going away. No, he announced it at a White House press conference on Friday. And one of the things Donald Trump announced was that Google is making a national coronavirus testing website where you can type in your symptoms, follow a flowchart process to be told, do you need a test, and then be directed to the closest testing location to go and get tested for COVID-19. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump said, and then we'll look at what the truth is.
I want to thank Google. Google is helping to develop a website. It's going to be very quickly done, unlike websites of the past, to determine whether a test is warranted and to facilitate testing at a nearby convenient location.
Notice that Trump even interrupted his lie there to say that other websites weren't developed quickly. He was referring to healthcare.gov, the Obamacare website. Again, just obsessed with Barack Obama, even as we're in a national emergency. Now, the real problem is Google had no idea what Trump was talking about. They had no idea Trump was going to announce this. Trump even said Google has 1,700 engineers devoted to this project. It was all a lie. First of all, Google's doing nothing. Alphabet, which owns Google, has a unit called Verily. Verily is working on a triage tool for coronavirus testing meant to be for healthcare workers in the Bay Area who may be exposed in the process of working to treat coronavirus. Google immediately started getting a flood of inquiries and questions when Trump announced this. They had to put out a statement that included clarifying, quote, statement from Verily, we are developing a tool to help triage individuals for COVID testing. Verily is in the early stages of development, planning to roll testing out in the Bay Area with the hope of expanding more broadly over time. Trump can't stop lying. Remember that in the Oval Office address last week, he said we're shutting down all travel from Europe. Turns out U.S. citizens and U.S. residents can go back and forth. Wasn't true. Trump said the Europe shutdown includes cargo and trade. It didn't, but it still rocked the markets. Trump said insurance companies were waiving copays on coronavirus treatment. Turns out it was only copays on coronavirus testing. The man cannot stop lying. It is life or death for many people. It appears that Donald Trump has put not only Mike Pence in a position of power in this entire fiasco, but also Jared Kushner, who knows absolutely nothing about infectious disease or pandemics or public health or outbreaks. He just knows nothing about it. We're dealing with bad people who are also incompetent and are in way over their heads. How would you expect garbage in, garbage out? How would we expect to get anything but garbage coming out when everything that is being put in is garbage by people who don't know what they're doing, are in over their heads, and seem to care more about optics and elections than actually preventing death? That's the bottom line.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpacman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I have a really interesting video to look at with you today. We are truly seeing the worst of what a dishonest and incompetent administration is capable of. Dr. Seema Verma was interviewed by Fox News' Martha MacCallum. Now, Dr. Verma is the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in the Trump administration and part of the coronavirus task force. She went on Fox News and was asked 6 times by Martha MacCallum very specific questions about the number of tests, ICUs, and ventilators available for coronavirus, okay? Trump has been insisting for weeks anyone who wants a test can get a test. They can't. That's not true. Trump has been saying people who are flying into the country are being tested. No, they're not. They're sometimes just having their temperature taken. Trump says there are more than enough tests. There are not. Trump pretends like our cases numbers are accurate because we're testing so many people. We're not. The numbers aren't accurate. We might have 500,000 people currently infected. And I have to say, this is not praise of anything other than Martha MacCallum in these 5 minutes, okay? It's not praise of Martha in general. It's not praise of Fox News. It's merely Martha MacCallum realized she was being snowed. She does a good job of exposing this Trump robot who can't stop lying and can't answer a single question. So I'm going to play for you a bunch of questions, which essentially ask the same thing. What is the number of actual tests available? What about the ICUs? What about the ventilators? And you will notice how every single time Dr. Seema Verma just talks about something different. And Martha MacCallum tries to bring her back, and Dr. Verma just again answers about something else. When even Fox News hosts have to expose a Trump bot for obvious lies and deception, you know they're being more deceptive and dishonest than usual. Let's get right into it.
My pleasure. How are we doing on these tests? So I remember last week, I believe, Alex Azar, the HHS secretary, said that there would be millions of them out there by the end of the week. Has that happened?
You know, our focus is on making sure that people that need tests can get tests. And so one of the things that's already available is that at every public health laboratory across the nation, these tests are available. What we're working on now is to increase the capacity in the private healthcare system, because most of us, when we go get tests, we don't go to a public health lab. You're used to going to your doctor's office, they order the tests, and that usually is handled through our private healthcare system. And so we've been working with the private system to essentially ramp up so we can make sure that those tests are available.
Our focus is on making sure people who need the test get it. So we're working on capacity at private versus public. It's not an answer. So Martha MacCallum tries again. You promised millions of tests by now, and we don't have them, right, Doc?
So is it true that there are millions of those? It's now almost the end of the week. So has that mark been met that we heard about from Secretary Azar? Because I was at a doctor for something else the other morning and asked, and they said, you know, we can't get them. We've been calling. We called the state. We called here. We can't get our hands on them. And then I heard it from another doctor earlier today with the same story with a patient that she wanted to test, and she tried to get a test for that patient and was unable to do so.
Well, today, one of the things that we did, Dr. Hahn and I hosted a call with over 1,600 representatives from hospitals to work with them around how they can do the testing inside their hospital laboratories. The other thing that we're focused on is preparing the entire healthcare system. Some of the conversations that we've been having with hospitals is making sure that they have.
Again, no answer. Question is, you promised millions of tests. My doctor says they have none. She answers, well, listen, we've been having phone calls with hospital reps about testing in hospitals. We've issued guidance, no tests, no answer. And Martha MacCallum is starting to get irritated. She filibustered there for more than a minute. Eventually, again, Martha MacCallum manages to get a word in and asks another time. And this time she says, well, we have ICU shortages. We have ventilator shortages. We have shortages of equipment to do tests.
Okay, but in terms of actual equipment, We heard Bernie Sanders today, for one, coming out and saying that there's a major shortage of ICU units. We've heard that there's a shortage of ventilators, even swabs and equipment for the actual tests. What's being done about that? And how concerned are you that when these numbers do start to rise, which Dr. Fauci has told us to expect, that there'll be enough ICU units, enough ventilators to help the people who do get sick in this country?
Well, that's why we have an emergency prepared system. We're used to dealing with disasters. If we look at some of the disasters that have happened around hurricanes in Puerto Rico and Florida, there is a system in place to make sure that folks that are on the front lines have the equipment and the supplies that they need.
So are you saying that we do have enough?
One of the things that we're doing at CMS is to have rapid dialogue with healthcare providers. So we're meeting with providers.
Well, we have a system. But the question was about equipment. Oh, but there's no answer to that. We have a system. We have meetings. We have guidance. They have plenty of dialogue and guidance, clearly. But what about the equipment? More filibustering about tests and equipment. Martha comes back in again. And this time, Dr. Seema won't even let her ask again, just talking over Martha McCallum.
The needs that they have.
Yeah, I understand
the other thing that we've really focused on
can I just ask you one more time?
Telehealth.
Will there be
and
enough?
Making sure that people understand, hey, before you go into your doctor's office, you can call your doctor on the phone and have a discussion with them. And they can tell you whether you need to come in or not. And that's really important because we don't want to have people have to travel unnecessarily if they're not feeling well.
No, absolutely.
And if they come into a healthcare facility, they could also be putting others at risk.
Martha tried to ask again, and the doctor just said, call your doctor, have a discussion. Eventually, Martha McCallum gets to ask one more time. And this one is just nuts. Dr. Verma goes directly into saying Trump has been bold and decisive, and check out the look on Martha McCallum's face. She can't believe it. It's a smirk of disgust as the last big lie is told. And Dr. Verma knew it was a 5-minute interview and this was the last 30 seconds. Praise Trump and avoid answering the question.
Making sure that providers can use telehealth and telemedicine to serve their patients.
We've made that point here quite a bit, and I think it's a very important point to make. But before I let you go, I want to ask you one more time. Are there going to be people in this country who don't get a ventilator if they need one? Are you concerned that the actual physical equipment that is needed to serve the people who will get sick is out there? Can you reassure everyone tonight that there is not a shortage of ventilators or ICU units?
And that's why the president has taken such a bold and decisive action, right? We're not waiting for this to get worse. We're not waiting for this to be a crisis in our healthcare systems. And that's why the mitigation strategies that he announced last night, limiting travel from Europe, not allowing that. We've given travel advisories on cruise ships. That's why we're taking all of this action, because we don't want to put stress on the healthcare system.
Okay, that's not a direct answer to the question, but it sounds like a hope that there won't be enough sick people and we won't run out of ventilators because we have mitigated, and we certainly hope that's the case.
Guys, this was 5 minutes. Martha McCallum asked 5 times, tried to ask 6 times, was only able to ask 5 times about tests and ventilators and ICUs, and there was not a single factual answer from this Trump bot who it's almost like her software malfunctioned and she just kept repeating the answers to a different, she was working off of a script for a different interview. It didn't matter. She loaded up that script and read it for this interview, and it's dishonest, it's disgusting, and this is nothing other than saying, at least here, Martha McCallum kept asking and said, those aren't really answers to my questions. What else can we do? They're just not going to be straight with us. Fox News, now going to a very negative Fox News story. Fox News allowed lunatic Christian Jerry Falwell Jr. to suggest that North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un may have created coronavirus as a weapon to attack the United States. We need to listen to doctors. We need to listen to pandemic specialists. We need to listen to scientists on coronavirus. We don't need lunatic Christian preachers who come from a line of lunatic Christian preachers in their family, like Jerry Falwell Jr., to go on television and say these things. And if they say them, we need them to be held accountable, which Fox News did not. So this is a clip of Christian pastor Jerry Falwell Jr., associated with Liberty University, son of the late Jerry Falwell Sr., who once said 9/11 happened because of gay people and abortions. His son, Jerry Falwell Jr., goes on Fox and Friends, which Trump regularly watches, remember that, and check out not just what he says, but how the Fox News clowns don't even push back at all about it.
It's just strange to me how so many are overreacting. The H1N1 virus in 2009 killed 17,000 people. It was the flu also, I think. And there was not the same hype. It was, you just didn't see it on the news 24/7. And it makes you wonder if there's a political reason for that. It's you know, impeachment didn't work, and the Mueller report didn't work, and Article 25 didn't work, and so maybe now this is their next attempt to get Trump. But I had the owner of a restaurant asked me last night. He said, "You remember the North Korean leader promised a Christmas present for America back in December. Could it be they got together with China and this is that present? I don't know, but it really is something strange going on."
Well, Jerry, so regarding the fact that you're going to continue to have classes.
People are overreacting. There's too much news coverage. This is politicized. Coronavirus is just like impeachment. And isn't it possible this was a weaponized virus created by Kim Jong-un and China to attack the United States? Fascinating, Jerry. And you guys are continuing to hold classes. That's the reaction from the Fox News people. Now, let's go through it at two layers. At its face, this is absurd, first and foremost. But think about it a little more deeply. Other countries so far, there's still time, but so far other countries have been hit way harder than the United States. Italy, Iran, China, Spain. So why would Kim Jong-un punish the United States by creating a virus that disproportionately kills people in Europe and Asia, at least for now? Every aspect of this appearance is weaponized ignorance, and it's irresponsible. It's InfoWars level stuff that is being allowed on Fox News. I told you last week, attorneys general have been sending out notices to people selling fake coronaviruses like drinking silver. They should be sending out the same notices of cease and desist to Fox News for allowing known disinformation to spread, which will cause panic and misunderstanding and potentially cause even more cases of coronavirus and deaths. Now, one other thought to consider. Jerry Falwell is simultaneously saying this is all an overreaction and it might be a North Korean bioweapon. Think about that for a second. If this really was a North Korean bioweapon, aren't we underreacting? That would be insane and effectively an act of war. If it is the case that this is a North Korean bioweapon, we're not overreacting. We're drastically underreacting. But Fox News just says, oh, yeah, right. And you're continuing to hold classes, Jerry, at Liberty University. Fascinating, fascinating. They've all failed us. The people that elected Donald Trump have failed us, as he now is completely in over his head, lying uncontrollably, diarrhea of the mouth, can't tell the truth. It's like Pinocchio with Donald Trump, except the more he lies, instead of his nose getting bigger, his face becomes more orange. And meanwhile, Fox News is allowing this stuff and continuing to have people on saying this is a great time to fly. The planes will be empty. This is a great time to go to nice restaurants. The restaurants will be empty. These people will be our undoing. And we are working against not only the virus, but we are working against the disinformation viral spread that is happening simultaneously. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. I got a bunch of these questions about the connection, the possible connection between coronavirus and the election in November. Take a listen.
Hello, David. The name is Gerard, longtime follower. Question for you. If the coronavirus should keep going on until November election time, could Trump declare the election postponed, canceled, and essentially go on as president without an actual election?
Not really. So here's the thing. First of all, Trump couldn't postpone the election by himself. You would need congressional support to do it. Even with congressional support, it would be difficult to do. Trump could say it, but that would not make it so because Congress sets the time, place, and manner of federal elections. But the thing is the following. Congress would need to rewrite 3 U.S. Code subsection 7, which has the timeline for electors, which are chosen by states, to vote in the Electoral College. Remember, when we vote in November, each state is saying we want our electors to vote in this way at the electors convention. That is set for December 14th. So if lawmakers manage to delay the election, they really couldn't delay it beyond, a few days before December 14th without having to rewrite the Constitution itself, which says the president can hold office a term of 4 years. The election is happening at this place, so on and so forth. Now, here's the other thing that a lot of people are worried about, which is imagine that Trump succeeds in doing it. Does he just remain president? And the answer is no, because this has been researched. The 20th Amendment terminates each presidential term at noon on January 20. So even if at the federal level, at the states level, things were delayed, Trump as president would be terminated on January 20th regardless. Now, of course, it would all be a legal fight. It would be unprecedented territory. But the idea that Trump could do this to just stay in power for some period of time seems extraordinarily unlikely and not something that I would put too much time into worrying about. The real question now is what's going to happen with the primary. Louisiana and Georgia already deciding to delay primaries. There's now a fight about whether the primaries happening in March should even be delayed. That is a much more present thing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will actually talk about Georgia and Louisiana postponing their primaries. We will talk about Trump saying that he's going to waive federal student loan interest due to coronavirus. And we will also talk about Trump considering a full pardon for ex-advisor Michael Flynn. We knew it would happen. All of those stories and more on the bonus show. Get access instantly by becoming a member at joinpacman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Call the meeting to order at 6:30. I'll entertain the motion to approve the minutes from February 25th, 2020.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor of approving the minutes from the regular meeting of February 25th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I abstain.
One abstention. Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and move to Mr. Spencer from Wyndham Solid Waste.
So moved.
Second. Discussion. All those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and beginning with members of the public, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Mr. Spencer, welcome.
Thank you. So if you would just introduce yourselves, some of you are new, I think, right?
Relatively, probably since we've seen you.
Yeah.
I'm Will Bissonnette.
Rob Wright. Irving.
Yeah.
Irving Stoll.
You know Irv.
Oh, you go.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Crystal Mansfield.
Stephen Frisk.
Well, thanks for giving me a chance to meet with you folks. I think what the reason that we kind of got this going is Irv, as you know, is active on our board, and we help towns meet all these requirements for the recycling law, Act 148. And I had inquired about food waste collection at the transfer station. And this is not in my letter, but you have to have some sort of drop off for food scraps there by law. And so because there is no commercial hauler coming up the valley this far, you're in a quandary, you know, like what do you do? So we did some research, and there is a way, and Irv, I think you brought some of these to the town earlier, of using a bag that people would buy, just like you pay your throw bags, and put food scraps in it. I talked to Peter at Triple T today, and they would be willing, if your employee takes a truck down, the packer truck down to the Triple T, wanted to put bags of organics on that truck, they would then just pick them out there, and you're done.
We had done that originally 2 years ago.
That's what I thought. That Craig
we
had
were
started
doing
that.
Yeah, we had gotten the small bags, and we had been giving them away to residents. People weren't using them. We were also finding that they were trying to use them for trash.
And they were using them as pay as you throw bags, and they're free.
Yeah, exactly.
So we would be willing. My staff person, Athena Bradley, she's the only full-time person in our office. She does education and outreach, we call it. And she's willing, and I'm willing to come up a couple days when you're open, and if you start this program and just explain it to people and where is it going and why are we doing this. So we'll help you. I'll send you the price list for these bags. It'd really be no different than where you buy your pay for throw bags now.
You have them at $130 a bag.
Yep.
$70 a case, right?
I can't tell you about how much these are a bag. They're a little more than that.
Oh, okay.
That thing that Will had, that's what the thing you gave me and I gave to them.
Does it have the pricing on it?
Yeah. It has it as
That's it. That's still good.
Okay.
That's the one.
I did check with them today.
Same bag,
And it was a price list in there?
Yep.
Yeah, which was?
It's 70 a case for 54.
Okay.
To 130.
All right, so that's about
it.
Yeah, all right, and that is it. I checked with them today, and she sent me a price list, and she said, it's the same that I gave you, but, and that lady is out of Massachusetts and represents that company. I'm not promoting any particular bag. The reason that these have been suggested is they're stronger than most of the biodegradables you buy in the supermarket, and they're actually designed to go in a packer truck and get compressed, and then sort them out. Triple T does not want to go through that whole
Process, right?
So the idea would be that if you had a place for people to bring the bags during the week, some sort of dumpster or a locker and then when your employee at town highway gets ready to go down, Triple T puts those bags on the back end.
Yep.
Triple T has a 30-yard open top sitting right next to their tip floor where they would just throw them in. And it would make number one, if you just offer this and have it, you're compliant.
Right, yeah. We can't force anyone to use it.
Exactly, and I'm certainly not suggesting.
We have to make it available.
And the thing is, you're not obligated to go through the trash and see if there's stuff in there.
There's no policing of this.
They don't. I thought I had read that there was going to be some mechanism for, and I'm not sure how they would.
Well, they're spot checking at landfills and transfer stations, and mainly larger generators like your supermarkets and your big restaurants and.
See that they might spot check at Triple T. You know,
Right.
if you bring your load in, and somebody from the state might spot check that and say, hey, wait a minute. That fire is up here. It's not up there.
It's just the exact same way it is with recycling. It's a law, but people want to put a bottle in a $3 bag. Right. They can do it.
Right.
Same with food scraps. If you want to throw them away, you can do it. Technically, it's banned, but not everyone's going to do it. So I think it's a fairly inexpensive and easy way for the town to come into compliance. Whitingham did get in a little bit of trouble because they were slow to get this started, and A&R found out about it and they sent them a letter. And I'm just we don't want you to get down that path. So I think you're fine if you get this going, and we'll help you with some education. We'll print up flyers for you to hand out at the transfer station, just saying, hey, you can have recycled food waste. And what we found in towns that have this is that if given a choice, I'm not how much do you pay your throw bags?
We sell them for $350. We sell them for $350.
Yeah, so someone can put food scraps and pizza boxes and kitty litter and all sorts of organics in this $1.30 bag, or buy a $3.50. And we find people it's an easy decision. So I think you'll have people participate just on the economics of it.
Yeah, my other big concern is some sort of vessel to keep it in until we run the truck down.
No, you need that because where you are.
Oh yeah, no.
And I just went out to the garage. You have, I mean, I've been up there. You have plenty of space.
Right.
I was looking at some magazines, and you buy one of them 20-foot shipping containers, which can keep it damn well sealed. Bear won't get into it, and it's around $2,150. I think I see it advertised. But there may be something cheaper than that.
A used 20-footer, something like that. I believe if you take a drive just up to Jamaica, they have a shipping container. They have TAM, the hauler, and they're picking up toters, wheeling carts. So they wheel the toters out during the day and then put them in the shipping container.
Oh, overnight.
Because they have had bear problems there, as you know. Sure. There's a path that comes right down to the compactor that the bears use. So anyways, I think that we can get you up to speed and we'll help you. So I don't know who your point person will be on this, but just give me a call and say, hey, we're getting going. And Deb Darby handles these. I just talked to her. She's out of North Shore area.
Oh, okay.
I forget where she is, but she comes up to Vermont. She's speaking. There's a composting conference April 7th in Randolph, and she'll be speaking there about this program. It's nationwide. They're doing this. It came out of Minnesota. So, yeah, you guys are the only transfer station in the district that uses what the state calls fast trash. You know, your own truck.
Yeah.
And you are at a licensed transfer station, so you're have an advantage. But some towns, it's just a, you know, they pull up to the highway garage, and it's not a regular thing. So it's a model the state likes.
Oh.
So do you, and then since Triple T would be composting it, you can get the list of things they accept there. It comes to our compost site in Brattleboro.
Right.
We take just about everything that's, you know, soiled paper and cardboard, and if people really go at it, they won't have as much trash.
Yeah. Yeah, every time.
So you'll be in good shape.
Yeah, just be garbage bags full of plastic bags.
Yeah, that's about it. But, you know, overall, your recycling program is going okay as far as you know, the bottles and cans and all that?
Seems to be.
Yep. Good. So you haven't had problems with contamination?
We haven't
been fined yet?
Yeah, we haven't been alerted to it.
Good,
So.
well that's good, because it can be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, that's my biggest concern with composting is that they try
Yeah,
to
a few
do
years
something.
ago, we had trouble with people going in and taking stuff out of the containers, which is.
Sure, they want those nickels.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, it's a liability also.
Yeah.
It is, you don't want people crawling in those bins.
No,
We
absolutely
had,
not.
you know, when we were servicing these bins, it was an issue everywhere, especially the sites that didn't have, you know, they were just an unmanned.
Yeah.
Like Brookline, they still have theirs out there.
Mm-hmm.
And Marlboro has it, they now moved it to the highway garage. Halifax, those are the only towns that aren't part of a transfer station that still have recycling bins. So,
One thing is, might have to wait your attendant up a little bit on some of this, to keep an eye on it, and make sure that they're not filling the bag right up, you know, each week, and make sure it isn't,
bursting at the seams and.
yeah.
Most people are pretty good.
And then there's not a lot of garbage, because if you get certain things like tin and all that stuff, then it screws up the.
Yeah, it contaminates the whole thing.
Contaminates the recycle. I mean,
the compost.
Composted. Yeah.
So we make a very nice compost. If you're ever down Brattleboro, want to see it, it's right there on Old Ferry Road. We sell compost. We have distributors. It's been a successful program. I was skeptical that it would work, but it's worked. So I say it's the only thing that's recyclable that stays locally.
Yeah.
Because everything else, you don't even know where it goes or what it turns into.
No, it's true.
So the other thing is, and I mentioned it in the letter, is the recycling boxes you have, they're on loan to the town. And Irv knows this, but we have a subcommittee that's looking at a way to permanently give those to the towns.
Oh.
So that you would have them. There's an issue in that some towns, the boxes they got were in not as good a shape as other towns. So a couple,
and they change. It seems like we.
Those are the
Really?
same three boxes.
Oh, okay.
We have an inventory. I know which numbers they are. I've got.
Oh, okay.
And because Triple T services them, they're not going out to other.
Yeah.
So yours are in pretty good shape. You could get quite a few years out of them.
You see, some of them containers, like Wilmington, I guess Tam picks them up, right?
Yeah.
And does some other towns over there. Wilmington wound up with a box that went to pot, and they got blamed for it, and not even one that was loaned to them.
So Wilmington dropped the recycling at the downtown tennis court site because it was just getting abused with trash, and so they still have up at the transfer station the boxes. But anyway, you'll be hearing from the district, I expect, depending on what they vote, and our supervisor, your supervisor, will they give them to the towns outright? And I think that's what we want to do, just so.
Simplify the whole process.
You know, what's the point? We don't want it back.
But we had a couple of them when they first formed us that didn't think they ought to be given to the towns and stuff. And I said,
well, there's still some discussion, as you can imagine. There's towns that don't have any boxes, so what do we get out of it? And maybe we should auction them off and then split. They're not worth that much, you know.
Right.
But just like I told them, I said, hey, we're one of the few towns that started the dime district and went into this stuff, and the rest of them got in at a small fee, but not like it cost the rest of us. Because when the district was started, we had to have a vote if it was going to buy the landfill and all that stuff from the town of Brattleboro, because they bought it from the original contractor. And then we had to commingle all the votes and take them to Brattleboro and count them. And the towns all in all, I think it was 5 or 6 towns is all there was that started.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Great update. Last year there was some confusion on whether it was going to continue as a free program or there was going to be a charge. Moving forward, can you answer to that question?
I think it's something the board needs to discuss, what they want to do, because you mean in terms of can you bring your stuff to us at no charge?
As we did in the past.
Yes. I think it's fine, but we went through some tough budgetary times and everyone was looking at every penny. Things are better now, and I would like to, that's coming up,
For Saturday.
May.
Yeah.
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 We should discuss that at my board level, so we will do that probably at our April meeting. It's not a lot of material for the district to take, but what was happening, to be honest, there were some towns that were taking advantage of it and would stockpile all their own tires and everything, and then bring them out green up day.
Yeah, sure.
Not that we're going to point any fingers, but it did happen. So then it was like, well, that isn't fair, you know.
Yeah.
Because tires cost us a lot. They're like $3 each now to get rid of them for us, just a passenger tire. And we don't make any money on it. We pay for it. So, but I will take care of that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Carla. So she's been great to deal with. Thank you.
Good. Yeah,
so
she will likely be the lead on this.
Yeah, well, Kent was all right. You know. No, we did a lot with Kent when we started all this with the caretakers and everything. We had quite a few meetings up here in the state.
I imagine.
So I just wanted to take this opportunity to kind of go over the programs that Windham Solid Waste offers to the town. And, you know, every so often a town questions what do they get out of being in the district, especially after we stop hauling away the recyclables. And in the last few years, Dover and Guilford and Whitingham and Marlboro and Putney have all said, let's take a look at this. What do we get? So I think it's a good exercise, and I'm glad to help towns look at what their money gets them. We have 18 towns. One of them is Somerset, and they're not a voting member because there's like 7 people literally. But they have to be in the district, so they're on there. So, and each town has population vote. So for every 3,000 people, you get 1 vote. 16 towns have under 3,000. Just Brattleboro and Westminster are above that. But Brattleboro has 12,400, so they pick up 6 votes. So will remember when they voted to close the MRF, it was that weighted, because if Brattleboro hadn't had all those points, the MRF would probably still be open. Because most of the towns wanted it.
Right.
But that's another story. It wasn't an easy time. So anyways, your assessment to the district this year is at $8,108. I am proud to say that we have been able to bring those down each year through a combination of things, just our budgeting process, some new revenue sources, but this is almost 40% less than when we closed the MRF for the towns. And then I mentioned the solar revenue. This has been a huge deal on that closed landfill sitting there. We're now getting 120 grand a year. Plus we get 50% of the renewable energy credits. I'll get a check next week for 1/4 for one calendar quarter for $47,000. They're a commodity and they fluctuate, but right now the renewable energy credits or RECs are going up. So we're gonna probably have over $100,000 this year in just RECs. And on an annual budget of $1 million, we're looking at a couple $100,000 between the lease and that, so it's very significant. You guys did not sign up as an off-taker, but the district is, so we get reduced electrical charges at our site. You have, even though you have your own transfer station, you had about 28 people who bought stickers at our site last year. You know, I think they're primarily businesses, you know, some contractors and things that come in because you got your site right up here. The recycling roll-up containers, I mentioned that, we're loaning them and hopefully we'll be giving them. The household hazardous waste collection, that's when the towns take a look at why do they want to stay in a solid waste district, usually this comes out as the #1 financial reason, because the state says you have to do this, and they're very expensive. They've gotten much more expensive. Everything in recycling has gotten expensive. But Townsend, well, just last year, when we had it in Townsend, we had 17 of your residents use it, plus probably another 17 from other towns. And then in 2016, we had it in Townsend, we had 44 of your town residents. So we have, and then when we have them in Brattleboro in the fall, we usually get quite a few. So we track all this. But all the districts were complaining, the state required this, and there was no real funding to help. And they finally said, well, if you want to open a permanent site and not have to pay these contractors to come in and have an event, we'll allow that. So we applied for a grant, and it's like $9,000 to set up a permanent drop-off at our transfer station, so we won't have to have these events. And then it's open so many days a month, and it'll be during warm weather, well, May to November. So people will have an outlet for hazardous waste basically half the year. So that's where it should save money, but it depends on how many people use it. Townsend residents are very conscientious about that waste, I must say. Some towns aren't. We joke that Reedsboro, they must drink it up there. We never get people from Reedsboro coming. Then the schools, we've worked a lot with the schools. I just went over to the high school to look, but you know, helped set up composting and recycling and done education. We did an inventory of the hazardous waste there. We also work with businesses, and this is all mandated by the state. A certain number of businesses in each town have to be contacted and offered assistance. This last year, Athena went to Harmonyville store and the Camporama and met with them. You know, she offers it, and they said, "Yeah, come on up and help us." She would have been here tonight, but I told her we didn't need 2 people. Then we call a special event. We have containers that have 3 sorting stations that we offer at no charge to public and private events. So if you have any town events, and the one coming up will be the Grace Cottage Fair, and we'll be working with them. And we did the Valley Cares concert last year. And then there's a whole host of other things we do, working with businesses and promotion. Well, we just applied for a grant to help towns update their website content regarding recycling, because if you look at them, and you don't do this, but I do, there's just a huge range of terminology, and there's no consistency. People get confused. Is this recycle? Is this? So we're going to try to help the whole region kind of get on the same page. So those are the things that we're doing, and we be glad to have other questions or ideas for the district, you know who can bring them down to us. He'll be there Thursday night. And Erd's very active, I must say, in that board.
Good.
Which is great.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good.
All right. Bob, thank you very much for coming.
You're very
back.
welcome. I
appreciate it.
Have a chance to
Thank you.
meet. Thank you, folks. No problem. See you later.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
See you
Thanks,
later.
Bob.
Thank you.
All right, where do we live? Let's go back up to additions and deletions. There's one deletion. The community hope and action request for the town common has been put off for at least another meeting. And then I have one addition, which is the listers form 4155 is the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list. So we just need to sign that. So we'll take that down in new business. Let's do the warrants.
Make a motion to check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $10,866.02.
So moved.
Second. Anybody have a second? Crystal, you second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $10,866.02. I'm sorry, was there any discussion on it? Anybody have anything? Okay. $10,886.02. Sorry, $66. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $4,692.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2, the payroll taxes in the amount of $4,692, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3, at the general fund, in the amount of $666,034.52.
Second.
This is the third quarter payment to the school for those playing at home. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $666,034.52 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4, out of the general fund, in the amount of $7,963.97.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 4 in the amount of $7,963.97 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5, out of the general fund, the amount of $4,402.89.
Second.
Discussion?
Second.
Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant or general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $4,402.89 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6, out of the highway fund, the amount of $9,147.04.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 6 in the amount of $9,147.04 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7, out of the equipment fund, in the amount of $1,086.74.
Second.
Second.
Discussion?
Can I just ask about the mailbox? There's a mailbox replacement on there?
Yeah, a mailbox was hit on Stevenson Curve, and we replaced it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,086.74 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion pay number 8 out of the highway fund, in the amount of $5,001.74.
So this was one that was omitted from one of the other meetings, from 225.
The money was from last meeting. So
Right.
that had already been.
It had been approved. So all those in favor of paying, what was it, number 8? Check warrant number 8 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,001.74, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I abstain.
Motion passes. Okay. Moving on to reports. Steve, what do you got?
We have one truck down, T3, last Thursday, broken axle. It also has some rear end issues, so that was hauled off to the dealership this morning. The truck is under warranty. I did get 3 quotes for hauling to the dealer, and of course we went with the cheapest one, which was Hunter Excavating. So it was delivered this morning, and I'll have an idea sometime tomorrow when we can expect to have that truck
Which
back.
truck is 3?
Is the 2015 International 7600.
Oh, okay.
Mud season has started. 7 roads have required attention so far. Small areas where the ice had broken through and ruts were getting deep, so we did spread some stone on 7 different roads, and that'll be an ongoing issue now as the weather continues to stay warm, and some rain would help, but we'll deal with that one day at a time. And that's it.
That's it? Any other discussion on that? In your packets, you should have gotten a copy of counter money from the town clerk. And the treasurer's report I have here. Excuse me. In the sweep account is $1,441,071.84. And the checking account is an even 30,000. Correspondence. So in your boxes is an email that we got from Sue Westa at Wyndham Regional regarding economic and infrastructure development grant opportunities for infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure, workforce, business, entrepreneurial and technology development, resources and open space conservation, tourism, recreation, and renewable and alternative energy. So for right now, I included the email, which has links, I believe, to their website that explains it a little more. It's nbrc.gov/news. Has the announcement, and so we can follow up on that at the next meeting. I want to give everybody a chance to read through everything. We do have to submit a letter of interest by the 31st of March.
It's a tight window.
It is a tight window. So take a look at that. We'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting to decide if we are interested. To members of the public. Old business. We want you to have a list of town appointments. Going through the. Carly, do you want to just explain how the list is laid out?
The list I just did a copy and paste for 2021 from the current year, and it just kind of carries over, and we know a few of them are keeping their appointments or would like to keep their appointments, and it's up to the board to decide who they would like to appoint for the ones that we don't know. I have highlighted on my list, which you can't see, and I can certainly reprint in color the ones that I believe that will need either recommendation or.
Right. So we do have a number of people that were listed on the agenda that we can appoint. So I would entertain a motion to appoint the following people to the following offices. Town agent, which was actually voted, it's an elected position. We are appointing Joe Winrich, who I discussed it after town meeting with him, because no one came forward for the position, and it's what he does for a living. So he didn't want to throw it out there and nominate himself, so we did it after. So for town, I'll entertain a motion to appoint Joe Winrich as town agent, Kathy Dugrenier to the library board, Andy Snelling to Wyndham Regional Commission, Sherwood Lake as emergency management coordinator, and Craig Hunt as the cell tower. For the cell tower.
Second.
Any discussion? All of those? No, you got anything?
Yeah. You also got to appoint representatives with them solid waste.
Yeah, you want to keep doing it?
I don't care. Because they got a meeting Thursday night.
Oh, if you're willing to do it.
I nominate Irv Stoll.
Second.
Okay. Do you want to amend your motion to include Irv Stoll as Wyndham Solid Waste Management Representative?
Why, yes, I do.
And do you want to second that amendment?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of appointing the aforementioned people to the aforementioned offices with the amendment of Irv Stoll for Wyndham Solid Waste, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla will have the list updated and available in Town Hall if people are interested in other offices. I think next meeting we can go through the kind of inspector of shingles, and if Carly, you could call everyone that's on the list and just get a yay or nay, and then hopefully we can knock out the list next meeting. Okay, new business. So we received from the listers, excuse me, Form 4155 for the year 2020, certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list. It reads, we hereby certify that on this date, no earlier than the first Tuesday of February, following the lodging of the grand list, there are no appeals pending from the action of the listers, nor suits to recover taxes paid under protest. Under provisions of 32 VSA 4157, from this date on, when offered in evidence in any court in this state, this list shall be received as legal grand list, and its validity shall not be put in issue by any party to any action in any hearing or trial in any court. And it's dated today. It was signed by the listers, and then I will entertain a motion to sign Form 4155 for the grand list.
So moved.
Sorry.
Any discussion?
Where's the Kirkpatrick property fit in this?
I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, they're challenging that.
Yeah. Is it possible that that falls into the previous year?
I don't know. I don't have the paperwork with me.
We should ask them about that.
Yep.
Okay. Let's table this and talk to the listers and see how that is handled. get in touch with them tomorrow. Or Carla, if you could ask them tomorrow, just where that stands, if that has any impact on this document. We deleted that. I do not have any need for an executive session. Does anybody else have a need for an executive session? Okay. Next regular meeting is March 24th, Tuesday, 6:30 here. I will just mention that there's a lot of talk around the coronavirus, and there was a preparedness meeting this afternoon with our emergency management plus rescue and a number of other entities. Healthvermont.gov is a very reliable resource for actual information and facts. One of the gists of that meeting is don't believe what you read on Facebook. So I just wanted to wash your hands. So I want to put that out there for people's information.
Don't shake hands either.
Yep. Yeah. There's no other pending business. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
What about that meeting that's going to be in Montpelier here at the end of the month?
It's a week from Saturday. The select board training. Are you interested?
Yep.
Okay. Carla, can you set that up for Irv to come with us? I'm driving if you want to lift.
All right.
Okay. Great. So, any other business to come before the board? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We will adjourn at 7:11. Thank you very much.
finished eating, and his wife came over to say hi.
Come up. I'll text him. That's not good. Looks at him. I'm not looking at, I mean, I'm sorry.
His light will flash if you call him.
That's what I mean. Yeah, because he has that thing. We're sort of doing 3 different bills today. The first one we're looking at is an act relating to the Older Vermonters Act and sort of having a committee discussion about that. And I don't believe we have a new draft.
No.
So I wanted us to have a discussion, and I do apologize because I was not here the day that you did it. So if some of these things have, been discussed or figured out before in terms of the discussion. But
well, and then we had the scan people.
And then we had the scan people afterwards.
Yeah.
And I really, I was struck by what they were saying in terms of putting in place this, not the structure, but the whatever, to have a master plan that is not just Dale, that, and, I mean, they were talking about how various states had done it, and some through executive orders, some through legislation, and so at minimum, I would like us to consider adding something like that, maybe looking to, I think she said they said California. California has an executive order, but to translate that into a legislative thing, Jen, sorry.
Yeah, I've been reading through it and would be glad to work with her, put some language, work with Jen, put some language together and bring it back to the committee to take a look at what the scope of it would be. And we talked about even reaching out to Dr. Lamantia from UVM, trying to get some of his input on what that might look like from his perspective as the UVM Center on Aging and the work they're doing.
If we were to do something like that, and I can pull out my copy of the bill, I'd almost, in terms of organization, how the bill has, your bill has some semi-broad pieces and then some very specific pieces. But like to start with the baby and then sort of shuffle down in terms of what we keep and what we don't and what people want to do. So sort of, at minimum reorganize. Would be a thought that I would have. I don't know. Yeah. I'm looking to those folks. Julie, do you have, or do we need to look at it?
It's up there.
It's up there?
I mean, it's on your page today. I pulled it over.
Oh, thank you. Of course you did. Yeah. Because
we did have a big discussion about it. I thought that everyone was here. It was right after that meeting. I just am looking it up right now. It was on 2/13.
Yeah, I think we had some discussion around the things that we thought we could include, like the gender issue language. But then I think in the meantime, I think that Sandy did some research on that, and it's not in the green books. It's in session law.
Okay.
Is that right, Sandy?
Well, Act 1 in particular. There may be others, but the thing that everybody.
But the thing that Brenda spoke of here when she gave testimony was is in session law. So. How we accommodate that, I guess now is still up in the air. I think, when you
some
talk...
of these principles might go in the master plan. or move it up or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was just thinking about in terms of thinking about, I'm trying to figure out, Dan looked up the executive order in California, and it's several pages long, and it goes through a bunch of things, actually, some of which are included here, and then it lays out a specific process and specific, and much like we do in statute sometimes, specific organizations or individuals that need to be involved in the process and all of that kind of stuff. One of the things that I'm aware of is a little bit of working group fatigue. Since most of the players have just finished work on this piece, and recognizing that this would be broader because we are talking about the rest of state government.
And some of the players who were very intimately involved in yours would probably be less intimately involved. Is that an animal?
It's cups.
Cups?
Monks.
Who are they from? Vermont Coalition? Oh, a fire. So we're all getting a cup? We're all getting a cup.
Nice.
Fire and rescue. Thank you.
Made in China.
Yes. For Tapper. No, I have one. Oh, we're supposed to pass. Oh, we're passing.
Oh, you can send down this way. Come in this way. We're good.
Diane, don't use mine.
I'll put my name.
I'm just kidding. We're all the same. How are we going to know who's done it yet? We put her in whatever. They're very heavy.
Thank you.
You're very heavy.
Interesting.
Julie? Yes. Would you like one? No, I'm not.
Yeah, you can do
So in some respects, it seems like some of the, like this, like what you were talking about, Madam Chair, about coming from the broad perspective to the principles, I think were intended to be a broad perspective. But certainly the information that we heard from SCAN is broader still, so would maybe elevate, and I think that those were the words that they continued to use, that this elevates this discussion across all sectors of state government, and which is important. So we might even see that before this principles section.
I guess one of the things I've heard from the committee over the years is, yes, many older Vermonters are vulnerable, to use that word. But assuming that everyone at a certain age is going to need help from Dale is one perpetuates a stereotype of aging and does not, in fact, embrace what many of us around this table bring to things. And
so are you thinking that we would lay out a specific process to do that? Or are you thinking about that we would, okay.
well, to see what that would look like, looking at what California and some other,
Right.
California is the one that they said, and they also said Connecticut. Why do I care? Is that another one?
And civic engagement, volunteering, learning, and leadership. That's nice.
Yeah.
And was it last year that the Vermont Chamber expressed some interest?
No, it was when we passed the Older Vermonters Working Group bill.
Yeah, they were.
So,
Okay.
yeah, 2 years,
Yeah,
like
okay,
that,
2 years
at
ago.
last, yeah, 2 years ago.
And last year they came into Older Vermont Caucus and talked a lot about all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah.
Betsy did a nice job out there.
I mean, I guess
My notes.
what I got persuaded by was when I saw one the SCAN report earlier in December, and then looking at how we are as a body looking at climate and environmental issues, and they're not just focused on one sector.
Or the ag committee or.
You know, I mean, it's not just, one sort of sector. And so that's, but this is, and I thought I heard after Stan came in that there was an interest in the committee in sort of doing that.
We did talk about that. That's what I wrote in my notes. Was older than when I worked very broad.
It's a present to bring home to your wife.
Remember the data sources were great, transparency, visible, cohesive platform, multiple priorities. It's also like the prevention bill we did last year. That too was broader than just one agency of human services.
Okay. So after the principles, what happens in this bill? And has...
Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes.
And I guess we got something from the department, but I'm saying things would cost too much. No, you didn't have the person power.
We did, but I think that we have solved the majority of that.
We have some changes.
Oh, you have changes?
No, they're not up there, but we...
Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe to walk us through some of those, we have, to engage us in discussion on some of those. Yeah.
So one of the things that the department and the AAAs by extension of the department, because they're the people on the community side that are referenced here, was they were concerned about reporting, and a lot of that came up in the APS section, and the intent of what we put out there.
So you're ignoring statute.
Well, I think that there was a consent agreement of some sort. I think we were being creative. I think that there was a court case involved that ended up in a settlement. And so what they report on is what's in the settlement.
Okay, so we probably should change state law.
Well, it's not in state law now. It expired, I don't remember when, 2016 maybe? Is that right?
There were time-limited requirements.
Yeah.
There was different sets over time.
It took so long.
So we actually can start fresh. And we're suggesting that we start fresh with what's currently reported, which is quite comprehensive in terms of that. So we're proposing that we substitute information that Joan Nussbaum sent to us about what APS is reporting on now. So that would be a suggestion, and those types of things are. Julie, do you remember if that got posted? Joe? Oh, never mind. I can look by witness. Staff. Information. Witnesses. Oh, I was not giving me links on them. Well, it just says his witnesses who testified.
Oh. I've done his testament.
Am I looking in the wrong place? And then he sent something to us afterwards.
Oh, right, there it is. Let's see.
Do you know what day it's on?
Yeah, it's on the 13th. It's at the bottom on the 13th. That's his reports.
Under public comment, go to witness. Written testimony.
Vermont Adult Protective Service annual report.
APS annual report section someday.
People have it?
Logan has us covered.
There you go.
Report.
So I'm on February 13th. And what do I do?
He said the grid too, though. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, is the grid.
There you go. That's what I have.
Okay.
You have the grid up, Sam? Yeah, that. So this is what the witness sent over in terms of what is reported on an annual basis now. And by category. And Dan and I reviewed it, and from the perspective of what we were trying to accomplish here, we felt that this was okay. I don't know what the committee feels like, but this was something that these data points are things that ended up being agreed upon in the court settlement. So the court settlement also involved the people who were suing, which was protection and advocacy. And legal aid. So if they agreed to it then, I think might have an idea about how they want something to be different, but at least at one point in time, they all agree. Everybody agreed to this at one point in time.
Can I just ask a timing question? And Jen, that might be for you. Did we write in statute about reporting before or after the agreement?
Sure. Jennifer Kirby, Legislative Council. I'm not sure I understand the before or after the agreement.
Okay, there was a court case and there was a settlement.
Yeah.
I mean, it never, whatever that's called. You had a settlement.
Did we put it in, is that what you're asking?
We have some data reporting that went away.
Yes.
And I'm just curious as to whether those data reporting markers were things that the legislature did subsequent to.
I think a lot of it was subsequent. There was some that I found when I was working on the 611 draft. There were some earlier reporting requirements. I think that probably predated the settlement, but most of them were post-settlement.
We passed one bill that got vetoed, and I think that was during the pendency of the lawsuit.
Oh, yeah, and I think you actually did a new one after that. I forgot about that.
I mean, that said, if you and Dan, I mean, I haven't looked at this myself intimately. If you and Dan are sort of okay with this, and then we have legal aid and Vermont Protection and Advocacy come in to comment. My question was more in terms of, okay, there was this settlement of which you have to do for the settlement. Then did we go, okay, that's good. And in addition, we want this. But if you're fine with what it is now.
So
I'm not going to push anything. I mean,
this is the measuring component in the bill. Is that you've taken information from this to say, here's the things we should check on. But it's all about...
That's what we're going to propose.
No, that's what we're proposing.
Yeah, we're going to change it to reflect what's here.
To reflect what's here. And this is all about adult protective services.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the bill is broader than that. Are we
Yes.
going
It's
to
just
measure
one.
some other things of our overall to know what our success is like in the bigger picture too? Or is that...
well, we might, and we might see if that's part of the California. If we're using that as a model,
Okay, great.
whether, but
What's
that,
the other state? Because
but
they
you
told
might be,
California,
That's what I
they
was
said
trying to
another
look it up.
state.
I was trying to find the scan report.
you'd be looking at that.
That in the California one. Okay.
Does anybody remember, because we said California, if we asked if we were to look at something, would we look at California, and they suggested another state. And I think it might have been Massachusetts.
And for whatever reason, I can only find my December.
Well, and I'm just looking for my notes, and I don't have mine either.
Oh, I have a desk cleanup file. Might be in there. No laughing file.
So, part of that, Jessica, is the way I was thinking about it, at least, was the annual report from the department that, so this is, she found it.
Well, I don't know whether I found what we're all looking for, but I did find my...
Oh, the presentation.
The presentation.
That's where I have my notes. Will you see if you can pull up the Dale annual report for 2019 off their webpage?
Right, maybe some of those things are right there, right?
That's what, this is the, some of the things that maybe you're thinking about, and what we were thinking about in the reporting section of this bill.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to find it under documents, but you don't.
You don't?
This is, are you watching?
I'm watching.
So did you search annual report, Dale annual report? The other way of looking at it, yeah, it's, well, if you try searching, it might not come up either, so.
I think it actually
Does
does.
it? I think so. Annual report 2019, right there.
It's DS, is that?
No, Dale annual report.
I was looking about those.
Okay. So Dale does an annual report. They do several reports on an annual basis, but one of the report is sort of the broader department report. There's a DS annual report that has more specific information, and probably DR does. Probably every division does their own version of that.
Almost every
except for adult services, which is, I don't.
They do. There's a Choices for Care.
A Choices for Care.
I think so.
Maybe. So maybe if you could just scroll down through here so people get a sense of what's reported in this, other than the lovely words from the commissioner.
They're lovely words.
Thank you. So the division the two divisions to look at here, the Adult Services Division and the Licensing and Protection Division. The department overview is
facts and figures too, Representative.
in the facts and figures section. Okay.
Stop on some of those.
Yeah. That's just the department overview. Okay, wait a minute, under facts and figures. So, demographics, that kind of says who we're supposed to be serving and stuff like that.
But maybe employment, if it was, we were able to employ more.
Okay, so keep going, thank you.
Oh, well, I know when I'm looking around.
Population projections by age group, keep going.
Have none.
These are still all projections. This talks about family caregivers, again, by in different counties in Vermont, but it's essentially equating the value of family caregivers. Okay, keep going. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is for people to really take a look at the Dale annual report and keep going.
See what we're already collecting.
See what's already being collected, and if there are things and reported, and to see if there are things that people feel like need beefing up or need to be included. I feel like there's not sufficient information in here about some of the aspects that we're looking at, like certainly if we're thinking on a broader level.
And the scorecard probably shouldn't just be or Dale's scorecard should be infused in something else or some of the data. Is that what you're meaning?
The beginning parts of this report actually would be reflective of what we might think about in a
accountability measurable.
Well, and in the broader scheme of things, like what does the universe look like, and
what are we already collecting? So if I looked at California and said, okay, here are some of the things they're collecting, then look at the Dale report and see if they're collecting anything similar.
Right.
Like that. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which is sort of consistent. I'm also, it's like, oh my God, this reminds me of the bill we just passed on Thursday and Friday about climate change, which is we've been doing a lot, but we don't have it necessarily all put together. And I'm looking at the consultation overview. Vermont has developed multiple strategy and framing with key ingredients that could be woven into a master plan.
And I think there's some reluctance to use that terminology and phraseology.
A master plan?
Yeah.
Because?
Well, they're not. I don't have a reluctance about it.
So we will. I mean, I think at some level right now we're trying to let Jen know how she's going to spend her waking hours.
Yes.
And then, of which we'll get fewer and fewer. And then we will give the department the ability to go, we hate that it says it's a master plan because we don't want to be in charge of the master plan. And I get that. So maybe you're not in charge of the master plan.
Put the executive office in charge.
But then they don't want to not be in charge of it either, so.
Well,
this is the rub.
Well, okay.
But no, appreciate that clarification.
So Colorado calls it the Strategic Action Plan on Aging. And then Connecticut is the Real Choice for Long-Term Services and Support. So they have different names for them.
What about Minnesota?
Don't like those options.
They don't have an A in there, but Washington Aging and Long-Term Support Administration Strategic Plan.
The Minnesota one on the scan thing says it's MN 2030 looking forward.
Oh.
Okay.
Really? There's
So
no age
Minnesota 2030, looking forward.
Huh. There's no age
Addressing the demographic challenge.
Yeah.
Um,
Kind of cool.
Close. Sounds negative.
So if we sort of like release ourselves from thinking about this as a particular with a particular name and just thinking about what it is that we want to achieve, I think that I think that we I don't think you would find anybody sitting around the table or in any of the other chairs that we've had here who would disagree with putting all of these elements together in a broad scheme of things and involving the broader state government and thinking about how we build our roads and how we build our sidewalks and do we have the kinds of public transportation that is accessible for people as we are aging and are the motor vehicle lines convenient for people who might not be able to stand as long as they used to be able to stand? That all of those kinds of things, all of that framing, I don't think anybody would be opposed to that. How we convert all that into language is maybe thinking about that from the perspective of looking at these other states. It might make it easier since we're in this. We kind of came to this piece of it at the 11th hour, and haven't spent as much time thinking about it. So borrowing on the work of other states who have spent more time thinking about it as we move the concept forward. And I think that's going back to what the folks from SCAN said. Raising and elevating this as part of the discussion in across government is really what the purpose of this is.
So you mean you just referred transportation a bit, but it would also be like economic development, like all of our offices of government, essentially. I'm trying to think of the different ones.
Absolutely.
Maybe you're looking at how they
accommodations, or looking at
it's kind of like ADA almost.
Well, there's many components of that because ADA was intended to be broad-reaching, that we create accessible environments for everyone. And if you create accessible environments for everyone, then they're available also for people who have disabilities. And if we have planning that's accessible to people as they're aging, it will be good for everyone. Were you the one who said? Or somebody said about the sidewalks being wheelchair friendly and rolling a stroller. It's the same.
And I, this is probably off the charts, but when you talk about public transportation, I think children.
Yeah.
I mean, something that would serve across a continuum of population.
Right. Yeah.
Now, of course, one of the, that's what they said. They spent a lot of pages saying we the state have the elements and are going forward, and the things that are missing is what you're talking about, Teresa. The lack of connection across state governments beyond Dale.
The beginning of the bill now already does essentially talk about what makes life better for older Vermonters, and so it doesn't seem directed at the Agency of Human Services or Dale. It's really much broader than that. So I feel like we have done half the work already. Right?
It just may be in terms of where it's centered.
Yeah.
Because on some level, and Monica and Teresa, tell me if I'm wrong, Dale is going to focus on vulnerable
population.
The vulnerable people who are older, who are vulnerable. who are needing services and supports, who need, or who are, someone is reporting, who need protection.
And we are talking about.
And we're talking, I mean, and so half of long-term care out of Dale is people who are Medicaid and Medicare, right? Medicaids. So, I mean, is that right?
That is correct. Monica Hutt from the Department of Disabilities, Aging and Independent Living. So yes, and absolutely that vulnerable population is our focus. And as Representative Wood pointed out, we do have control issues and really do want to be in charge of how the state is thinking about celebrating and honoring and utilizing older Vermonters. I mean, I don't want to let go of that by any stretch. I just don't think I can be solely responsible for that.
Right. And no, you can't be.
No.
And
I mean, maybe I could if somebody gave me all the power. I would give it a shot.
if you next come in, we'll give you a magic wand.
And a tiara.
And a tiara. Because, I mean, the other piece of feedback, which we can choose to take or not take, I mean, is that now, long-term care financing. Well, we have maybe elements of it in terms of what you have said there, but the other thing is that they say what's missing is a visible, cohesive platform. I'm translating that in terms of computer technology and.
Well, they actually said it wasn't.
Oh, they said it wasn't.
They said,
okay.
don't think of this as a web portal.
Okay. That's right, they did.
It is, again, elevating the conversation.
But elevating, yeah. But I mean, I guess my question is, if we sort of add elements of a document to be named later, and then we maybe can we go through some of the other changes that you guys are suggesting? That would be helpful.
So just one quick other thing before you do that is we did talk about population planning regardless of socioeconomic status, which you just said, and one area that is really happening in many areas of the state is the senior center piece, because it doesn't matter if you're low income or high income or moderate income, you still are welcome to go there and to do the things they're doing. So it's kind of a cool sort of jumping off place maybe. But anyhow.
And there are seniors who don't go to senior centers because they're working or because they are taking care of their grandchildren, or because they are like a former member of this committee doing a 3-month, no, I don't think it was 3 months, tour of Vietnam, India. Bill Frank went on this huge thing, and he skis every,
right.
So I mean,
right, and all of them are different.
Right.
Just thinking. The one we have in Charlotte, which Sheldon uses, they have all these great bird watching programs that happen on the weekends, so anybody can do it, and you don't have to be a senior. And what's amazing to me is I went once just to check it out because I was curious. There are people, well, what do you call a senior? Maybe if they're over 55, it was more in that age group than in the older age group. Anyhow, I'm just saying.
Okay. So can we, in the 20 minutes left that we have to talk about this for today, we might go back to it, is go over the work that the two of you have done.
So there were a couple other things that, we have one section that we're not sure where it came from that's in there that we just want to take out, and I think that's a couple pages down.
Sorry, Logan. I'm sorry.
Can we go back?
It's,
I'm looking at Teresa's notes because I think she crossed it out.
You did.
Yeah, it was in rulemaking. There it is. So it's on
page 12.
Page 12, line 3.
Right now, when we read it, we don't see it referencing something specific.
I think it was left in from an earlier version and I just forgot to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's something that
Yep,
was just
it's already
small.
circled on mine.
It happens.
So that is an amendment. So the other thing, like right where we're in this section is we agree with the department around where the AP, not where the APS is, where the rate setting stuff is. It might not have been I think the department mentioned it, but rate setting also mentioned it. Which is on page 16. There was some concern about section 3 that's referencing section 904, the rate setting statute. We added a B to that says inflationary rate increases for providers in home and community-based services. Saying that rate setting would come up with a process to do that. And then section 4 references inflation factor for home and community-based services and payment rates. So there was some question about where in law, if we were going to keep these things, where that should be. And there was some concern about it being in the rate setting section. Though 2 weeks ago, a comment made sense to me, and now it's not making sense to me. So,
in terms, just so that we know what we're getting ourselves into, we have this section in there, is that this will go to the next step, which is to the Senate, where
so I'm just going to speak for myself now, not for any particular person or entity, but so I recognize when we put this section in there, that this would be a section that would, the rest of this is, mostly, kumbaya and everybody's agreeing to laudable principles and, setting a policy for the state that says we value older Vermonters and what they bring to our communities. And the working group did a fabulous job in enumerating that and really kind of putting down thoughts to paper and going through a process. And the part of what the purpose of this bill is to not only do that, but to recognize that we as a state have, as a policy, decided that the state will not run these services, that the state will contract with any variety of providers out there. And that by doing so, we have to recognize that there needs to be a process by which those costs are reviewed on a periodic basis somehow. We recognize that for nursing homes, which, in the scheme of long-term care and services and supports, the nursing homes are considered institutional care. Even though they're in our local communities, they're defined as institutions. And the home and community-based services that happen in people's homes, essentially, or in smaller settings or in adult day facilities or by home health agencies, those are all services and supports that have no method of having costs reviewed. We saw in, not to confuse things, but we saw in CIS, the state has recognized, and the state, in fact, has said that rate setting is something that we want to be more predictable. I'm sure if you were here for the rate setting. They actually made the argument for us in their goals and principles that the woman who's, I was very impressed with her, but I can't remember her name.
Alicia Cooper.
Thank you. When she was here, she laid out the things that what they are trying to do at a state level, and they were exactly what we're trying to do in this bill. And when questioned, through the Appropriations Committee, but I hope it leaves here with it in it, so that we can have that discussion. That's my.
On some level, I think that we touched on that in our memo to appropriations when we made it broader, because what we are doing here is saying, okay, we want this for this group. And next year we'll say, okay, we want this for residential providers. And
Well, they're included in this group, actually.
you know, I mean.
No, we'll say it for
no,
Vermont
I
for
don't mean
parent-child
your kind of-
things.
I'm
Oh, you
talking
mean
about
other.
child. You are focused on aging.
Yeah.
And I'm saying there are other groups out there. There are other places in state government where state government is not providing.
Correct.
We are not providing services in 3/4 of state government. What we are doing is we are contracting out to community service providers. Perhaps unlike many other states, I don't really know, I'm saying this, the vast majority of these providers are nonprofits.
Good evening. This is the New Fane Select Board meeting, March 16th, 2020. We welcome everybody here, and for the people at home, we really hope everybody's doing well and taking good care of themselves. So we have a lot to talk about tonight, and the first thing is for the amendment to call to order, which I am. And the second item on the agenda is additions or amendments to the agenda. And I am adding an addition to the amendment and to the agenda, which will be covered under approval of minutes. And that addition is that we are going to be voted on the amended bylaw, Article 3, Section 343, for the conditional use of the amended bylaw for the natural burial ground. And we're going to take a second vote on another vote on that tonight. Okay. So may I have a motion for approval of the March 2nd town meeting preparation?
I make a
minutes?
motion to accept those
I'll
minutes.
second it.
Okay, is there any discussion about that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that is approved for the March 2nd minutes. I just have to interrupt myself and say that Shelley is not here in person, but she is here via telephone tonight. The approval of the minutes for March 6th, the organizational meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept it.
I'll second them.
Okay, is there any discussion on those minutes? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are passed. And now we move down to the March 9th public hearing meeting. And that meeting did not have an agenda because it was a public hearing meeting, and we did not have an agenda for that meeting. And at the end of the meeting, before we closed, it was requested that we vote on the amended bylaw for conditional use of the natural burial grounds. And we did so, we voted on that during the meeting. Later on, we were informed that actually because it was a public hearing and the purpose of the public hearing was purely to discuss the issues, but not to vote. And if we wanted to vote, we could have voted after that meeting ended that night, or we can vote now with it as a part of the agenda. So we're going to do a vote on that now. And so anybody, Mike, you made the motion last week.
Yeah.
Can you repeat it? Do you remember?
I made a motion to approve the amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay, and the amendment was to add to the bylaws that natural burial grounds under conditional use would be acceptable in that. So, any other? You said
A resource area.
in the resource district, yes, thank you, Mike. So is there any discussion on that? Okay, we can take a vote. All those in favor of passing that added to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So the ayes have it, and that amended bylaw now is accepted. So thank you very much for that.
You also have to approve the minutes. of
Excuse
that.
me?
You have to approve the minutes.
Yes, and now we can go on and approve the minutes of the public hearing. Is there anybody?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
No second.
Okay, right. Any discussion on those minutes? No. So all those in favor of accepting the March 9th minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, those minutes pass. Thank you very much. The next item is road business, and we have road foreman and road commissioners report. So Jay Wilson, would you begin, please?
We updated more signs on the Depot Road, Dover Road corridor. I think we're waiting for 6 more signs, and then that road will be completely done. And then of course, once the warm weather comes, we'll do the painting for the stop bars and the speed limit painting. The sand salt shed project has received the V-Trans comments for the engineer and now is on to the environmental review process. The Depot Road Box Culvert project is on to the Army Corps of Engineers and the state wetlands permits, which the engineers are working on. We have posted Parish Hill, Baker Brook Road, and Southwards Road areas for mud season. We received the building inspection report from VLCT for the garage. He didn't find anything too exciting, and everything is either that he has suggested is either done or in the process of being done. And Pete's Tire Barn was the low price on the greater tires when we figured out the installation. They were about $120 a tire cheaper. And that's it.
And that's it. Okay, then we just, we have to have the motion first.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on Jay's report on the road conditions and road?
Only thing I'm gonna say is, we've got some dirt roads that aren't the greatest, but they're all passable. They're in pretty good shape. These guys have been working 7 days a week on these roads the last couple of weeks. And I appreciate it. And they've done a good job. You've got a few complainers, but you always have them, so.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so let's vote on accepting the road foreman's report. Please say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the ayes appear to have it, so we accept the road foreman's report. And thanks, Chris, for adding.
Did you put the tires on the grader yet?
No. It's gonna order them.
Did you have a question?
Just asked it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Jay, for your report, and thanks, Chris, for your comments. So we're up to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please.
I've been working on revising the appropriation letters, thanking people for volunteering. These should be finished and sent out by the end of the week. I've completed 16 overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. On last Wednesday, there was a V-Trans audit here with Megan Brunk, Mark Pickering, Tyler Birchmore, Christopher J., and myself. As a result of the audit, there's a form that requires the select board signature, stating that we certify that our standards meet or exceed the requirements from the state, that we have a current inventory of highway-related conditions and estimates cost of repair for standards on bridges and roads. I will then email it to Megan at V-Trans tomorrow. At this point in time, all activities that were previously scheduled for Williamsville Hall have been temporarily postponed. Do you have any concerns at this time as to following the other towns in limiting access or suspending meetings by keeping the office staff to help by phone or emails?
Okay, can we move that into when Jay talks about the emergency?
And that's the end.
Okay, thank you, Juanetta.
Make a motion to accept the report.
Thank you. Second. Is there any discussion on anything that Juanetta said? Juanetta, you said that we have to sign this,
Yes.
and so this is the budget.
We had previously adopted it last year, that's the result of the audit that they gave us.
Okay. So we have two places to, okay, Chris, do you want to start? Any other discussion? So can we vote on accepting Juanetta's report, please?
We just did that, didn't
did.
we? I thought we just accepted the report
I thought we were
Mike
under
made a
discussion.
motion and Angela seconded it, but
for Juaneta's report.
Yeah, and then, oh, this is the discussion. So
Oh,
we didn't vote on it yet, right? We have
to
the
make a motion to sign the annual financial plan for the town highway?
Yeah,
No, a separate
No.
report too.
just the.
Aye.
So we'll just-
Okay. So we have this Winetta, and
thank you.
we move on
Mhm.
to scheduled members of the public. And Jay Wilson is here. He's emergency management coordinator, and you're also on the committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Carol Hasselbeck, town clerk, is here, and she will probably be adding or suggesting some things. And also, Winetta will be discussing your questions. Okay, Jay?
So the town's emergency plan doesn't address this kind of, it's more suited for when we have to shelter people or infrastructure's damaged, so this is a whole new thing. So there's been, oh God, I can't tell you how many hundred of emails have been floating around about it, but the only suggestions they had for the town at this point was to potentially close the office to the public and to consider whether or not you want to still hold your meetings in public and or do them electronically by phone or whatever. Other than that, we did make sure that if for some reason the office has to completely shut down, Melissa is able to still do her work from home. And I guess we determined the rest of them could, you know, either come in as needed or whatever to do theirs. So we're going to meet tomorrow night at 7 just to get together for a few minutes. But there's really a lot of it's being done by the Vermont Department of Health, and that's where people should be getting their information, is from their website. There's a lot of internet information out there, but it's best if you go to the Vermont Department of Health and get your information from them. Other than that, I just didn't know what your thoughts were on whether closing the office would be appropriate or.
Okay. Anybody have a comment, question? Carol? Mike?
Would you close it just so they can't come into here, or is still everybody still working in their office in here, right? I guess if that's what you want to do, maybe if the people come to the thing, just check with them, make sure they don't. I just don't know what to believe about this whole thing right now. I mean, I know it's serious, that's for sure, but Jesus Christ, everybody can't stay home.
To be available by phone and then put a sign on the door that you're closed to people coming in.
And if attorneys absolutely have to to come in to do a title search, they'd have to make an appointment with me and only have one of them here at a time.
Yeah.
And then clean up after,
That makes
sanitize everything after they're finished. But,
Well,
because
do
that
people-
protects them as well as us.
Right.
Do people generally call you before they come, or they just come on their own?
Most of the time, people just come. However, today I was getting phone calls. Are you
Oh.
there? Can I come in and do my dog
Oh, I see.
license? And the Vermont Bar Association and some realtors associations and stuff were asking people online, are your offices open? Should they call? What should they do? Now, our land records are online. They can go back to the early 1980s online through Record Hub and do most of their title work in their offices. And that's what I'll tell them, but if they need to go back further than that, then they'll have to make appointments.
Yeah.
And then if it turns out at any time that you're totally closed, everybody would have to put that on their voicemail.
Yeah.
Juanetta, as somebody who works here, how are you feeling about keeping the offices open to work in?
That's fine. I'm good.
You're good?
We're good with it.
I mean, as far as a dog license or something like that, if you had to, if they'd give them an extra 30 days or whatever. If you don't want them, I'll just flock in here, you know.
They can mail me a check and I'll mail them the license. They can call and find out if the dog is up to date on the rabies, and if they are, all they have to do is send me the check and where they want me to send the license, and I'll do that. Otherwise, and I definitely don't think we should be charging a late fee if they don't make it by April 1st. A lot of the towns are extending the date till May 31st. Instead of April 1st, I say we just go with the flow and see what happens. But definitely not start charging the late fee on April 1st, because there are people who are not gonna wanna come in and not gonna want me to mail them things, so.
And truthfully, I'm one of those people who gets a dog license, and I'm glad you reminded me, because, you know, we're so inundated with all the rules and regulations we're supposed to follow now. It has slipped my mind, and I'm sure, you know, other people would forget too. And not want to be late, but you just don't think about it because there's so much else to think about.
And we will have Bauman put a notice on the website that
Okay,
the
that's good.
office is closed to people coming in. Call us and we'll talk you through what you have to do. And
I also think that it's important for employees that are working here, if they're experiencing any symptoms, and if anybody in their family are experiencing symptoms, they stay home. So that it doesn't pass.
Yeah.
What about, is there any plans if you need to clean the office? You know, if somebody did come in that was ill, do you have any plans? Anybody in mind that would come and do that?
For us, they just started a cleaning service. Industrial cleaning service, let me tell you what.
Well, how are things going here in the office? Are you telling people that you need to have social distance? Are you wiping surfaces?
I think we're doing all of that, sure. People come in.
So that's good to know.
Yep.
That kind of gets me with this whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but everybody's worried about catching it. But they're all flocking into the stores by the grove, fighting over a roll of toilet paper and a can of water, you know. I mean, thousands of them in there. They wipe right off the shelves as quick as it hits. But they're all worried about catching this disease, you know. Well, this is throughout the whole country. Walmart and every one of them flocking in. It looks like Christmas time going on around there.
Well, it's important to remember that anybody can become a carrier and not even realize it. And that's, you're right, people are concerned about themselves, but we have to also be concerned that we might unknowingly be a carrier, so we don't want to be close to people who could catch something that we have, even if we don't know it
First
yet.
thing is young children can carry it, and they don't even really get it, but they can carry it on to somebody else.
Right, exactly. Is there any more discussion about that? Jay, when you meet with the committee tomorrow, would you let us know the results?
I'll be attending the meeting too.
Oh, you will?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We did cancel bingo just because felt that was probably a gathering that didn't need to happen,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, all the cancellation, what's it for, just 2 weeks or something, is that what this is, I don't know.
Schools through April 6th at least. Yeah, I think they're kind of, I mean, it changes daily, but at least it's a couple weeks.
I think right now it's to the beginning of April, and then they'll decide what's happening at that point.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Well, that's what they're saying, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
There is something here. I have something I can read now. This is called 15 Days to Slow the Spread, and it's the President's Coronavirus Guidelines for America. Listen to and follow the directions of your state and local authorities. If you feel sick, stay home. Do not go to work. Contact your medical provider. If your children are sick, keep them at home. Do not send them to school. Contact your medical provider. If someone in your household has tested positive for the coronavirus, keep the entire household at home. Do not go to work. Do not go to school. Contact your medical provider. If you are an older person, stay home and away from other people. If you are a person with a serious underlying health condition that can put you at increased risk, example, a condition that impairs your lung or heart function or weakens your immune system, stay at home and away from people. So those are the guidelines. Anything else that we need to add? So I think in summary, what we're saying right now is, right now, the town hall and the employees in town hall can come to work. Anybody who wants to come in for an appointment with Carol, if you're listening to this, please call her first and make sure you're in good health. And anything else that?
Oh, with all the offices, taxes, zoning.
Yeah.
All the offices within the town office.
Exactly.
Call, make an appointment to come into the office, and then
Exactly.
they can screen them the way they wanna screen them out, and
Right. We have Melissa, who's the treasurer, we have Winetta as the assistant, administrative assistant report, and also Merle, zoning administrator. So the best
And the
thing is to
listers.
call first, and the listers, of course.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes, sure.
That someone should be posting something on the door of the building.
Yes, that's a good idea, Shelley. It was mentioned already, but thank you for repeating it. That's, okay. Anything else? Okay, so I think that's it for now, Jay. Basically, things change from day to day, as we all know, and we'll just have to be careful, listen to the Department of Health reports that you can get online or on TV or the radios. So, that's it for the scheduled members of the public. Thanks, Carol, for being here, and Jay. Okay, we do not have any, oh, are you, we do not have any unscheduled members of the public. We do have a visitor here. Okay, old business. Town Office Building Committee. Do you want to discuss that? I think there's only 2 out of the 3 of you here, or do you want to postpone that?
We can reschedule it, because I did give the plans to David Cotton today. He's gonna do a proposal. I told him what the budget was. He does have to file certain standards with the state for access for handicap development and different things. So if we could reschedule that for another meeting.
And can we invite him to come to that meeting?
Maybe by
Perhaps.
phone.
What did you ask?
To have them come to the rescheduled meeting
Oh, that's a good
to
idea.
discuss.
Yeah, go ahead.
And
Excuse me, so is there something that has been decided on the building committee?
Nothing that's been permanent other than the plans that you were already given back 2 months ago on the proposed.
so this is essentially the proposal.
Yeah, but
Okay.
there's certain guidelines the state requires being a commercial
Is
building.
but is there a proposal that we need to vote on? I just saw a sketch or something.
No, David's going to be working on the proposal.
Okay.
Okay.
Have we committed money to that?
We have in our building fund for the town office a certain budget that's already been allocated for it. We're
Was
not.
that voted on then?
It's been put aside year after year after year.
What we was actually trying to do is just trying to come up with a rough estimate of what we think it might cost, and then we're gonna put it all out to bid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, so, you know, it's just a three-sided wall with a foundation and the roof and everything, and, what we was actually looking at too, we weren't sure if we wanted to put a room up over it, like this one's got, or just have the stairways going up into this with a cathedral ceiling, which we could almost lower the roof a little bit at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I know we've been talking about it, but I didn't ever get understand there was a formal vote or anything on it.
no, we haven't,
We're not there yet.
we got that, like the committee thing, we're just trying to come up with a rough idea what we might cost to just throw something like that up, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, there's no vote.
And then we'll put it up to vote and see if we've got money enough to do it, or if we gotta borrow money to do it, or whatever.
Right.
I think we've got probably close to money enough to do it.
So have we agreed to expend a certain amount of money on the preliminary proposal?
I don't think anything's been agreed on or voted on right now. This is just the beginning process in the new.
Yeah, but is there any cost associated with the proposal, I guess, is my question.
Haven't had one so far, no. Not yet, not yet.
So we haven't agreed on any of
No.
the preliminary drafting cost?
No,
Okay.
no.
Any other discussion? No. The next one is the volunteer committees. Whenever do you have the list there? The vacancies for the different committees that the town has, the openings for positions or committees.
Animal control is available.
Okay.
Planning commission? 2.
Wyndham Regional is another one.
Is that, because I signed up for one of those positions, is still a vacancy?
There's still
Yeah.
one because there's 2 positions available, and you took one and Pete resigned.
Right.
Planning commission.
Yep.
Has 2 spots available.
Town Energy Coordinator. The Senior Solutions, Doris has resigned from that one, but she will stay on as the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. So that Senior Solutions has a vacancy. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at this point that are vacant. Yes, 5.
If anybody watching television would like to have something to do to support the town of Newfane, we do have the vacancies that Lynetta just named, and please feel free to come in. Just call first at this point to see that the office is open, or you can call Winetta at 365-7772, extension 4. And you can ask her about the positions that are available and let her know if you're interested. Okay, and that can be put on line again, right?
Yes.
In Town of New Paltz. Thank you, Winetta. And also thank you for writing those acknowledgement letters. That's really important. Do you want to say that again?
I'm revisiting and revising the appropriation letters to thank people for volunteering, rather than just, you know, will you resign? I'm thanking them, and
That's very nice. I think it's very important to acknowledge.
yes.
So thank you for that. Okay, so the personnel policy, you said that we need to
I forgot to do that today. I'm sorry.
adopt it and sign it. Do you want to do that today or not?
I forgot to do it today.
Okay. Well,
So do it at our next meeting?
we could do it the next meeting.
Thank you.
Just one other thing, not, doesn't have to do with this, but I just wondering, is
Sure.
school board still having their meetings for the budgets and stuff?
We were just talking about that, whether they'll postpone the meeting or.
They're supposed to have like a public meeting up front and then the votes of next day or something, is it, or 2 days later?
As far as I've seen, they're still on and haven't been rescheduled.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Regarding the appropriations, I know Renetta was talking about appropriations letters, but it reminded me that there was a vote on the floor at the town meeting of special appropriations, and there was an increase, and I'm just wondering if that got resolved as to which organization was receiving money.
Winetta? Is that something that Melissa is more aware of?
It is something that Melissa's more aware of. I know there's going to be a deficit of about $2,000 because the figures that they came up with amongst themselves at town meeting didn't match the appropriations. And there's a question as to whether they were including the appropriations that didn't request funding.
Mm-hmm.
Are we appropriating for that?
I believe there was only one that was excluded that didn't get any.
All the
Send a
ones
letter.
with zeros shouldn't get nothing, right?
Well, the only one that was mentioned that I recall was New Pain and New, because they didn't send in a letter, and Lynn Forrest had stood up and said that it should be this without them, because I do recall that,
Right.
but I don't recall any of the others.
I would make a suggestion that when Melissa comes back, Winetta,
Mm-hmm.
maybe she can attend a select board meeting and we can work on it then. Is that okay with everybody on select board?
Yeah, that sounds good. I just don't want it to go, we forget about it or whatever.
Because I see 5 in here that did not have a request.
That's what Winetta said.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will be addressed when Melissa is available to be at our meeting. Okay. New business, water quality at town office. And that's something that I'm bringing up, if it all can be fixed. Because particularly at this time, where all one hears about is how many times a day one has to wash their hands and make sure everything's clean and use water for washing. And unfortunately, the water in this building in Town Hall is not the greatest right now. It is, I don't know how you would say it, it's filled with sulfur, it has a lot of sulfur in it, and it's odorous, and it's very unpleasant. And
Has it been tested?
Last fall, we had treatment done, but I don't know that it was actually sent out to the state for testing. I know there was work done in the well itself.
So, first of all, we have employees and people who work here every day. Then we have the public who comes in here to see people, and in case they request washing their hands or using the restrooms, it is very unpleasant. And so my thought and hope is that maybe we could have a plumber come, if that's the way to start. And apparently we have a town plumber, is that correct? That we could call and have him just come in and check it and see what he suggests. So I would like to know if people are willing to do that.
Well, I have a question. Who had done the treatment and what treatment was done on the water?
I can't think of his name. Melissa recommended him because she used him before, and they did some chemical in the water itself.
Okay, can we get a report on that?
I don't know if she has a report, but we can get a.
We could probably check the invoice and see what was done, but.
Right.
Yeah, might as well check with that first and see what they did do to it and what it does need.
Even if you have to call the plumber and ask him to write out what he did. So in layman's terms, so we understand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could probably, first thing you do, if nothing else, just go get one of them things, a test kit, and you fill the bottles, let me take it to that place in Keene, they test the water for you.
In Keene?
They can test it for minerals and for.
They'll tell you what's wrong with the water, if it needs and what it does need. And at that point, then you put it out to whatever it needs, you know, and if it's gotta go out to bid to hire somebody to do it, or if it's just something simple or what, you know. Maybe you gotta put a whole filter on it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Filter system with the salt and all that stuff to clean the water.
Well, I know that's something that people do. I don't know if that's the only choice we have. I don't, so I really think, so if you want to, what?
There is concerns, you know, for water in this area. I mean, it does have issues.
Right.
So it's not abnormal. I don't know if it's something that's happened over several years, it's changed, or if it's always been that way.
I don't know what it is, but my feeling is that people work here for many hours each day, and I think that it would be great if we could have clean, acceptable water for them.
Well, if the water's tested and if the water's good, unfortunately there's a smell to it, and you know, we can look at, as a select board, we can look at what we can do for it, but there is water that we pay for drinking, you know, and you know, any kind of, you know, preparation for food or for lunch or whatever. But I'm just wanted to get the facts of what's going on currently, what's been done, and what could possibly be done, and then we can vote on it, you know, as to what we want done.
So we should start with the report from the fall and go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have to make a motion about this? No.
No,
I
because
don't think
we just need the report from the
Right.
fall, and then we make a motion when we want somebody else to come in and look
Okay,
at it.
Okay, any other comments or discussion about this? Okay, thank you. We are up to correspondence.
The highlighted part down at the bottom is, at the bottom of the page, the highlighted.
Yeah.
That's,
this is the
yeah.
one.
And then there's two
You know,
paper
I'm in a
clips.
meeting, I can't talk on the phone every minute.
Hope that ain't his girlfriend later,
Yep, bye.
It wasn't me.
Renetta.
Yes.
is all I just need
All right, I gotta go. Well,
I just need the original letter, not all the comments made after.
No, it's all this right here.
But she's the most
This
important.
is,
No, Steve, that's not, that's not.
Hope you weren't expecting dinner tonight, Chris. When you get home. That just went out the window.
Good thing Rick's is on the
Yeah, but
way.
she's responding, this is what's assumed.
I got some dinner
yeah,
out in the garage
this is
anyway.
Kirsten writing to
Deborah,
but
but that's not the one for select board.
this is the one that she forwarded to us from her. And then this one was Lisa Harris.
Yeah, I hope that old virus don't get too bad, 'cause I can imagine being quarantined in my house for 2 weeks. All bundled up there.
That's the one for executive.
I know, but not the. Oh, yeah.
So I just
Then sit on the
highlighted
porch and
this
watch cars go by.
from Lisa Harris. And
But
then
after
what
you
she's
get locked
saying
up
about
2
the
weeks,
ramps
the
and
old
stuff.
ladies,
Okay.
you're
Well,
running
you
for
know
one
what?
of them cars that happen.
This is not the letter we got. I don't know why it's written to Deborah anyway.
She forwarded to me from the email. We never got a letter. This was just forwarded.
Okay, well then this is really correspondence.
Okay.
Okay.
And
What's
then
this?
that's the thing from Brattleboro.
Okay. This is a letter to the select board from an organization called Compassionate Brattleboro. And it's written by Jim Levinson for Compassionate Brattleboro. Does anybody?
Is that the one from Lisa Harris?
No,
No,
No.
I said from Jim Levinson.
Yeah.
I think we've discussed this in the past. This is about being compassionate, stating that Newfane, do we want to be part of this compassionate Brattleboro?
I'm compassionate.
That Newfane, as a town, would join in with compassionate Brattleboro. As you know, the town of Brattleboro voted overwhelmingly in 2017 to join the International Charter for Compassion. 125 cities and towns around the world, a movement initiated by Karen Armstrong and the Dalai Lama. And it continues with, while much that we do uses Brattleboro area, there may be considerable value in having towns in the area sign on officially to the charter. This will permit many joint endeavors and also provide these towns with a recognized means of addressing local compassionate issues. Might you be interested in considering this? I know this came up in the past.
I'm not really sure what they're asking, and
Old Dalai Lama.
I'm not really into the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to join that or not. Probably not.
I think what we'll do is have this
If the worst come to
available.
worst, they're compassionate, they'll let us in on the. Jesus.
I think what we'll do is leave this for the select board to look at it privately, because it's something that was asked a while ago, and we didn't join in at that time. Perhaps we might want to join in, but I think people should read it on their own.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there is a letter from Lisa Harris that was sent to Deborah Luskin about town meeting day, and that there was a problem. She said, Lisa Harris responded to Deborah, because Deborah reached out to her and said that she heard there was a problem, that there was snow and the ramp was not cleared. And so Lisa responded to Deb and say, I wasn't actually able to attend town meeting as I was sick. But then I voted later in the day. I noticed that the accessibility ramp for the hall had some snow in front of the entrance. It might have been tough for a wheelchair to make it through it, as well as some of the less mobile on foot. So the concern was
The snow in front of the ramp.
that there was snow
I
and
think they
ice.
kinda handled it a little bit that day there.
Yeah.
There was one or two people with wheelchairs, and I think I see Jay and a couple of them out there one time helped them through the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, it was clear off to one side, there was a little bit still
Yes.
on the ice, but
So
it seemed to me that everybody seemed to get through everything all right that
Yeah.
day, all right, but.
I mean, what I noticed in going up the ramp and up the steps was there was a lot of salt on the steps and on the ramps to make it easy to go up. And that doesn't mean, as Mike said, that there wasn't any snow or ice, but it was taken care of in the best way that could have been done that morning.
Well, they assisted the people with the wheelchairs, so.
Yes.
No, it definitely should have been cleared off the
I
rest
know,
of the
I
day.
know
but
people
the ice
actually
was-
were
yeah.
assisting wheelchair people.
Yes,
and
they
they
were.
didn't have any complaints.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that we can say is we will try our best again next year, and whenever that building is used, I know that people who take care of the building are very committed to make it as safe as possible, so I'm very sorry that that happened to some people, that they didn't feel safe, and we will do our best again next year. Any comments about it? Other things to say? Okay, I think that's it. We have one other item on the agenda. I'm gonna put the correspondence away, and that is, we are going to go into executive session.
So there's another one, Kristen Turner.
Yeah, I mentioned that name.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Kristen Turner, and that there were two people who wrote about the conditions.
Oh.
Lisa Harris. I just had the one for Kristen Turner.
Kirsten. It's Kirsten Turner.
Kirsten Turner, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to it now. Here, wait, I have it.
Okay.
Kirsten Turner. Hello, Deborah. This was the scene last evening. Access to the handicap ramp was covered with ice, so my wife had to pull herself up the stairs to vote. Anyone in a wheelchair would probably have needed help to get through the snow and ice to the ramp. We recall that this happened the last time we voted at Union Hall. While we did not attend town meeting and likely will not in the future, if the ramp and the path to it were clear of snow and ice, then people who use canes, walkers, and wheelchairs would feel more welcome. Thank you for all your fine work. Kristen Turner, South Newfane. Sorry, I mentioned the name, but I omitted reading the letter. Any comments about that? Okay, again, we will try our very best to make everything safe. So the next item on the agenda is executive session. And thank you, Jay, for being here.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I make a motion to go into executive session.
Okay, I need to read.
Oh, I have to read the.
Yeah.
Gotta hang the phone up.
Okay, the reason for executive session is, basically,
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Guilford Select Board of March 16th. And I'd like to recognize our public. Hello, you courageous folks. Nice to see you. And the rules of procedure are on the table of this, where the Select Board is sitting. Those rules govern how the public interacts with our Select Board. Basically, they are rules of courtesy. If you have a question or a comment, you address it to the chair, and I will recognize you. And your questions and comments should be brief and to the point. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I don't have any.
All right, I don't have any. Are there any additions are there any changes to the agenda order?
None either.
Okay, then we will launch right into what the essence of our agenda is this morning, a very important one. Guilford's response to COVID-19 and its presence in our state and potential to be in our community. And I'd like to hand over those responses to Peter Root, who is our Emergency Management Director. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Richard. So yeah, as Richard said, I'm at this meeting today as the EMD, not as the town administrator. I have been in quite a number of meetings and conference calls over the past week. One of the first ones was last week, and with that, I've also been coordinating with the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department, with Jared. I've also been in contact with Richard Davis, our health officer, who unfortunately couldn't be here today because of other obligations. One of the first main regional meetings occurred last week at the Brattleboro Fire Department, and those who were jointly putting the meeting on were Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, the town of Brattleboro, and the state health department. And first and foremost, they wanted to encourage everyone to not panic. Obviously, we want to have a good measure of concern, but also to know that everyone possible is doing their best to address this situation within Vermont and within Windham County and here in Guilford. Local responders have been coordinating with the state, first responders, Rescue Inc., the various fire departments in the hospital, and are ensuring us that definitely the hospital is prepared for this. They have rooms set aside, they have supplies. The various first responders are also working on preparations and locating supplies, which I'm sure everyone knows are in short supply. Coordinating with the state to secure those supplies, and the state is working with the federal government and manufacturers to get those supplies to us. One of the big points of caution is there's a lot of incorrect information spreading around on the internet, and in a situation like this, we need to be really cautious. And with that, some of this information will be posted on the town website later today. But to make sure we are reading up-to-date and correct information, we're encouraging folks to only look at a few specific websites. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has a really great section on their website addressing this topic in their preparations, as well as what residents should do. I'm not going to read out their website, it's a little bit complex, but I'll have a link on the town website. The state of Vermont also has many pages dedicated to this. Their website is healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. They are updating the site a minimum of daily, oftentimes multiple times a day. It's a very great resource just to have an understanding of what's going on. The other website that is being updated multiple times a day is for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And there's unfortunately another long link, but I will share that later on. For anyone who's interested as far as
tracking this and see what's going on with COVID-19 worldwide, Johns Hopkins University has a really amazing tracking device that they have created. One point to note, though, is that there are several fake websites that have come up mimicking the Johns Hopkins website. So make sure that when you look at the link, that it states jhu.edu. If there's a different domain name, such as .org or .net, that is likely not the Johns Hopkins website. And the reason this is of concern is these websites are injecting viruses into your computer via your web browser. So the state just announced this morning, for residents to be concerned. Many of these websites also don't have security certificates, so they're saying when you look at the web address, it says HTTP, whereas you want it to say HTTPS. So just a couple of things to be on the lookout for relating to the Johns Hopkins website.
Excuse me, Peter.
Yep.
Will you be posting that fake news alert on the town website?
I will indeed.
Okay.
Indeed. And hopefully most people should have heard by now that a majority of Vermonters, a majority of Guilfordites are at very low risk of getting this disease at this time. Those who may potentially get it are also will have very mild symptoms. But we do need to be cautious of the elderly and those who are currently ill. And Governor Scott had a press conference discussing this on Friday, and there's another press conference later today that I would encourage you to watch. If you don't have television, you can also watch it online. Vermont Public Television offers a live streaming service in emergency situations, and it works very well. In the part of not panicking is one of the key points that health professionals are noting is that this is a fragile virus, and you don't need to stock up on hand sanitizer and things like that. All you need to do is use warm soapy water and wash your hands for at least 20 seconds, which is roughly the equivalent of singing happy birthday to yourself 2 times in a row. In 20 seconds, washing your hands is a lot longer than you think. In this work, the town I'm encouraging the select board to work on what's called a continuity of operations plan, which is a plan to ensure that whatever the minimum services that are needed to keep the town running are in place should something happen to any elected official or any town staff member, anyone from the town clerk to myself, to the assistant town clerk, the assessor, one of our highway crew members, or even a select board member. And so we're going to be working on that hopefully later today, just to make sure that we know what is essential as far as serving the residents of the town and what can be put on a temporary wait.
Peter, can I just add that Peter will be using a form that is from the state about the continuity of operations. So it's a standard form that we have to fill out, naming the things and the people that will come into play to keep operations continuing.
Yes. At this time, if you are feeling ill, or if you have been caring for someone who is feeling ill, we kindly ask you to avoid coming to the town office out of respect for enabling us to continue our jobs, but also just for your own health and safety. Let's see, if you have questions as well, please call your doctor, or you can call Vermont 211 to get answers. You don't, before you go, if you are feeling ill, before you go to the doctor, please call your doctor and speak with them over the phone. There is, contrary to a lot of what we've been hearing on the internet, there is no drive-through testing at this time. Some other countries have drive-through testing, but we in Vermont do not at this time. And you cannot just request a test. You have to be displaying the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 in order to get testing. And as with any medical issue, that must come through your primary care provider. They must order the test. So we would encourage folks to be in communication with your primary care provider if you are feeling unwell. So later this week, we are on Wednesday evening, we're having a meeting for all of the individuals who are volunteers for the town's Emergency Operations Center. At this time, we are not opening the EOC, but it is a consideration should the situation get worse in either Windham County or in Guilford. And we are monitoring that every day. And I am in communication with Jared and others as is needed. That's roughly the situation for the time being. And one thing I think I would encourage the select board to consider is to whether or not we should cancel any public meetings being held at the town office aside from select board meetings. And relating to that, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is currently working with this Secretary of State's office because of open meeting law. Open meeting law is a state statute that requires all meetings of a public body to be held in the public, even though we can have individual members of that board be remote, like Richard is at the moment. A minimum of one person has to be in a public location in order to allow the public to be present. And as of Friday afternoon, evening, there has been no clear solution to this problem as of yet. And because of how state law is written in Vermont, we must continue to abide by it until we have been notified that there have been any changes. Because of that, I would encourage the select board to consider whether or not we should cancel commission meetings of whatever form it is, as well as we have several community groups that use the town office for public meetings on a monthly basis, and consider whether or not it's prudent to cancel those. At the moment, the most recent information from the CDC is to limit meetings to a maximum of 50 people. That has changed since Friday. Friday was 250 people, and that's what Governor Scott announced in his meeting, and it may well change further later this week, and we will find out as time passes.
So, would that take a motion of the select board if we wanted to cancel public programming, if the select board wanted to cancel public programming in our town? That would also include the programming of the library?
Yes.
The library puts on a number of programs. So do we need a motion for that?
I would say yes, to be certain. I would strongly encourage you to have a motion. And considering that the library is a public library, I would encourage you to include the library.
Can I raise a couple questions before we advance this, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think it should be open for discussion first.
Okay, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, is the library currently open or closed, just out of curiosity?
The library is open.
Okay. All right. As far as commissions go, I mean, I think generally I'm in favor of just delaying them or, whatever we need to do. But I do have a specific request from Michelle Frizzy from, I think you're aware of it.
Yes, I was going to bring it up too.
It's in relation to the town plan.
Yep.
There's a forthcoming public hearing for feedback, and she feels like the town plan should not be sort of put into play until the planning commission has that opportunity to have public feedback. So I'm not sure what, she called me, I think she might have said the same thing to several of us.
I've spoken with her as well.
She spoke to me too.
Okay, and I mean, her thought was to just accept the current town plan until we have, the chance to do the new one.
I have a question about
correctly.
that.
But there may be, I mean, there's some sort of deadline we're working against, and I'm not sure what the fallout sort of repercussion is of not
Yeah.
moving our new town plan forward.
So the overall repercussion could potentially be that we wouldn't have a town plan in place, which could then affect a number of things, particularly related to funding, grant funding. So we would be in a much better position to re-adopt the existing town plan and then to make amendments to that at a later date so that all of this work that the Planning Commission is doing won't be for naught. When I spoke with Michelle on Thursday morning, things were looking like, we could still have public meetings. Obviously, a lot has changed since Thursday morning, and we don't know what's going to continue to change. I think that her initial thoughts are good, that we should move in that direction for the time being, just so we can have it in place.
Yeah, I like that idea, Peter. Another option that we can consider is, which other towns are doing, is to have a conference call, which basically becomes a town meeting, where folks can have a number to call in and they can make their comments about the town plan and have questions about it. I'm not advocating that, I'm just putting that on the table as what other towns are doing in regard to commission meetings in Vermont.
Tom, did you have something you wanted to say?
Steve, maybe you've spoken with folks at the Wyndham Regional Commission there, but with the planning process, there are these deadlines that are, at this moment, there's no flexibility in them simply because it's there's many things to think about, and this is not high on the priority list. So the option of going ahead and re-upping the previous plan, potentially with some amendments, is a way to get around that. There's the expectation that there might come some changes down the road, but since we don't know, we should move ahead, I think.
And obviously, we're hoping that we will get support from Wyndham Regional, presuming we will, as well as VLCT, to work with the state on situations like this relating to the town plan, which we have very specific deadlines and steps that must be taken in order for the process to happen, and how we can work around that. We don't have any answers yet, but we're not alone in this position at this time.
Right, so let me just clarify for myself and maybe other people who will be watching this. We're all dealing with this certain new reality that's an interruption in deliberations, or at least face-to-face deliberations. So we might advocate for a change in the timetable, maybe that we'll get a positive response about it, maybe we won't. But it seems reasonable not for everybody to be sort of fudging the situation, like using an old town plan just to have something in place, rather than acknowledging that we need more time for deliberation. That's the end of what I have to say.
Go ahead, Don.
It strikes me that at least the only tool we have right now is it's not necessarily a fudge, but the only tool we have right now would be to adopt, re-up the town plan, which would then give us more of the space that we need, while at the same time advocating at the state level for some softness in some of the deadlines or readjustments.
So we would have a two-pronged approach.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Sarah has her hand up, Richard.
Okay, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. I came in my role as your state rep, so I just want you to know we're taking it really seriously at the state level. And while we just made a decision we stayed late on Friday, but made to pass through a number of provisions that would help our communities. And I won't go into that. I sent you all an email over the weekend. But with things like this, while we're not up at the State House, I'm in regular communication with leaders. So if there are questions like this that I can help, I'm getting, we have a point of contact with the governor. We have a point person with the Vermont Department of Health and with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. So if I can get pretty quick answers with my new email address. And so I'd be happy I'm taking notes today, but if there are other things that you need from me, I can be that conduit. And also, as I'm getting things, Peter, I'm sure you're on the email list for everything.
I am.
But if there are things where I can be helpful, I don't want to inundate you more.
No.
But if there are things, I've been trying to put things out on Front Porch Forum and things like that. But I'm just really, I'm here to listen and to support you. I really, this is a great community. We know how to take care of each other. I wanted to reassure folks that from the state's perspective, the state treasurer has said we're in a really strong financial position. We have the resources in our reserves to help our communities get through this. So I'm really here to listen and to also be a reassurance, but also to let you know that I'm here to help in ways that help. So
I'll definitely be speaking with you regarding this topic.
So this topic, because we did pass a series of legislation on Friday with provisions for our communities with special circumstances around the COVID-19 virus, and this was not one of them, but I think I can do some asking.
Great, thank you very much.
And we're expected to go back on the 24th, so which, like everything, things are changing quickly, so that might change.
Richard, Jamie also has.
Yes, Jamie, I see you.
Hi, I just had a clarification question about the potential delay of the town plan. So is it because they can't hold a public hearing?
That's correct.
And so if the law is shifted so that the definition of what's public, for example, if there's an open public forum online or an open conference call, if that changes, does that then take away that stumbling block?
That's an excellent question that I don't honestly have an answer to as of yet, because we don't have a response from VLCT yet. It's a great question, though. I do think that, from my understanding at this point in time, we'd be safer to re-adopt the existing plan just to prevent a situation like that from happening.
I guess, so then I move on to the question. So I've just been glancing at the draft town plan, and I've noticed there are updates that are, immediately relevant. And I'm curious if it's an option instead of adopting the previous town plan, adopting the draft of the new town plan?
Not without public input.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's a key step in the process of the town plan, because the town plan, one of the key parts of it is that it represents the goals and interests of the residents of this town.
Zorn?
Oh, no, I would say exactly what Peter's saying. Yeah.
Are there any other comments? My question is just, is the select board ready to make a motion to re-adopt the current?
Before we do that, we have to be in touch with Michelle. There's a specific series of steps that need to be taken in order for that to happen. So we'll have to wait on that. I'll be in touch with Michelle later this morning.
Okay.
But I can, if that is your decision, informally, I can let her know that that is your opinion, that you wish to do that to prevent us being in a sticky situation.
Okay, can I take a straw poll then of the select board members who think that we should re-adopt the current town plan in light of the situation that we're in with COVID-19? Can I ask Michael what your opinion is?
So I'm kind of wondering if we can, who is setting this deadline? Which agency in the state is it, or?
I don't remember.
I wonder if we can go to the state just before we decide to re-adopt, just ask if the
Michelle is working on the deadline can't be, for the time being, it can't be shifted.
And what is the deadline?
There's an adoption process for the town to do its planning process.
And each step has a deadline.
They have legal ramifications all the way down the road. So they're all.
Okay, and so what is the first deadline we're talking about?
The first one is going to be the first public meeting, which is going to
May 4th.
May 4th, yes. So that's one of the first deadlines. I'll be, because I'm not personally deeply involved with the process, let me be in touch with Michelle and Thayer and Jethro regarding the specific dates and timelines and what specifically state statute is around this. But
if the state is open to changing the deadline,
they're not at this
but
moment.
you don't
At this
see that.
moment, they're not.
They're not. Okay,
No.
in that event, then I'm all for readopting the
There's-
current count.
Excuse me, is this something that Sarah could help with in regard to?
Yeah, I'll be in touch with Sarah after this meeting and get
Okay,
Michelle in
thank
touch
you,
because Michelle has more information.
It's not.
Just
I
going
would-
on with the
I'm
straw
sorry,
polls on.
Rich, I'll just say, add in here, I'm in favor of adopting the old plan if we need to, but I think it's important to say that it's not fair to say that the state's opposed to switching the deadlines.
Correct.
It's just not something that can be done at this moment.
That's correct.
So until more looking, perhaps from Sarah's point of view, or whoever would be doing that kind of looking, then perhaps we can see some openings begin to come. So it becomes fluid.
Miranda, do you
Yeah,
have
I'm
anything?
interested in gathering the pertinent information and then we can move forward quickly once we know what our options are.
Okay, so, well, the question was that Peter presented was that he wanted to be able to tell Michelle what the general sense of the select board was in regard to readopting the current plan. That was what you put before us, Peter, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we need to come to in a straw poll. We're not voting. We're just giving.
Well, she can abstain if she wishes to.
Well, let me just put it this way, if the people who are drafting the town plan feel that this is the best way forward for now, I'm all for it.
I think they do.
Okay, and let me put my straw in. I would say that I would be for it, for readopting the current town plan in light of the current situations. But I would like to remind folks that we are working on a dual track where we've got Sarah working for us with Montpelier agencies, and we're also trying to figure out whether a public meeting would be in order and whether the deadlines can be changed. So we're working on two tracks here. And we're not taking any action at the present time. Steve?
Steve has something to say.
Yeah, he was recognized.
I'm Steve Lemke from the Wyndham Regional Commission rep for the town of Guilford, but I've talked with John Bennett, who is the main man on town plans and things, and John offered to personally take our old plan and take the new plan and see what in order to readopt the old plan, there will still have to be some revisions made in order to be correct, in order to even begin to readopt it. So John is going to do that. He started it on a Friday. I would expect that Michelle or I or you guys or somebody will have that information. So a good thing, it's a moving target, but if John can identify those 3 or 4 paragraphs that need to be put in, then at least we would have a document that could be readopted. And as far as deadlines are concerned, the ultimate deadline for the town plan as it stands now is June 22nd, but there's so many public hearings and things and that the select board has to do that I think the first deadline is as early as April 1. So it would be very well advised to get a readoption of the old plan once it's in the format that it can be readopted.
So Peter, could you, so it seems that the select board is in favor of thinking about readopting the current plan with the additions of John and of the WRC. So that should be carried forth to Michelle.
Yep, so I'll continue, I'll add in John and Steve into the conversation with Sarah and Michelle to make sure that we're attacking this from as many sides as we can to make sure that Guilford's in the best position we can be.
Thank you.
Good. Do you have next on your agenda, Peter?
Well, I would recommend you making a decision as to whether or not we should cancel public meetings in town offices and the library. And if you do decide to, I would strongly encourage you to set a time, say 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever you feel is best until we have a better idea.
For reevaluation.
For reevaluation, correct.
Do I have a motion either way to keep public programming open in the town of Guilford, or to put it in abeyance for a specific amount of time. And it seems to me in my research that towns are doing a month or 2 months, as well as the state has done that too, in terms of stopping public programming for an interim.
I would so move. I would suggest that we cancel town meeting, all commission meetings and public gatherings in town buildings.
For a period of how?
Well, that's what I'm thinking of. Perhaps we could say for 1 month to be reevaluated at that point. Mm-hmm. The wording of that we could simplify, but that's the point.
Zahn, did you have a comment?
I think I'll second it so we can talk. I would just suggest that we might want to just, does it make sense to go to April 6th, which is what the public schools are doing, that it helps people just have everything in one space, in one mental space.
So would you like to amend that motion, Zahn?
Yeah, I guess just if it's open for
sure.
Whatever.
That's a good idea.
I guess I'll just raise one more point. I know at least one commission, the Conservation Commission, is considering like conference calls, which is I feel like a live meeting in one room is a better way to get business done.
As discussed previously, because of the way state law is, somebody still needs to be physically present in a room where the public can meet. And so it's until we get a response from the Secretary of State's office regarding that, we cannot do it.
Okay, I'm in favor of until April 4th.
Is there any further discussion?
So
yeah, I suppose I guess I'm curious, and I guess this is another Sarah question, is whether whether there could be some kind of modification to the open meeting laws to enable essential commission projects to go forward. I guess it's just, if we're talking about April 6th, that's not a very long time,
Well, as I stated previously, VLCT is currently working with the Secretary of State's office on this very specific topic because it's affecting every single community across the state. Well, obviously, we can ask Sarah to assist, but I think we don't want to overburden her, and I think getting her assistance on the town plan, in my opinion, is more valuable at this point in time.
So, one more question. So, just so I understand open meeting laws. Excuse my ignorance, but
it's okay.
So it would be illegal for the Conservation Commission to all take place in a conference call from the comfort of their homes?
That is correct. Without someone publicly present at a location.
So if we shut the town offices, then no one could come in here to have a public meeting, and you can't just name someone's house as a public place. I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, because it's a town commission, it's supposed to be a business enacted by the town.
All right.
Now, if that was to use some other public, because your home is not a public space.
I see.
But for example, BBCC
or
the library, those are public spaces. So they can and have occurred in those spaces before, but not someone's personal home. So yes, the way that Vermont state law is interpreted and written at the moment, that would be illegal. That's why VLCT is working on it.
So could we have this provision that until April 6th, everything's canceled unless we learn something more, or unless things change and we could open it back up?
Yeah, so we could add that to the amendment that puts April 6th as the date certain.
Yeah, sure, unless things have changed. So, Richard, then you need to inquire if Veranda will accept the amendment to her motion.
Veranda, will you accept the amendment?
I would welcome it.
Okay. So, Peter, would you read the amended motion, please?
Sure. The Veranda moved to cancel all town commission meetings and public meetings at the town office with the amendment, is until April 6th to be re-evaluated at that point unless we receive additional information sooner than that.
And that's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board.
I will put that information on the town website, signs on the front door, and we'll communicate it with all of the commissions and other groups that regularly meet at the town office.
Speaking of the town website, Peter, I'd like us to discuss having a space that's dedicated to COVID-19 news on our town website.
Yep.
And is that something that you're doing presently?
Yep, I was going to tackle that today.
Okay, very good.
I believe that.
I'd like to add that it should be prominent.
Yep, I'm going to put it at the very top of the front page and then have a dedicated page people can click to. Steve and Jamie both have their hands up.
Jamie?
I'm speaking as the administrator for the Bratt Community Center, and I'm wondering if the select board advises the community center to follow the town's schedule with closing public events.
Well, the BBCC is a private nonprofit, and I think that the trustees would have to make that decision of the BBCC. It's not under the auspices of the select board.
But we're asking for an opinion.
Yeah, I think it's more of a, are you gonna advise the town to abstain from public gatherings?
It seems like we could say that in accordance with the CDC and all the recommendations that they're making, that every nonprofit in town would do what it can for the safety of all Guilford citizens, that use the accommodations that are being made in our town as a justification.
This applies to the state's instructions as well as the CDC instructions that public meetings are, and it's 50, but public meetings should not go forward. And so perhaps the select board could make an advisory. Sarah?
So I'm now wearing my hat as the president of the Bratt Community Center. One of the things that happens at the Bratt Community Center, we have lots of different groups who are our community partners, and one is Guilford Cares. And one of the things that Guilford Cares does, as everybody knows, is runs the Guilford Food Pantry. And I think we were talking, we're leaving some of the discretion up to our partners, but we want to give guidance. We think that the food pantry is an essential service in our community. So I just wanted to say that here that even though we've been encouraging groups to rethink whether they're going to be there, I think we're going to encourage the food pantry to stay open, and we'll put up. I've picked up some signage for the building so that we can put up some signage for people to wash their hands and things like that. But I think Pat Hain said, made an announcement that she's going to continue to do it, and folks should be able to depend on that, I think.
And I've read that there are models on the website of how food pantries are operating under the current conditions. And so perhaps Pat can take a look at that to see how she might want to operate. Steve?
At WRC, we have a lot of committee meetings, and our suggestion was that they don't meet unless there's critical business. And sometimes, did the prohibition that you just put through actually apply to the select board as well?
Excuse me? I didn't hear.
Was what you just voted on apply to the select board meeting as well?
Technically, yes, but they would need to actually make an amendment to that since we have an upcoming select board meeting on Monday.
And you have critical business sometimes like paying warrants and things like that. So,
that is correct.
So when you make it so broad, it starts to fall apart. When it's one thing if you say we're going to plan a picnic for the summer, but it's another thing if you have to pay town people or there's critical business to a contract needs to be signed. So I would only say consider that in your broad-based statement.
Richard?
Since the food pantry came up, one of the reasons that I'm here today is just to make the point that the Broadbrook Community Center is planning a remodeling, phase 2 remodeling, which would put the food pantry essentially out of business come May. And Guilford Cares has been trying to find an alternative location without success.
Really?
So at the time that we are talking about, excuse me?
I think the school is because we've done that in the past, we
Yes,
blessed
that's correct, and the school is now under regional control and we cannot get permission to use the school. So we have an additional crisis. And I'm wondering if the Broadbrook might consider postponing their remodeling. Obviously, we're not going to have meetings there for quite a while. We're saying 2 months and so forth, but pandemics last for years and have recurring waves in the aftermath. So I'm just raising that issue for your awareness, and I hope we can work something out, because I think there's serious risk at this moment that we won't have a food pantry when we need it most.
That's an issue that I'm not sure the select board, given that we're dealing with a private nonprofit organization and one of its partners. I think that the select board perhaps could discuss this. Peter, you'll have to let me know with the legality of that. But certainly it's not up to us. I think it's a very profound concern in our town about where the food pantry can be and store its food. So we've got to pull a group together to tackle that issue, because it's critical.
Yeah, the select board can express your concern and empathy towards the situation, but as Richard noted, this is a discussion between two private organizations, and if we can provide any support in a way, we will do our best, but this is not a specific select board matter, unfortunately.
Well, certainly the welfare of the community is a
sure.
Yes. So that's the only reason I thought we were obligated to make you aware
sure.
of this situation, which involves vulnerable members of the community. So,
And we appreciate your bringing that to our attention for sure.
And I certainly will be happy to join any effort to find an additional, another place for it if the BBCC is not available. I mean, I'm one of the pantry volunteers and will certainly keep that together.
Sarah?
I don't want to take up much time with this, but I just want to say we're working closely with the food pantry. The Broadbrook Community Center board helped the food pantry find an alternative location last time. We know the value of this. This is going to be a big question coming up, how we move forward with the construction. A lot of our funding is timeline dependent, so we have to use the funding in certain ways. We have local contractors who are depending on this work, and if we don't do the work, they could be in a situation. And at the same time, I think we're finding that there are some pretty creative solutions in how food pantries are operating in situations like this that are mobile and flexible. So we're looking forward to working with Guilford Cares and the food pantry and figuring it out.
I thank you, Sarah. I think we should move on now. Peter, can you continue with your agenda?
That was pretty much it for as far as what I have. I will be presenting more information to the select board. 2 points I did want to address back to my role as EMD. One is, while the select board did officially change the location of the Emergency Operations Center from Guilford Volunteer Fire Department to the town office, due to a number of factors, including preparations for town meeting and other things that have been happening, the physical resources have not been moved away from the fire department as of yet, and also due to the fact that we had been waiting to install a radio tower here until the summertime when we have our new fiscal year budget. Through discussions with Jared, for the time being, should we need to open the Emergency Operations Center, We will open it at its original location at the fire department, should we need to do so. The second point is that we have, or I have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday evening for all volunteers with the Emergency Operations Center. Due to space constraints, we are going to move that meeting to the fire department. And I received permission from Jared to do that.
Oh,
So-
Peter? Richard, I have a question about that meeting. And so when you say volunteers for the EOC, are you talking about already existing volunteers, or are other people who want to volunteer in the effort welcome at that meeting?
At the moment, I have reached out to the 26 volunteers who have previously volunteered. If any new resident is interested in participating and volunteering, you are welcome to show up. I just need you to reach out to me in writing to communicate that you are interested in volunteering and you would like to come to that meeting. And really, preferably by noon tomorrow, so we can get full planning for those purposes.
Jared, did you have a comment or a question?
Nope, Peter covered it. I just wanted to make sure. The biggest thing is that we get the contact info and names of people. So if they can't make the meeting, or if we choose to keep the meeting small because of the situation, then we at least have their contact info.
Thank you, Jared.
I have another matter that we didn't discuss, which is the town office. There are towns in Vermont, in the research I did over the weekend, that have closed the town office. Are we in favor of keeping our town office open but discouraging face-to-face business and encouraging people to call the office if they have a matter, or to is there a mailbox on the outside of the?
Yes, we have a large mailbox at the end of the driveway.
Right. So I'm interested in the select board's opinions about that. I'm putting forward whether to keep the town office open or closed.
Richard Dick Smith has his hand up.
As a lister in town, I have concerns about what our job as listers, we're time sensitive. The 1st of April is a key portion, and I'm not sure that we should be going into people's houses this time and doing this. We haven't gotten any notification from the state that they're going to change timelines. So I'm a little concerned as to both our safety and other people's safety. So,
Sarah, is that something that you can find out for us? Yeah, great. And we'll report back to you, Dick. So we're coming back to the town office. Do I have any opinions?
I just need to ask some questions. If we close the town office, that means we're closing, asking employees to stay home.
Well, I think it could be two ways. It could be closing the town office
to the public.
for the public not to enter, but keeping continuity of staffing.
Okay.
And some towns in the state are doing that. So, for example, attorneys or other researchers, real estate agents can call in and request. Now, they have to pay a fee for the town staff to do that, but they can do simple searches. That being said, a discussion with Penny and Lisa this morning, it appears that most real estate transactions have come to a screeching halt within the past couple of weeks. And there has not been a lot of business. But I think that in order to, I appreciate Richard's question, and I think it is a valid question that needs to be answered. That being said, I think we need to establish the continuity of operations plan first before we make a judgment on closing the town office.
I agree with you, Peter. And I also, my feeling currently is that we should remain open but discourage the public from personal, face-to-face interactions.
One thing I would consider, offer for your consideration, is to consider closing the town garage to public access. So some people do come in to talk to the road crew just because they're friendly guys. Some people come in to get some road sand for their driveways, and for the safety of these critical staff for the town, I would offer the select board to consider not closing the function of the town garage, but to close it off to the public.
So we're talking about.
We could have, Miranda, yes?
So we're talking about a few different things.
Correct.
I mean, or these are two related issues. I mean, one thing is I'm wondering how the staff at the town office feels about their own health and safety and public access. Do you have a sense of how people feel here?
When I spoke with Penny and Lisa this morning, there are mixed emotions because they want to continue to do their jobs. They have, as Dick pointed out, Lisa and the listers have critical things that they need to get done in a very short time frame. Penny has critical things. She has time limits when she receives a filing that she has to perform her duties within a certain time frame as well. And so my colleagues are concerned for their own well-being and the well-being of anyone who comes into this space. And there was no consensus as far as what the best state of action is at this time.
Could I suggest a motion, which would be that the select board has votes to close to the public the town office and the town garage, but they would continue operations. How does the select board feel about that?
I would second that.
I'd be in favor.
Okay. So then I shall make that motion.
So do you have an effective time or date, and do you have
Until April, what is it, 2nd?
6th.
6th. To be reviewed at that time.
I'll second.
Is there any further
and
discussion?
effective at what point in time? Effective at noon today, effective tomorrow?
Isn't today the deadline, time, no, Wednesday is when the schools will
That's
be
correct.
closed in the state?
Yes.
So why don't we do it on the state timeline, Wednesday?
So that's effective as close of business tomorrow is the way the state worded that.
Yeah,
So are you amending your own motion then?
yes I am. Is there any further discussion? Peter, would you read the motion, please?
So Richard moved to close the town offices and town garage to the public while maintaining daily operations, effective close of business on Tuesday until April 6th.
Oh, I have a question, which is, I don't know that we've resolved the issue of select board meetings. I mean, so if we're closing, let's say, the town office to public access, does that mean that the select board is not going to be meeting here?
Well, so the only thing, I mean, the select board, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would say the select board can meet, because just as the town employee is going to be doing the work, the select board can do their work, but we would not have the public in attendance.
We can't do that because of open meeting law. If the select board is having a meeting, as of right now, unless things have changed while we've been sitting here, because of open meeting law, it has to be open to the public for the select board meeting. That being said, if the select board meets, you folks need to determine what is essential business. The minimum essential business that I would suggest is the approval of warrants, would be our general invoices and payroll. And the meetings can be limited to only the warrants. It's still.
Does the select board want to meet by conference call?
We can't meet by conference.
As we discussed with the commissions and other bodies of the town, that can't happen.
No,
I mean, I could be present.
But if you were present, that's what I'm thinking, in the town office, couldn't we have a conference call?
I also feel as if it's essential for us to communicate among ourselves and with the public about our responses to the health of our community. I mean, I feel as if, you know, we're here for the public. And
I'd like to find a way for the select board to still meet in our regularly scheduled
Okay, Jamie, do you have a
calendar
comment?
here.
I was just wondering if you could keep it open to the public, but discourage the public from coming.
Yeah, I think
That
that's
is
a good
illegal.
suggestion.
Oh.
That is, open meeting law makes that patently illegal.
So you either are open or you're closed.
You're having a public meeting or you're not having a public meeting.
Dave?
I think it's important that the select board has enough essential business that it has to keep operating. But you could have Peter in the office and everybody else could call in. You know, I mean, you can still do the business and you can still vote as long as one person is in the office that could.
Right.
But the question is, are you taking, if somebody walks in, are you going to allow the public to walk in? The reason to have one person in the room is that in case there's a person from the public who wants to express a comment, that would mean the person would have to be let in and participate in the meeting on their own. And that's, that you can run the meeting, but the whole point of it is not just to have one person in some mystery room someplace, it's to have a place where the community can actually come in, sit down, listen, and participate. So
We could also have a conference call where the public was invited to call in and listen and make comments.
At the moment, state law does not allow for that, and so that is not an option at this point in time until we are notified that that has changed.
No, well, I can tell you that other towns are doing that because I've been checking what other towns have done in Vermont.
Sure, I can.
They are having public conference calls, but if you say it's illegal, then.
I can appreciate that they may well be doing that, but at the moment, I would caution thinking twice about that, as state law does not permit that at this time. If the select board wishes to make that decision, that's up to you. I would caution against it, but that's my personal opinion.
So then I just have a question, because I don't understand essential business. I understand that idea, but for instance, if we were to meet only to take care of warrants, is that public?
Yes.
That it has to be warned
Absolutely.
publicly? Okay.
Richard, I would caution that we've gotten away from your original motion, and we should address that before you continue with this.
Yes, so would you read the motion again, please, Peter?
So Richard moved to close the town offices and town garage to the public effective at close of business on Tuesday until April 6th, until further information is received.
Okay, now is that in conflict with what we've been talking about, where we can't close the select board meeting that meets in the town office to the public?
Yes, technically.
No. So that's not a valid motion then?
Well, it could be, but you could also amend it with the exception of select board meetings.
Oh, there you go. I'll take, can I make that amendment?
You can amend your own, yes.
Okay, so I'd like that to be in the motion.
Okay.
so could we hear the motion with that exception?
Yep.
I just clearly understand the
Yep.
ramifications.
So Richard moved to close the town office and town garage to public access effective close of business on Tuesday until April 6th, or more information is received, with the exception of regularly scheduled select board meetings.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
Or maybe even do we have to say regularly?
You can just say select board meetings.
Why don't you just say select board
Okay.
meetings, because, I mean,
We're liable to
at
have
worst,
people.
we might have another emergency meeting.
That's correct.
Did I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you, Veranda. Any further discussion? All those in
Any
favor?
thoughts on how you're actually going to close the building to the public? I mean, aside from an announcement on the town website.
Town website, front porch forum, put signs on the door and lock the doors.
And lock the door.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious
Well,
what the
so-
steps would be.
Yeah, and there will no doubt come some reason why that can't be, why this can't hold forth.
Possibly, we don't know.
Yeah. So,
For the time being, I think.
So it's a guideline we're passing at this point.
Yes, okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board.
Steve's got his finger up.
Steve,
One quick comment, if your agenda is really Spartan, like if the select board's gonna meet to do warrants, and it doesn't have a whole long thing about dogs and cats and everything else, you won't get many people. So the whole point is to hold the meeting, keep only critical essential business on the agenda that is boring to everybody else. And you won't have to argue through this.
My voice might still come.
Is there any further business to conduct at this time?
Not at this time. We'll update, I'll update the select board as I get information, and if necessary, I would recommend to the select board, if we need to, we'll have another special meeting. At the moment, we will have the regularly scheduled select board meeting next Monday.
Next Monday, a week from today. Tom?
Richard, I do want to ask that, I know we're closing for public meetings and so forth, but as of April 6th, we will be looking and evaluating whether to open again. In the case that we remain closed in some way, but we allow meetings to move forward, could we have some research done about conference calling options for folks in case the laws change, and so we can be ready for that?
Peter, can you keep track of that then?
By all means.
Thank you.
Because I know when I went to look at what towns are doing in Vermont about COVID, I saw numerous town conference calls.
Yep.
So we need to find out about that, and you
I'll look
can
into
report
that.
back to us.
Yep, I
Thank
will.
you. Steve?
Not to add too many hypotheticals, but should somebody in the town road crew contract the virus and then everybody has to quarantine, is there anything like mutual aid for roads and snow removal and things like that? Because we could end up quickly with the entire road crew at home.
The short answer is yes. The long answer is that's part of the continuity of operations plan that's going to be worked on later today. I've already addressed it with Danny earlier today, and so he and I are going to be meeting later this morning to discuss that.
Veranda?
I'm wondering if perhaps by Front Porch Forum or the town website, if we could and just this meeting, we could invite people to submit their questions to us so that they can feel heard. If we're going to be trying to close the wagons for safety around the select board, I would welcome people to share their concerns with me, either to my email address or call me at home. I just feel as if part of our responsibility is to hear people and to speak to their concerns directly.
Richard, may I make one last point?
Yes, please.
I would strongly encourage all Guilford residents to sign up for Vermont Alerts. There's a link on the town website. You can also just do an internet search of Vermont Alerts. The state has been actively using that. Should the situation worsen here in Windham County or in Guilford, the town may resort to communicating, and those are automatic messages that are sent out. They can, depending on what way you sign up, you can receive the message via email, via text message, or via direct phone call.
Right, and that should go on in the website?
It is already on the website, it has been from day one.
Okay, but it should be in the content about COVID-19.
Sure, I'll happily add that there too.
Yeah. Veranda?
While it's not the select board's primary concern, I'm thinking about the well-being of our town and the number of children who are going to be out of school and who have working families. And, I just want to express my concern to all of those people, and that, we can't solve that problem, but it is something that we care about, and individual members and the select board maybe could see whether there's some kind of role that we could play in helping to care for our children during the time that the schools are closed.
Do I have any other comments? Yes, Jared?
I just have one quick comment. As a select board, if you guys could also I know you are, but make it a focus too that Peter's got a huge role here, and make sure that he's got backup and people are in the loop on what he's got going on, how to get into programs, how to assist him. I mean, comments are good coming in for questions, but we got to have like you guys answer those, not put everything. I'm not saying that it would be, I'm just saying that
That's
he
a very
reads.
good point.
And because as the EM director, with all this coming down in the emails that you see, I see them too, and geez, it takes to consume all that info and to actually make it worthwhile to use in your day-to-day stuff and to update. It's huge. So if Peter goes down, gets sick, you're gonna have a lot of catch up to do. So if somebody is in that loop, and a couple people even, is not a bad thing.
And that will be in the continuing
Yep, exactly.
operations forum, where actually there will be designated people to succeed Peter in the event that he goes down.
Yeah, Richard, I think perhaps the select board ought to, the members who are around could confer with Peter about some either delegation or backup that, just meet about logistics and maybe having an area of concern. Each of us could take a piece, just going forward, not waiting until it's overwhelming.
Well, that would, once again, that's what the continuity of operations plan directly addresses. Who would be responsible for what?
Yep.
Well, maybe it's, we need to do it straight away.
Yeah, but Peter's working on it this afternoon.
Okay. Thanks, Jerry.
Any other comments? Okay, I have one final comment before I ask for adjournment. Wash your hands, please, after you, before you leave or after you leave this public meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Well, just tell people something inspiring and reassuring, Richard.
I would like to, the folks of Guilford to know, our residents to know, that the select board has met in this emergency meeting to discuss how Guilford will respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that we are being, at this point, we are being told that Guilford is at a low risk of this. There are 8 identified cases in Vermont at the present time. I mean, that might have changed since I looked last night, and that I hope that Guilford, I know that Guilford will pull together to protect ourselves and our community.
Richard, may I make one quick comment?
Yes.
I just want to express my appreciation to BCTV for their willingness to come last minute at this, as well as for those who are public, because you won't know until you see the video, but they have graciously said that they will get this video published on the web by the end of business today.
Terrific.
So you who are public and select board members, if you get questions from your fellow friends and neighbors about this video and what was discussed, that it will be on the town website, it will be on the BCTV website at the end of the day today. So thank you to you guys.
Thank you, Peter. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, Sarah, for your representation, and Jared as well. Steve, Richard, Dick, Jamie, thank you for coming and having your input, and we will get through this.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Phil Baruch, Chair of Senate Education. I'll take a few minutes while we wait for the list you signed up on to come back to us to have my committee introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Senator Ruth Hardy from Addison County.
Senator Jim McNeil from Rutland County.
Debbie Ingram from Chittenden County.
Corey Parent from Franklin County and Albert.
Andrew Pertzik, Washington County. And we're all here, obviously, to take testimony on pupil weighting in Vermont and potential changes to the weighting formula produced by this study, which is amazingly comprehensive, put out by Professor Colby and her team at UVM. So thank you to them. I know Professor Colby's in the room somewhere. Professor Colby? There she is. Unusual for the author of an academic study to get standing up. So the way we'll work tonight is we do want to hear from everybody. Sometimes these are divided up into people speaking for or against a certain issue. I don't like that approach myself. I think it emphasizes division. So we'll just have you come up in the order that you signed up. You'll have 2 minutes. My friend Jim will give you warning at 1.5 minutes, and then the gong at 2 minutes. I think with the number of people we have, everybody should get to speak, including those who may not have signed up but realize halfway through they would like to say something. So with that said, Daniel MacArthur.
My thanks to the members of the Senate Ed Committee for hearing us today. I appreciate that. I'm not going to express the grievances that everybody else here will be presenting. We'll stand on their own. I'm here to advocate for some immediate tax relief for the school districts which have borne a disproportionate tax burden over the past decades. I present as written testimony a petition that was drawn up by an individual taxpayer in Marlboro and signed by hundreds of residents. It's clear and to the point, and I ask that you read it in honor, and I'll submit it for testimony. I also want to relay a story that illustrates the situation my school finds itself in. My granddaughter's 5th and 6th grade classroom has a bucket on the floor. It's been there all winter, catching the leaks when it rains or snows. A symbol, to me, simple symbol of the impossibility of operating and maintaining a small rural school when students are underrated. So I conclude with a poem. I hope that's acceptable to you, and it's called Weighted Pupils. I am weighted a portion of a pupil. I am weighted about a 0.8. I don't know what part of me is missing or how they came up with that weight. There's a bucket to catch drips in my classroom, sits in the middle of the floor. It fills about 10 gallons a day, seems to be leaking a bit more. We each take bets on the timing. It becomes a math problem each day. But the cold and the mold are getting older, and there's rot in the ceiling now, they say. We try to be philosophical. We don't really mind much the fuss. But if we were 100% pupils, this would not be happening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Korb. Oh, I suppose I should say, everybody on the panel has been told not to shake hands in terms of public safety, so I just commend that to you as advice. I know many of you are here from districts. To the extent that you can avoid that kind of contact, we've been doing this a lot around the building. Recommend that to you.
Thank you very much for hearing this testimony. I'm from the Marlboro School District. I'm chair of the school board. The release of the Equalized Pupil Weighting Study in December 2019 has finally answered a nagging question that the Marlboro School Board has asked itself for quite some time. Why can we not adequately fund our school? Each year, the Marlboro School has been forced to kick the can further down the road on various capital improvements or bid farewell to student program opportunities. I'm not here to complain to the legislature that my taxes are too high. I'm here to demand equity and accountability. The Marlboro School Board, its community, and the 76 other districts impacted by this oversight and weighting insist upon immediate implementation of the weighting system recommended by the study. We're not a group of towns looking for a handout. We are your neighbors in southern and northern Vermont who have seen increases and penalties, only to find out that for years we haven't been provided the opportunities that so many other districts have. It is an outrage, and if I were on a legislative committee such as yours overseeing the change, I would not be questioning when to implement it, but rather apologizing to us and stating it will be fixed. I assure you that the Marlboro School is not the only school to come before you with a roof that has been patched too many times or has been forced to turn away pre-K students due to lack of space, or hold a Spanish classroom in an equipment closet. Heartbreakingly, this year, we had to consider cutting all special programs from art, Spanish, music, all of them due to an excess spending penalty that has been based on an inequitable system. This is not simply a tough year, it is the culmination of years of compound overtaxation and inequity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Barris. Did I pronounce that right?
Barris.
Barris.
Thank you. I'll have to. Peter Barris, Whitingham, Recording Secretary, WCSU School Bus Driver, Marlboro Elementary School from 2012 to 2019. Longtime voter, first-time testifier. Commons published my full text last week, so this will be shorter. Thank you for this profound opportunity. I know why you keep showing up in this building. See possibility in public service. You want nothing more than to make a difference. Since well before Act 46, I've taken the minutes from the boards of many schools. Leland, Gray, Townsend, Newfane, Jamaica, Wardsboro, Brookline, Dover, and Marlboro, and since consolidation, the combined Wyndham Central Supervisory Union school districts and their full board at the public meetings. When I first set the wheel of a school bus, the scheme has been going on for more than 12 years. Though I could not know the structural causes, I did see the rise of pervasive sleep deprivation, malnutrition, loneliness, and humiliation as the true face of childhood poverty. Since the study was made public, parents wept openly at recent school board meetings, choked with emotion as awful realization began to take hold. Sorry. Years of struggle and worry, and all unnecessary, and the next town had no such problems. And what are the lessons learned? I mean by the children. The privilege and power. I'm sorry?
30 seconds left.
Privilege and power are the right of the privileged and powerful, and poverty just reward of the poor, and devil take the hindmost. Armed with this hard-earned knowledge, they will decide how to vote. The helpful encouragement of bots and hackers and troll farms, foreign and domestic. Everyone knew the disparities. That's what convinced us to endure Act 46. Wasn't to save money. Nobody believed it would do that. It was to find a way to bring equity to the system. Otherwise, they might never have thought of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Meg Staloff.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Wilmington, and I have students in two daughters at Twin Valley School, which is in the Wyndham Southwest Supervisory Union. So a few of us came up from southern Vermont today, which you might know is a far piece up the road. It's a little over 2 hours. And we came because this testimony needed to be delivered in person. This issue is so critical, and it's so critical that my community be heard on this matter. The current funding structure is hurting our schools, it's hurting our students, and it's hurting the fabric of our communities. So in Wilmington, our residents pay the highest education tax rate in the state. You can sort that spreadsheet for yourself. But despite our high property values, which are driven by wealthy second homeowners, much of our resident student population is living in poverty. In our elementary school, 62% of our students receive free and reduced lunch. Meanwhile, our school is struggling to cut budgets and stay below the excess spending threshold all the time. I mean, we've got buckets in our gym too. We sat there at town meeting listening to the dripping. The result is that our students are struggling. Our elementary school ranks 111th out of 142 schools in Vermont. Clearly, our students are not getting the education that my community is paying for. That's not all. If you know anything about Wilmington, you'll recognize it as a town that was devastated by Tropical Storm Irene. Despite multiple recommendations, 8.5 years later, we still have police and fire services located in the flood zone. I know that sounds crazy, but why? Our community cannot afford to add to our tax rate for a bond to fund critical emergency services, so our community loses again.
30 seconds.
This situation has eroded our trust in government, and it's badly dented civic engagement in our town. Public meetings, people are mad, and we feel helpless. I know it's going to take our community a long time to fix what 20 years of inequity have wrought on our school, but we are begging you to start that process now. Swift action on the findings in this report can begin to chart a more reasonable and just path forward for our entire state, including Wilmington. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Clausen.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Clausen. I'm the Vice Chair for the West River Education District in Windham County. I am the proud father of 4 boys who have and continue to go through our educational system, including one who is studying computer science at the University of Vermont. My wife, Tammy Clausen, is a physical education teacher and varsity softball coach and has been at Leland and Gray Union High School in Townsend for the last 30 years. Why am I giving you this lengthy bio? I want you to understand that my family is fully invested in the educational decision-making of this government on a personal and professional level. To gain a better perspective on where we are right now, let's look at some of the tragic events that have happened over the last 20 years. 9/11, the longest war in the history of the United States, the Great Recession, Hurricane Irene. On top of these macro events, we also have the current local crises of double-digit increases in healthcare costs annually, higher needs and costs in special education and mental health services, the opioid epidemic straining our social services to the brink, an aging population with a fixed income, and a declining student population. These compound crises serve as a backdrop for the school boards and administrators who, to the best of their abilities, craft budgets in the face of the erosion of our socioeconomic infrastructure. And despite our best efforts at West River with a 2.88% increase in the school budget this year, we have exceeded the spending threshold, sending hard-earned dollars back into the system to be distributed at the discretion of the state government. In the midst of our board's budget deliberations in early January 2020, we learned of the findings and recommendations of the study of pupil weights in Vermont's education funding formula. One word: hope. Hope that our state government will implement the findings of the study and restore equity for our students and incorporate new cost factors and weights. The time to do the right thing is now. The people of the West River Education District are suffering with a high tax burden. Schools have outlasted their expected lifetimes and have many overdue repairs, yet we continue to kick the can down the road. We need this legislation. This is an opportunity to hit the reset button. Now this cannot stop with the implementation of the weighting study recommendations. The issues are much deeper. Try explaining to your taxpayers how a 3% increase in the school budget translates to a 15% increase in their tax rate. The funding formula is broken. The findings in the weighting study need to be the catalyst for education funding reform. We need to be able to provide this generation of students with the resources, tools, and environment that helps them thrive while balancing the needs of our stretched taxpayers in the West River Valley. Our people work hard and expect a greater return on investment from the state of Vermont, and they want it now, not phased in. The state of Vermont has spent 20 years phasing out rural areas.
We'll have to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jaime Morath. It's a little unclear. Elme?
It's Ime.
Ime, okay.
Ime Morath.
Pretty name.
Good afternoon. I'm Ime Morath from the town of Windham. I'm also the town auditor. Windham is a community of 27 square miles with less than 450 residents. That amounts to about 13 people per square mile. We are one of 53 towns having fewer than 500 residents. These small communities represent 9% of Vermont's population. Many residents saw the taxes doubled, and many homeowners were unable to pay their taxes on time, ending up on the delinquent tax rolls, adding to their and the town's economic difficulty. The new weighting would correct this by providing weights for sparsely populated areas and small schools. We would ask that the committee move forward thoughtfully but quickly on this matter.
Thank you. Kathy Scott.